Welcome to our bedtime story haven, where enchanting tales will transport you to magical and peaceful realms. Allow yourself to unwind, relax, and drift into cozy dreams, setting the stage for a wonderful start to your upcoming day. Let go of your worries, embrace this serene moment, and thank you for choosing to spend your time with us. Sweet dreams and gentle journeys await you. Story 1. In the Cozy Glen nestled between rolling hills, where the air always held a whisper of ancient secrets, there stood a charming village where magic softly hummed in every nook and cranny. The scent of warm hearth fires mingled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, creating an intoxicating perfume that enveloped the senses. Thatched cottages with glowing windows dotted the winding lanes, their chimneys puffing lazy tendrils of smoke into the crisp autumn sky. Whimsical shops, each with a character of its own, offered enchanted wares to curious passers-by, their displays shimmering with the promise of the extraordinary. At the heart of this delightful hamlet sat a cheerful tavern, the Pixie's Perch, a place where warmth and laughter were as abundant as the mulled cider served in steaming mugs. The tavern's walls were adorned with tapestries depicting legendary tales, and the air was filled with a symphony of clinking mugs and hearty laughter. Locals gathered here to swap stories, their voices weaving a tapestry of camaraderie that wrapped around each patron like a well-worn shawl. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced on the gentle breeze in a kaleidoscope of reds and golds, an unusual occurrence set tongues wagging throughout the village. Farmer Willowbrook's prized pumpkin patch, which should have been bursting with plump, orange gourds, had mysteriously withered away to nothing but shriveled vines. The earth, usually rich and welcoming, seemed barren and forlorn, as if mourning the loss of its vibrant offspring. Goodwife Willowbrook was beside herself. Her weathered face, a testament to years of toil and care, was etched with worry. "By the whiskers of a hedge wizard, what trickery is this?" she fretted, wringing her calloused hands, hands that had nurtured life from the soil with tender devotion. Her husband simply shook his head, utterly perplexed by the baffling turn of events. His broad shoulders, accustomed to carrying the weight of the harvest, sagged under the burden of uncertainty. Word of the vanished pumpkins swiftly spread like wildfire, and soon the curious villagers were trading theories and remedies at the Pixie's Perch. The tavern was alive with speculation, the air thick with the scent of cinnamon and cloves from the cider that warmed cold hands and loosened tongues. Mayhap it was the work of a mischievous brownie seeking a bit of sport, mused old Tobias, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe, the smoke curling like tendrils of mystery around his lined face. His eyes twinkled with the mischief of a man who had seen much and believed in even more. "Nonsense," scoffed Widow Maple, her voice sharp as the autumn air. More likely a vengeful forest sprite, displeased by some perceived slight. Her eyes, though shadowed by sorrow, held a spark of intrigue, as if daring the unseen to reveal itself. As the townsfolk debated, a hush fell over the tavern like a soft blanket of snow as a cloaked figure stepped through the door. It was Grandmother Willow, the village's beloved sage and a keeper of ancient wisdom. Her kind, crinkled eyes twinkled with mischief as she listened to the spirited discussion. Her presence was a balm, calming the restless sea of speculation. "My dear friends," she said in a gentle, lilting voice that seemed to carry the cadence of the forest itself, "while your conjectures are imaginative, the truth may be far simpler than you think." With a conspiratorial wink, she beckoned them to gather closer, her movements as fluid and graceful as a wisp of smoke. The villagers leaned in, rapt with attention, as Grandmother Willow began to weave her tale. Her voice was a melody, rising and falling like the wind through the trees, drawing them into a world of wonder and possibility. "You see, our woods are home to many wondrous creatures, some plainly visible and others cloaked in invisibility. Among these unseen residents are the fabled pumpkin pixies, merry sprites whose very existence is tied to the golden gourds we so cherish." Her words painted a vivid picture, each syllable a brushstroke on the canvas of their imagination. Gasps of surprise rippled through the tavern as she described the pixie's secret realm, nestled within the tangled roots of an ancient oak. "Each year, as the pumpkins ripen in our fields, the pixies awaken from their slumber, joyfully tending to the fruits of the harvest. Their whimsical laughter can be heard amid the rustling vines on still, moonlit nights. Grandmother Willow's eyes sparkled with fond remembrance, the light of long-ago memories dancing in their depths. When I was but a young lass, my granny would regale me with tales of these pixies and their vibrant revelries amid the pumpkin patch, of how they would pluck the ripest gourds, hollowing them out to craft the most delightful lanterns, luminous and jolly. A nostalgic sigh escaped her lips, a soft exhalation that carried the weight of years. Alas, the magic folk have grown scarce in these hurried times, retreating deeper into their hidden glens. Perhaps the poor pixies were simply disheartened by the lack of wonder in our world. A pensive silence hung in the air as the villagers pondered the wise woman's words, each lost in their own reflections. The flickering flames of the hearth seemed to echo the flickering hopes within their hearts. Suddenly, little Lily, with her eyes as wide as saucers and filled with innocent curiosity, tugged at Grandmother Willow's flowing sleeve. "But how do we bring the pixies back? I should dearly love to glimpse their lanterns aglow." Her voice was a bell, clear and bright, ringing with the purity of a child's wonder. The sage's face creased into a gentle smile, a smile that held the warmth of the sun's first rays. "Ah, that is a sage question, my child. You see, the pixies thrive on joy, merriment, and childlike wonder. If we rekindle that spirit in our hearts, perhaps their luminous lanterns shall shine forth once more." As if on cue, a sudden commotion erupted outside, and the tavern door burst open. There stood Farmer Willowbrook, a massive pumpkin cradled in his brawny arms and an expression of utter bewilderment upon his ruddy face. His breath came in clouds, puffing in the chilly air. "Will someone explain the meaning of this?" he sputtered, gesturing to the gargantuan gourd, its surface gleaming like polished gold under the tavern's warm glow. Peals of delighted laughter echoed through the tavern as Grandmother Willow's eyes danced with merriment. "Why, it seems the pixies have already taken note of our renewed sense of wonder." From that night onward, a rekindled air of enchantment enveloped the village. Children frolicked and giggled amid the pumpkin patches, weaving fanciful tales of the unseen pixies. Neighbors swapped good-natured jests and shared in simple pleasures. The village, once a place of simple routines, thrummed with the vibrant energy of rediscovered magic. As the harvest moon cast its golden glow over the land, flickering lights could be glimpsed amid the gently swaying vines, the joyous lanterns of the pumpkin pixies, celebrating the return of magic to the cozy hamlet. And with each passing day, the villagers found themselves looking at their world with fresh eyes, seeing not just what was there, but what could be, and in doing so, they invited the magic back into their lives. The transformation of the village was not immediate, but gradual, like a tapestry being woven thread by thread. Market days became a spectacle of color and sound, with vendors' stalls brimming with vibrant produce and handcrafted trinkets that seemed to hum with enchantment. The once muted laughter of children now rang out like bells, their games infused with the stories of the pixies, each child hoping to catch a glimpse of the tiny creatures at play. The following week, as the villagers gathered for the autumn festival, a new tradition was born. A parade of lanterns, each crafted with care and creativity by the villagers, wound its way through the village lanes, illuminating the night with a warm, golden glow. Each lantern was said to be inspired by the pumpkin pixies, and as the villagers marched, they sang songs of old, their voices weaving a tapestry of hope and unity. Goodwife Willowbrook, inspired by Grandmother Willow's tales, began organizing evening gatherings in the pumpkin patch, where young and old alike would sit under the starlit sky, sharing stories and songs. Her face, once creased with worry, now bore the gentle lines of contentment, her heart lightened by the joy she saw rekindled in her community. Farmer Willowbrook, too, found a new spring in his step. He took to tending his land with renewed vigor, his hands working the soil with the hope that it would yield not just crops, but magic. He spoke to the earth as he worked, sharing with it the stories of pixies and the laughter of children, believing that the land itself could be coaxed back to life with the right kind of nurturing. The Pixie's Perch, once a place of mere gatherings, evolved into the heart of the village's revival. It became a hub of creativity and expression, where villagers would gather to share new songs, poems, and dances inspired by the tales of old. The tavern's walls, already rich with history, now seemed to pulse with a living energy, each tapestry and story a testament to the magic that had been rekindled. And amidst all this, Grandmother Willow remained a steadfast presence, her wisdom guiding the villagers as they navigated this new chapter of their lives. She would often be seen walking the lanes, her steps slow but purposeful, her eyes ever watchful for signs of magic in the mundane. Her presence was a reminder that magic was not something to be found, but something to be created and cherished. One evening, as the village gathered for another storytelling night, a gentle breeze whispered through the pumpkin patch, carrying with it the lilting laughter of the pixies. The villagers listened, their hearts lifting with the sound, and in that moment they knew that the magic had truly returned. The village continued to thrive, its story becoming one of hope and renewal. The tale of the pumpkin pixies was passed down through generations, each telling a reminder that magic lived in the hearts of those who believed. As the years passed, the village became known far and wide as a place where dreams and reality danced hand in hand. Travelers journeyed from distant lands to witness the annual lantern parade and to hear the tales spun by Grandmother Willow, who, despite her advancing years, remained as vibrant as ever. And so, the village nestled between the rolling hills remained a place where magic softly hummed in every nook and cranny, where the scent of warm hearth fires and fallen leaves created an intoxicating perfume, and where the laughter of pixies could be heard on the gentle breeze, a promise that wonder was never far away. In time, the villagers learned that the true magic lay not just in the pixies or the pumpkins, but in their own ability to see the extraordinary in the everyday, to cherish the bonds that held them together, and to welcome the enchantment that life offered to those who dared to dream. As the seasons cycled, a new layer of tradition began to weave itself into the village's tapestry. Grandmother Willow proposed a gathering at the edge of the forest, where the villagers constructed a small stone circle, a place for contemplation and connection with the spirits of the land. Here, they would leave offerings of honey and milk under the starlit sky, a gesture of gratitude to the unseen protectors of their home. One such evening, as the villagers gathered around the stone circle, a gentle mist rolled in, cloaking the forest in a veil of silver. The air was alive with possibility, each inhalation tinged with the crispness of the night and the earthy scent of moss. Grandmother Willow, her voice a soft murmur against the rustling leaves, spoke of the village's future, of how the bonds they forged in wonder and unity could forge a path of prosperity for generations to come. The villagers, hands intertwined in a circle of trust and hope, felt an overwhelming sense of belonging. They understood that their village was not merely a place on a map, but a living, breathing entity, its heart beating in time with their own. In that moment, they made a silent vow to nurture the magic that had taken root among them, to protect it as fiercely as they would their own kin. As the mist began to lift, a gentle glow emanated from within the stone circle, a soft luminescence that seemed to pulse with the rhythms of the forest. The villagers watched in awe as tiny figures, no larger than acorns, began to materialize within the light, their wings shimmering like droplets of dew in the morning sun. The pumpkin pixies, drawn by the villagers' renewed sense of wonder and connection, had come to join the gathering. Laughter, light, and tinkling like the sound of distant bells filled the air as the pixies danced among the villagers, their presence a testament to the power of belief and community. The villagers watched in delight, their hearts swelling with joy and gratitude for the return of the magic they had once thought lost. In the days that followed, the village thrived like never before. The fields yielded bountiful harvests, the shops brimmed with enchanted goods, and the laughter of children rang out in harmony with the songs of the woodland creatures. The villagers, guided by the wisdom of Grandmother Willow and the playful spirit of the pumpkin pixies, embraced each day as an opportunity to celebrate the magic of life. And so, in the Cozy Glen nestled between rolling hills, where the air always held a whisper of ancient secrets, the village and its people flourished. They learned that the truest magic lay in the simple act of believing, in the shared stories and dreams that bound them to one another, and in the gentle laughter of the pumpkin pixies, who reminded them that wonder was always just a heartbeat away. In the years that followed, the village continued to grow, becoming a hub of creativity and innovation. A school was established, where children were taught not only the practical skills of farming and trade, but also the art of storytelling and the history of their magical home. Here, Grandmother Willow often visited, sharing her wisdom and encouraging the young minds to see beyond the ordinary. The village also became a sanctuary for other magical creatures, who, drawn by the tales of harmony and enchantment, sought refuge within its borders. Fairies and sprites, once wary of humans, now mingled freely, adding their own unique magic to the tapestry of village life. The villagers, in turn, learned from these creatures, gaining insights into the natural world and the delicate balance that sustained it. Festivals became grander, filled with music, dance, and the vibrant colors of the changing seasons. During the lantern parade, the village glowed with an ethereal light, as if the stars themselves had descended to join the celebration. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the laughter of children, their faces aglow with the joy of the festivities. As the years turned into decades, the village's reputation as a place of magic and wonder spread far and wide. Travelers from distant lands came not only to witness its beauty, but to learn from its people, to understand how a community could thrive on the principles of unity, creativity, and belief. And through it all, the pumpkin pixies remained a beloved part of the village, their presence a reminder of the magic that lay within each heart. Their laughter, like a gentle breeze, continued to whisper through the glen, guiding the villagers toward a future filled with endless possibilities. The village nestled between rolling hills, with its intoxicating perfume of warm hearth fires and fallen leaves, stood as a testament to the power of wonder and imagination. It was a place where dreams took flight on the wings of pixies, where the ordinary became extraordinary, and where the bonds of community created a magic all their own. In this haven of enchantment, the villagers lived their lives with open hearts and open minds, forever grateful for the magic that had found its way back to them, and ever determined to nurture it for generations to come. As the sun set each evening, casting a golden glow over the land, they knew that the true magic lay not in the pumpkins or the pixies, but in their shared commitment to a world filled with wonder. Story 2. In the far reaches of a galaxy, where the light of countless stars twinkled like scattered diamonds upon a velvet cloth, there existed a myriad of planets, each holding its own mysteries and splendors. This galaxy, a grand tapestry of starlight and shadow, stretched endlessly across the cosmos. Among these celestial wonders was Silvera, a planet brimming with lush emerald forests and shimmering lakes that mirrored the vast skies above. The air on Silvera was sweet with the fragrance of blooming flora, a melody of scents that danced through the canopy as leaves whispered secrets to the wind. The sky, a mesmerizing canvas of vibrant hues, shifted gracefully from dawn to dusk, painting the world below with colors that seemed almost ethereal. The planet's beauty was a kaleidoscope of greens and blues, ever changing with the passage of time. Mornings were cloaked in a gentle mist rising from the lakes, carrying with it the scent of dew-kissed leaves, mingling with the aroma of wildflowers, a heady perfume that awakened the senses. Birds with feathers that shimmered like jewels flitted through the trees, their songs an elegant symphony that resonated with the very soul of the land. In this verdant paradise lived the Silverans, ethereal beings of light and song who had made their home in harmony with nature. Their lives were entwined with the rhythms of the earth below and the celestial dance of the skies above. Their homes, crafted from living wood and vines, nestled seamlessly among the trees, a testament to their deep bond with the natural world. The Silvarans cherished storytelling and song, gathering under the starlit sky to weave tales of their ancestors and the land they loved, a tradition that infused their lives with beauty and serenity. In contrast, the neighboring planet Crystallon was a realm of crystalline structures and labyrinthine tunnels that delved deep into its core. The land glistened under the light of its 3 moons, casting shimmering reflections across its surface like a sea of stars. The air was crisp and cool, carrying a faint metallic tang that spoke of the minerals hidden below. The Crystallans, sturdy and pragmatic, were masters of crafting and engineering, their skilled hands shaping the stone and crystal that surrounded them. Their world, though stark in its beauty and resourcefulness, was often solitary, with each individual valuing privacy and independence. Their cities, nestled within the planet's protective mountains, were marvels of architectural ingenuity, crystalline spires reaching skyward as if yearning to touch the stars. One bright morning, the Silveran forests buzzed with the sound of birdsong and the gentle rustle of leaves when a peculiar event unfolded. Sunlight spilled over the treetops, casting a golden glow over the land, and the vibrant colors of the flowers seemed to pulse with life. A small, sparkling spacecraft, no larger than a treehouse, descended from the sky and settled in a meadow bathed in sunlight. The craft was a masterpiece of crystalline design, its sleek surfaces capturing the essence of both light and shadow. From its glimmering hatch emerged Lyra, a crystalline explorer. Her form was luminous, refracting the sunlight into a myriad of colors, and she was clad in a suit of crystal armor that caught the light with every movement. Lyra had been sent to Silvara by the Crystalline Council to learn about the planet's unique flora, in hopes of discovering new resources and establishing a bond with their neighbors. Her heart, though steady, was tinged with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, for she was stepping into a world vastly different from her own. As Lyra stepped onto the soft, mossy ground, she noticed the way her crystalline feet sank ever so slightly into the earth, feeling the cool, damp touch of nature against her soles. She was met by a curious Silvaran named Phelan. Phelan was a gentle spirit, his presence akin to a soft breeze, and his features delicate, movements graceful. His eyes, the color of the forest canopy, widened in wonder at the sight of Lyra, for he had never encountered a being quite like her, made of shimmering facets and radiant hues. His heart, open and welcoming, reached out to her in an unspoken promise of friendship. "Welcome to Silvara," Phelan said, his voice as soft as the whispering leaves. "I am Phelan. What brings you to our world?" Lyra, though cautious, was touched by his warmth. She felt the sincerity in his words, a stark contrast to the reserved interactions she knew on Crystalline. "I am Lyra from Crystalline. I've come to learn about your planet's flora, to understand its secrets." Their meeting, however, was not without its tensions. Lyra, accustomed to the quiet strength of stone and crystal, found the lively, ever-changing nature of the Silvaran world overwhelming. She was used to the predictability of her structured home, and the vibrant chaos of Silvara was both enchanting and intimidating. The colors, the sounds, the very energy of the place seemed to pulse with a life of its own, challenging her senses in ways she had never experienced. Phelan, on the other hand, was puzzled by Lyra's aloof demeanor. The Silvarans were beings of emotion and intuition, often expressing themselves through song and dance. Lyra's reserved nature seemed cold and distant to him, and he found it challenging to connect with her. Yet, beneath her crystalline exterior, he sensed a depth of feeling that intrigued him, a silent melody waiting to be heard. Despite these initial misunderstandings, the two embarked on their journey together, exploring the lush forests and serene lakes of Silvara. As they traveled, they encountered challenges that tested their burgeoning friendship. In one instance, a sudden storm swept through the forest, its winds fierce and unforgiving. The sky darkened with swirling clouds, and the air crackled with the promise of thunder. Phelan, attuned to the rhythms of nature, quickly sought shelter in the hollow of an ancient tree, its trunk wide enough to offer them protection. He beckoned Lyra to follow, his voice carrying a sense of urgency. As the storm raged outside, Lyra marveled at Phelan's ability to sense the coming tempest. "How did you know?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and curiosity, the sound barely audible over the roar of the wind. Phelan smiled gently, his eyes reflecting the flickering light of the lightning outside. The trees whispered a warning. They told me of the storm's approach. It was in moments like these that Lyra began to see the world through Phelan's eyes, understanding the deep connection he shared with his surroundings. The trees, the wind, the very earth itself seemed to speak to him, guiding his steps and his heart. Likewise, Phelan learned from Lyra's resilience and her practical approach to challenges, such as when they became lost in a dense thicket. Lyra, with her keen analytical mind, crafted a compass from local materials, its needle fashioned from a shard of crystal she had brought as a keepsake. She guided them back to the familiar path, her determination a beacon of clarity in the tangled maze of foliage. Their journey was not just one of physical exploration, but of internal discovery as well. Lyra grappled with her own hesitations, the rigid expectations of her world clashing with the freedom and spontaneity of Silvara. She found herself questioning the values she had been taught, wondering if there were other ways to live, to feel, to be. The vibrant life of Silvara tugged at emotions she had long kept buried, and with Phelan's gentle encouragement, she began to embrace the uncertainty and beauty of the world around her. Phelan, in turn, faced his own challenges. He had always been a dreamer, his heart yearning for connection beyond the confines of his home. Yet, Lyra's presence forced him to confront the limits of his understanding, to see the world not just through the eyes of a Silvaran, but through the prism of her experiences. Her logical approach and calm demeanor offered him a new perspective, a way to ground his dreams in reality while still reaching for the stars. Their journey took them to the heart of Silvara, where a sacred grove known as the Glimmering Glade lay hidden beneath the canopy. This grove was a place of legend among the Silvarans, where the boundaries between the earthly realm and the celestial world were said to blur. The air was thick with magic, a tingling sensation that danced across the skin like the softest of breezes. Here Lyra and Phelan paused, the grove's beauty rendering them speechless. Lyra knelt by a pool of crystalline water at the center of the glade, her reflection a kaleidoscope of color. "This place is extraordinary," she whispered, tracing a finger across the water's surface, creating ripples that shimmered with light. Phelan nodded, his voice reverent. "It is said that the Glimmering Glade reflects our deepest truths, showing us who we are beneath the surface." As they sat in the glade, each lost in their thoughts, a profound silence enveloped them. A silence not of absence, but of presence, where every heartbeat, every breath seemed to echo with the harmony of the universe. It was in this quietude that Lyra began to comprehend the essence of Silvara, the symphony of life that sang through every leaf and stone. As days turned to weeks, Lyra and Phelan's misgivings transformed into a bond of mutual respect and admiration. They shared stories of their worlds, laughed over the peculiarities of their cultures, and supported each other through their individual struggles. Lyra learned to appreciate the unpredictable beauty of Silvara, the way life flourished in every corner, unfettered and free. She found joy in the simple pleasures of the land, the way a drop of rain could catch the light and transform into a prism of colors. Phelan, in turn, came to value the stability and clarity that Lyra brought into their adventures. Her logical mind and methodical approach were a source of strength in moments of uncertainty, grounding him in ways he had never known. Together, they formed a harmony that resonated beyond the boundaries of their worlds. One quiet evening, under a sky full of twinkling stars, Phelan suggested they sing a Silvaran song, a tradition to honor the day's end. The stars above glimmered like jewels set against the velvet expanse, their light a gentle caress upon the land. Lyra hesitated at first, for she was not accustomed to such displays of emotion. But as Phelan began to sing, his voice weaving a gentle melody through the night air, Lyra found herself joining in, her crystalline voice creating harmonies that echoed through the forest. In that moment, both realized the true depth of their friendship. It was not the absence of differences that bound them, but the understanding and acceptance of them. They had learned to see each other not just as beings from different worlds, but as companions who had chosen to walk the same path. Their bond solidified further after a poignant encounter with a group of young Silvarans who had gotten lost while exploring the forest. Lyra, with her calm presence and analytical skills, devised a way to signal for help using the reflective properties of her crystal armor, while Phelan comforted the children with gentle songs and stories of bravery and hope. Together, they guided the youngsters back to their village, their teamwork a testament to the strength of their friendship. As Lyra prepared to return to Crystalline, she and Phelan stood together at the edge of the meadow where they had first met. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow over the landscape, the light catching on Lyra's crystalline form and creating a spectacle of colors that danced across the meadow. Phelan reached out, his hand touching Lyra's crystalline fingers, the connection between them a silent testament to their journey. "Thank you, Lyra, for sharing this journey with me," he said softly. "I have learned so much from you." Lyra nodded, her eyes shimmering with a soft light. The lessons of Silvara had etched themselves upon her heart, and the bonds she had formed would remain unbroken. "And I from you, Phelan. Our friendship is a treasure I will carry with me always." With a final embrace, Lyra boarded her spacecraft, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. As she ascended into the sky, the landscape of Silvara spread out below her, a tapestry of green and gold. She looked back at the emerald planet, knowing that she would always carry a piece of Silvara with her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, two unlikely friends taught each other the true meaning of friendship, that it is found not in the absence of differences, but in the love and understanding that bridges them. With this newfound wisdom, their hearts were forever connected, no matter the distance between their worlds. As Lyra's spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, leaving a trail of shimmering light, Phelan gazed up at the sky, his heart filled with a sense of peace and hope, knowing that the bonds they had forged would endure across the endless sea of stars. Story 3. In a far-flung corner of the galaxy, where the stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet night, there lay a quaint little planet known as Lumina. Bathed in gentle hues of lavender and gold, Lumina was a place where the air shimmered with a soft luminescence, and the flora sang in hushed whispers under the glow of twin moons. It was here, in the lush meadows of Lumina, that our story begins. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming starflowers, their petals glowing softly under the ethereal light. As the gentle breeze rustled through the iridescent leaves, a symphony of nature's whispers filled the atmosphere, creating a melodious harmony that seemed to cradle the very essence of Lumina. The grass beneath one's feet was lush and cool, each blade a delicate strand of vibrant green that tickled as it bowed beneath the weight of a wanderer's step. The sky above was a canvas of ever-shifting colors, the twin moons casting a serene glow that painted the landscape in shades of dreams. The twin moons, Arya and Leora, hung like ancient sentinels, their presence a comforting rhythm in the lives of Lumina's inhabitants. In this serene setting, a small furry creature named Nilo ambled along a winding path. Nilo was a Lumian, a species known for their kind hearts and curious nature. His fur, a soft blend of moonlit silver and deep indigo, glistened as he moved with a quiet grace. Nilo's large, expressive eyes were filled with wonder as he explored the world around him, always eager to learn and discover new things. His gentle heart held a longing for knowledge and understanding, traits that were as much a part of him as the stars were to the night sky. Nilo's days were often spent wandering the meadows, where the flora whispered tales of old to those who listened. He would pause to touch the delicate petals of starflowers, feeling their warmth and hearing their soft songs, a language only a Lumian could truly understand. His nights were filled with dreams of stars and distant lands, vivid and enchanting, leaving him with an unquenchable thirst for answers. These dreams held a mystery that tugged at his soul, urging him to seek answers. On this particular day, Nilo was on his way to the Great Grove, a sacred place where the oldest trees of Lumina stood like guardians of ancient secrets. The grove's towering trees, their bark etched with the stories of millennia, whispered tales of wisdom to those who were willing to listen. Legends whispered of the grove's ability to grant wisdom to those who approached with an open heart. Nilo hoped to gain insight into the dreams that had been visiting him lately, dreams of stars and distant lands, visions that painted his nights with images of places unknown yet strangely familiar. As he meandered through the meadow, Nilo suddenly paused, his ears twitching at an unfamiliar sound. A low, rhythmic hum filled the air, growing louder with each passing moment. The sound was unlike anything Nilo had ever heard, a symphony of mechanical precision intertwined with the natural harmony of Lumina. It was as if the very fabric of his world was being woven with threads of something foreign and intriguing. Curious, Nilo followed the sound until he reached a small clearing. There, amidst the vibrant blooms, was a sleek, metallic craft, a spaceship, unlike anything Nilo had ever seen. The craft shimmered in the moonlight, its surface a smooth expanse of polished metal that reflected the lavender and gold hues of Lumina's sky. Just as Nilo was about to retreat into the safety of the trees, a hatch on the craft hissed open, and out stepped a tall, slender figure with skin that shimmered like liquid silver. It was a Quellian, a species known for their technological prowess and logical minds. The Quellian's name was Solon, and he had traveled from his home planet of Quelor on a mission of exploration and understanding. Solon's eyes, a deep blue like the expanse of space itself, glinted with intelligence and a hint of curiosity. As he surveyed the vibrant landscape of Lumina, his expression softened, a rare glimpse of emotion crossing his usually composed features. Nilo and Solon regarded each other with mutual curiosity, each seeing in the other a being from a world vastly different from their own. Nilo felt a flutter of apprehension, yet also an indescribable pull of fascination. Solon, though initially focused on his mission, couldn't help but be intrigued by the Lumian's gentle demeanor and the tranquil beauty of Lumina. "Greetings," Nilo ventured, his voice soft as the breeze. "I am Nilo." Solon nodded, his voice resonant and calm, carrying the weight of countless stars. "I am Solon, traveler from Quelor. I mean no harm." For a moment they stood in silence, the air filled with the scent of blooming starflowers. Despite their differences, an unspoken understanding began to form between them. It was as if the universe itself had woven their paths together on this serene planet. As days turned into nights, Nilo and Solon found themselves spending time together, sharing stories of their worlds. Nilo spoke of Lumina's enchanted forests and the melodies of the wind, while Solon described the crystalline cities of Quelor and the starships that sailed the cosmos. Though their cultures were vastly different, they discovered a common thread in their love for exploration and learning. During their walks, Solon marveled at the way the flora seemed to communicate with one another, their whispers forming an intricate tapestry of sound that resonated with the planet itself. He often paused to examine the unique properties of Lumina's plants, taking notes with a device that emitted a soft, pulsating light. This fascinated Nilo, who watched with wide eyes, eager to understand the strange technology. In turn, Nilo introduced Solon to the Lumian practice of stargazing, a nightly ritual that connected them to the universe and its infinite mysteries. Yet misunderstandings were bound to arise. One afternoon, as they wandered through the grove, Solon began to take detailed scans of the ancient trees. His device emitted a soft hum, casting a gentle glow that mirrored the light of Lumina's twin moons. Nilo, misunderstanding the purpose, felt a pang of protectiveness, fearing that Solon might harm the sacred grove. "Why do you take from the trees?" Nilo asked, his voice tinged with worry, his eyes wide with concern. Solon paused, realizing his actions had been misinterpreted. "I do not take, dear Nilo. I simply learn. These scans help me understand without causing harm." Nilo's fur bristled then relaxed, understanding dawning upon him. "Forgive me, Solon. I forgot that learning can take many forms." This small misunderstanding became a profound lesson in communication and trust. It taught them to seek clarity and to always assume the best of one another, a lesson that would prove invaluable in the trials to come. One evening, as they sat beneath the luminous canopy of the great grove, a sudden tremor shook the ground. The very trees seemed to shiver as a strange, creeping darkness began to spread from the heart of the grove. It was an ancient blight, a shadow that had lain dormant for centuries, now awakened by a shift in the planetary energies. Panic gripped the creatures of Lumina, for the blight threatened to consume the life-giving light of their world. Nilo felt a deep sorrow, but also a resolve to protect his home. Solon, too, was determined to help, driven by a newfound bond with Nilo and a respect for the beauty of Lumina. Together, they set off on a quest to find the source of the blight. Nilo's intimate knowledge of the land and Solon's advanced technology combined in perfect harmony, guiding them through the perilous journey. They faced many challenges, treacherous ravines cloaked in mist and creatures made restless by the spreading shadow, but with each hurdle their friendship deepened. Their journey took them to the edge of Lumina's vast oceans, where the water glimmered under the twin moons like liquid stardust. Here, Nilo and Solon encountered an ancient guardian of the sea, a creature of immense wisdom and grace. The guardian, a being of translucent scales and eyes that held the depth of the seas, spoke of the balance that must be restored, of the harmony that had been disrupted by the blight. One particularly daunting night, as they camped under the stars, Nilo felt a wave of doubt. The stars above seemed to flicker uncertainly, as if reflecting his inner turmoil. What if we cannot stop it, Solon? What if Lumina fades into darkness? Solon placed a reassuring hand on Nilo's shoulder, his voice steady and warm, a beacon in the night. We have already brought light to each other's worlds, Nilo. Together, we can find a way to share that light with Lumina. Buoyed by Solon's unwavering confidence, Nilo felt the warmth of hope rekindle within him. It was a moment of mutual support, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, friendship could light the way. Their journey eventually led them to the heart of the Blight, a cavern pulsing with an ominous energy. Here, Solon's technology detected a disruption in the planet's natural harmony, a rift between realms that needed mending. Nilo, with his innate connection to Lumina, understood the delicate balance required. Together, they devised a plan. Using Solon's equipment, they channeled Nilo's Lumian energy, weaving it into a tapestry of light that began to heal the rift. It was a delicate dance, requiring trust and cooperation, but slowly the darkness receded, the Blight's grip loosening until it vanished entirely. With the balance restored, Lumina's light shone brighter than ever, the trees of the great grove singing in gratitude. The creatures of Lumina emerged from their hiding places, their hearts lifted by the return of peace. As Nilo and Solon stood side by side, bathed in the gentle glow of twin moons, they realized the true meaning of their journey. It was not merely the adventure or the triumph over adversity that mattered, but the bond they had forged, a friendship that transcended the stars. In the days that followed, Solon prepared to return to Quelor, his heart full of the wisdom and warmth he had found on Lumina. Nilo, too, felt a bittersweet tug at the thought of parting, but he knew their friendship would endure, a bridge between worlds. "Thank you, Nilo," Solon said, his voice a gentle melody, "for teaching me that even the smallest light can illuminate the darkest path." "And thank you, Solon," Nilo replied, his eyes shining like the stars, "for showing me that friendship is the greatest treasure of all." With a promise to keep their hearts open and their paths intertwined, they bid each other farewell. As Solon's ship ascended into the starlit sky, Nilo watched, his heart filled with a profound peace. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the twin moons, the unlikely companions, one of fur and one of silver light, discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that would forever echo across the universe. In the quiet that followed, Lumina's meadows whispered their gentle song, and the great grove stood as a testament to the power of unity and the enduring light of friendship. The planet of Lumina, with its lavender skies and golden hues, remained a beacon of hope and harmony, its stories passed down through generations, a reminder that even the smallest acts of understanding and compassion could change the course of worlds. As the echoes of their adventure became tales told around fires and under the starlit sky, the essence of Nilo and Solon's journey lived on. New generations of Lumians and Quellians would hear of the bond that once bridged the stars, inspired to seek understanding and friendship beyond the familiar horizons of their own worlds. And in the heart of Lumina, the great grove continued to stand, its ancient trees whispering tales of friendship to all who would listen, forever honoring the legacy of a Lumian and a Quellian who taught the universe the true meaning of unity. In the years that followed, Lumina's landscape evolved, its inhabitants forever changed by the encounter with the Quellian traveler. Solon's visit sparked a newfound curiosity among the Lumians, inspiring them to explore beyond their world. They began to craft vessels of their own, simple yet elegant, using materials gifted by the land and sea. With Solon's guidance, Lumian ships ventured out, not to conquer, but to connect, to learn, and to share the light of Lumina with the universe. Nilo, now considered a sage among his people, often recounted his adventures with Solon, his eyes alight with the wisdom of his experiences. He taught the young Lumians about the importance of understanding and cooperation, of seeing beyond the surface to the heart of things. Under his guidance, the great grove became a hub of learning, a place where stories were shared and knowledge was exchanged. Solon, upon returning to Quelor, brought with him the tales of Lumina and its inhabitants. His people, known for their logic and technology, found inspiration in the Lumians' harmonious relationship with nature. The Quellians, too, began to look beyond the confines of their crystalline cities, seeking a balance between technology and the natural world. Years later, a grand gathering took place on Lumina, a convergence of species from across the galaxy. Representatives from various worlds came together, drawn by the stories of Nilo and Solin's friendship. It was a celebration of unity, of the bonds that transcend boundaries. Under the glow of the twin moons, they exchanged ideas, shared their cultures, and vowed to uphold the legacy of understanding and peace. As the gathering drew to a close, Nilo and Solon stood together once more, their hearts full of hope and gratitude. They knew that their journey was but the beginning, a catalyst for change that would ripple across the stars. And as they looked up at the vast expanse of the night sky, they understood that their friendship had indeed become a beacon, lighting the way for future generations. Lumina itself thrived, its meadows and forests growing ever more vibrant under the care of its people. The planet became a sanctuary, a place where beings from all walks of life could come to find solace and inspiration. The great grove, with its ancient trees and whispering leaves, continued to tell the tales of Nilo and Solon, of a friendship that forever changed the course of worlds. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of Arya and Leora, Lumina remained a symbol of hope and harmony, its stories carried across the galaxy, a testament to the enduring power of unity and the light of friendship. Story 4. In the quaint village of Whispering Pines, nestled between the gentle slopes of Emerald Hills and the whispering winds of the northern woods, there lay a cozy little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-clad walls. The ivy crawled in intricate patterns as if nature itself had painted them on the walls, lending the cottage an air of timelessness. This was home to a young girl named Lucy, whose days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, listening to the birds' morning songs, a symphony of chirps and trills that welcomed each dawn, and watching the sun paint the sky in hues of tangerine and lavender as it set beyond the hills. Lucy had always felt connected to the rhythms of nature, her heart dancing in time with the fluttering leaves and her soul drinking in the vibrant colors of the world around her. Her garden was a sanctuary of life, with rows of marigolds and daisies bursting with color, their sweet fragrance mingling with the earthy scent of freshly turned soil. Her hands, always gentle and nurturing, seemed to coax life from the earth itself, and she found peace in the simple act of watching her plants grow. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves danced lazily to the ground in a swirling ballet, Lucy ventured beneath the grand old oak tree, its branches a tangled canopy of wisdom and history. The air was filled with the musky scent of fallen leaves and the crisp promise of the coming winter. As she gathered chestnuts, their smooth shells cool against her skin, Lucy stumbled upon something unusual. There, half buried in a mound of golden leaves, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of vines and stars, its surface glimmering faintly under the soft sunlight filtering through the branches. Curious, Lucy brushed the leaves aside with fingers that tingled with anticipation and opened the box with care. Inside, nestled on a bed of deep green velvet, lay a small golden acorn. It seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth, and as Lucy held it in her hand, a peculiar sensation of comfort and joy washed over her, as if the acorn knew her heart's deepest wishes and dreams. As she marveled at her find, a soft voice drifted through the air like a gentle breeze. "Ah, you found the heart of the oak," it said, melodious and kind. Startled, Lucy turned to see a tiny figure perched on a branch above. It was a sprite, no taller than a sparrow, with gossamer wings that shimmered like morning dew in the sunlight, casting tiny rainbows on the leaves around her. "I am Fay," said the sprite, fluttering down to Lucy's shoulder. Her touch was as light as a feather. "The heart of the oak is a gift from the forest, given only to those with pure hearts. It holds a magic that can unlock the wonders of nature, but only if used with wisdom and care." Lucy listened, her eyes wide with wonder and a flicker of excitement igniting within her. "What should I do with it?" she asked, cradling the acorn gently, its warmth seeping into her skin and filling her with a sense of belonging and purpose. Faye's eyes sparkled with a mixture of mischief and ancient wisdom. That, dear Lucy, is for you to discover. But remember, the greatest magic lies not in the acorn, but within yourself. With Faye's words echoing in her mind, Lucy felt a stirring of adventure she had never known before. She decided to set out on a journey to explore the secrets of the heart of the oak. Her first stop was the village elder, Old Ben, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees that surrounded them. Old Ben lived in a quaint cottage at the edge of the village, where the forest's edge kissed the sky, and the air was always tinged with the aroma of pine needles and the distant sea. As Lucy approached, she was greeted by the gentle aroma of spiced tea and the sound of crackling firewood that seemed to sing of tales long forgotten. Old Ben, with his kind eyes and a beard as white and flowing as winter snow, welcomed her with a warm smile that melted the chill of the morning. His presence was comforting, like an old, beloved book filled with stories waiting to be shared. "I see you have found something remarkable," he said, nodding towards the acorn that glowed softly in Lucy's hands. "The heart of the oak is a treasure indeed. It can bring forth the gifts of the forest, but it cannot be used for selfish desires. Its magic thrives on harmony and balance." Lucy spent the afternoon with Old Ben, sipping tea by the fire, as he shared stories of the forest's ancient magic and the importance of living in harmony with nature. The flickering flames painted shadows on the walls, echoing the dance of leaves outside. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the world in shades of twilight, Lucy felt a newfound sense of purpose blossoming within her. The following day, Lucy ventured deeper into the forest, accompanied by Faye and a gentle breeze that carried the scent of pine and earth, whispering secrets in her ear. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the distant call of owls, their hoots echoing like ancient chants through the trees. She soon encountered a family of foxes, their fur glowing like embers in the dappled sunlight. The foxes, curious and wise, led her to a hidden glade where the forest's magic was most potent. In the heart of the glade stood a majestic oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, as if reaching for the stars themselves. Lucy approached the tree, feeling the warmth of the golden acorn intensify in her palm. As if guided by an unseen hand, she placed the acorn at the base of the tree, whispering a silent wish for the well-being of all creatures. To her astonishment, the ground around the oak shimmered with life. Flowers bloomed in vibrant colors, their petals soft as silk, and the air filled with the melodic chorus of birdsong, a harmonious tune that spoke of joy and renewal. Lucy felt a deep connection with the world around her, as if she had become one with the forest itself, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the earth. As the days turned to weeks, Lucy's bond with the forest grew stronger. She learned to listen to the trees' whispers, to feel the heartbeat of the earth beneath her feet, and to appreciate the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded her. She discovered new paths through the woods, guided by the laughter of streams and the rustle of leaves, each step taking her deeper into the heart of nature's wonders. The heart of the oak had indeed unlocked a wondrous magic, but it was the wisdom and kindness within Lucy that truly brought it to life. With the help of her newfound friends, Faye, the foxes, and Old Ben, Lucy became a guardian of the forest, ensuring its harmony and balance. She shared her knowledge with the villagers, teaching them the importance of respecting and cherishing the natural world. Her lessons spread like ripples in a pond, touching the hearts of all who listened. One evening, as the village gathered for a festival celebrating the harvest, Lucy stood before them, her heart full of gratitude. The air was alive with the sound of laughter and music, and the scent of roasted chestnuts and spiced cider filled the night. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lucy's heart swelled with joy, knowing that her journey had not only changed her life, but had also touched the lives of all who called the forest home. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, casting their silvery light across the village, Lucy sat by her window, the golden acorn resting on her bedside table. The gentle night breeze carried with it the sweet scent of blooming flowers and the soft rustle of leaves, a reminder of the magic that lay within the heart of the forest and within herself. With a contented sigh, she closed her eyes, knowing that the wonders of nature were only a heartbeat away, waiting to be discovered anew with each dawn. As the winter months approached, the village of Whispering Pines was transformed into a picturesque scene from a snow globe. The hills were draped in a quilt of pristine white snow, and the air was crisp and filled with the scent of burning wood. Inside her cozy cottage, Lucy sat by the crackling fireplace, knitting scarves and mittens for the villagers with wool that bore the scent of lavender and thyme from the sachets she stored with it. Her thoughts often drifted back to her journey and the magical acorn that now rested in a place of honor on her mantle. Every evening, she would hold the acorn close, feeling its warmth pulse gently in her hands, a constant reminder of the wonders she had witnessed and the responsibilities she had embraced. One particularly cold evening, as the wind howled outside and the windows rattled in their frames, Fay appeared, her wings shimmering with an iridescent glow that seemed to light up the entire room. "Lucy," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of crystal bells, "the forest is calling. The heart of the oak has one more secret to reveal." Intrigued and a little apprehensive, Lucy bundled up in her warmest cloak and followed Fay into the moonlit forest. The snow crunched beneath her boots, and her breath formed small clouds in the air. The woodland creatures seemed to acknowledge her presence, their eyes twinkling like tiny stars in the darkness. Fay led her to the majestic oak tree once more, its branches now heavy with snow, yet still exuding the strength and wisdom that had first drawn Lucy to it. As she approached, Lucy noticed a soft glow emanating from the base of the tree. There, nestled in the snow, was the heart of the oak, casting a warm, golden light that melted the surrounding snow into a circle of glistening water. Kneeling down, Lucy gently picked up the acorn. The warmth spread through her, dispelling the chill of the winter night. As she held it, the ground beneath her began to hum with a gentle vibration, and the oak tree above seemed to sigh, releasing a flurry of snowflakes that danced in the air like tiny stars. Fay landed lightly on Lucy's shoulder, her voice filled with wonder. "The heart has chosen you, Lucy. You are now the keeper of the forest's secrets, the protector of its magic." A sense of awe and responsibility washed over Lucy. She realized that her journey was far from over. The heart of the oak had entrusted her with a sacred duty, and she vowed to honor it. The forest, with all its beauty and mystery, was now a part of her, woven into the very fabric of her being. With a newfound sense of purpose and determination, Lucy returned to her cottage, the acorn glowing gently in her hand. As she lay in bed that night, she dreamed of the seasons to come, of the vibrant life that would once again awaken in spring, and of the endless wonders that awaited her in the heart of the forest. The next morning, the village was abuzz with news of Lucy's new role as the guardian of Whispering Pines. Villagers came to her with questions and requests for guidance on how to live in harmony with the forest. Lucy, ever patient and kind, would take time to walk with them through the woods, showing them the delicate balance of nature and teaching them the language of the trees. One day, as Lucy wandered through the forest, she came across a clearing she had never seen before. It was a place of ethereal beauty, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy in a cascade of golden beams, and the air was alive with the hum of bees and the soft flutter of butterfly wings. In the center of the clearing stood a stone altar, ancient and worn, covered in moss and lichen. Intrigued, Lucy approached, feeling the acorn pulse with warmth in her pocket. As she stood before the altar, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, and the air was filled with the sound of a soft, melodic hum. It was as if the forest itself was singing to her, calling her to action. Lucy placed the acorn on the altar and closed her eyes, allowing the song of the forest to fill her senses. In that moment, she felt a deep connection to the earth, to the trees and the creatures that called it home. The forest's magic flowed through her, and she understood that she was not just a guardian, but a part of the forest itself. With this newfound understanding, Lucy returned to the village, her heart filled with the forest's song. She shared her experience with the villagers, encouraging them to listen to the world around them, to find their own connection to the earth. Her words resonated deeply, and the villagers began to see the forest with new eyes, understanding the importance of their relationship with nature. As the seasons changed, so too did the village. The people of Whispering Pines began to live in harmony with the land, planting new trees to replace those they took, and caring for the creatures that shared their home. The village thrived, and the forest flourished, its magic nurturing all who lived within its embrace. And so the legend of Lucy, the guardian of Whispering Pines, began to spread beyond the village, carried by the wind and whispered by the trees. A tale of magic and wonder, of a girl who listened to the heart of nature and found her own place within its embrace. A story that would be told for generations to come, inspiring all who heard it to find their own connection to the world around them. In the years that followed, Lucy's influence only grew. She organized seasonal gatherings where villagers and creatures of the forest alike would come together to celebrate the cycles of nature. These gatherings became a cherished tradition, marked by dances around the towering oak and songs that celebrated the unity between the village and the forest. Lucy also began to teach the children of the village, guiding them into the heart of the woods, where they learned to recognize the call of each bird and the significance of every rustling leaf. Under her care, the children grew up with a deep respect for the world around them, ensuring that the legacy of harmony would endure through the generations. As Lucy herself grew older, her connection to the forest only deepened. Her hair, once the hue of chestnuts, turned to silver, reflecting the wisdom within her. Yet her spirit remained as vibrant and youthful as the day she first discovered the heart of the oak. She often sat beneath the ancient tree, the golden acorn resting in her lap, as she listened to the stories the wind carried and the secrets whispered by the leaves. On a serene spring morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the hills, Lucy felt a gentle tug at her heart. Rising from her favorite spot beneath the oak, she sensed that it was time to pass on the heart of the oak. With Faye by her side, she called upon the villagers and led them to the hidden glade where the altar stood waiting. There, before all who had gathered, Lucy placed the golden acorn on the altar once more. The forest seemed to hold its breath, and the air shimmered with anticipation. As the first rays of sunlight broke through the canopy, the acorn began to glow, casting a warm light that enveloped the glade. With tears of joy and gratitude in her eyes, Lucy turned to face the villagers. "The heart of the oak belongs to all of us," she declared, her voice steady and filled with warmth. "Let us continue to cherish it, to nurture the magic of this forest, and to pass on its secrets to those who come after us." As the villagers pledged their commitment to the forest and its wonders, the oak tree seemed to nod in approval, its branches swaying gently in the breeze. Lucy knew that her journey had come full circle, and as she looked around at the faces of those she had come to love, she felt a profound sense of peace. The legend of Lucy, the guardian of Whispering Pines, would continue to inspire the village for generations to come. Her story became a timeless reminder of the power of harmony, the beauty of nature, and the magic that resides within every heart that listens to the whispers of the world. And as the seasons turned, the village and the forest flourished side by side, forever entwined in the dance of life. Story 5. In a distant corner of the universe, where stars twinkled like scattered jewels on a velvet curtain of night, lay the bustling spaceport known as Celestia Crossing. This vibrant hub was a kaleidoscope of life, where the edges of the galaxy blurred into a tapestry of colors and cultures, with travelers from countless worlds gathering in harmony, or at least attempting to. The air was thick with the scent of exotic spices and the hum of alien dialects, while the ground vibrated with the rhythmic footsteps of countless beings, creating a symphony of diversity. Among these travelers was a young, curious creature named Lina, from the lush, water-laden planet of Nida. Lina was a Nadian, a species known for their gentle, translucent fins and deep connection with water, which they carried with them in intricate, shimmering patterns on their skin. Her skin glistened under the artificial lights of Celestia Crossing, reflecting hues of blue and green like an ocean touched by sunlight. The atmosphere was alive with vibrant energy. The flickering neon signs illuminating the port cast playful shadows that danced across Lina's face, mirroring the flicker of excitement in her eyes. She wandered the docks with wide eyes, her heart filled with the thrill of discovery and a tinge of nervousness. This was her first journey beyond the soothing seas of Nida, and everything here felt both wondrous and overwhelming. The spaceport was a marvel in itself, a sprawling complex of sleek, metallic structures interwoven with organic elements from various planets. Glass walkways arched over bustling thoroughfares, offering glimpses of ships taking flight against the backdrop of a starlit sky. Holographic displays hovered in midair, providing travelers with directions in a myriad of languages, their colors shifting like a kaleidoscope. Lina's senses were bombarded by the constant flux of activity. The scent of roasted zula nuts from a distant stall mingled with the sound of a street performer playing an ethereal melody on a crystal harp. In the depths of Lina's heart stirred a longing for adventure that had lain dormant for years, ignited by stories of distant worlds told by the elders of Nida. Her people, though deeply connected to their watery home, sometimes yearned for the mysteries beyond their seas. Lina had always been captivated by these tales, the way they painted the cosmos as a vast ocean of stars, each one a potential friend or foe, a new story waiting to unfold. Her parents, gentle souls who had never left Nida, had blessed her journey with a mixture of pride and worry, their parting gifts a small vial of Nidian water and a pendant of ocean stones, symbols of their love and hopes. Lina's thoughts were interrupted by the vibrant display of a nearby marketplace. Stalls lined the avenue, each one a treasure trove of artifacts and curiosities from across the galaxy. The vendors called out in melodic chants, their voices weaving through the air like tendrils of smoke. Lina's eyes were drawn to a stall selling delicate jewelry crafted from the iridescent scales of a creature native to the gas giant Jorala. The scales shimmered in the light, changing color with every angle, much like the surface of Nida's seas. On the same dock, but from a contrastingly different world, was a being named Torvin. Hailing from the rocky, wind-swept planet of Kraglon, Torvin was a Kraglonian, sturdy and resilient, with skin as tough and craggy as his homeland's jagged cliffs. His presence was as solid as the stones he cherished, his eyes a stormy gray that spoke of endurance and strength. The air around him seemed to hum with the earthy scent of his homeland, a reminder of the grounded existence he had left behind. His people valued fortitude, and Torvin carried himself with the assurance of one who had weathered many storms. Torvin's journey was not one of choice, but of necessity. A geomancer by trade, he had been tasked with finding new mineral sources to sustain the burgeoning industries of Kraglon. His heart, though loyal to his home, bore the weight of this responsibility with a quiet stoicism. Each rock he collected told a tale of its own, whispering secrets of the universe that only someone with his experience could decipher. The minerals were his connection to Kraglon, the tangible essence of his mission, and a promise to his kin that he would return with the resources they needed to thrive. As Torvin navigated the spaceport, his senses were assaulted by the unfamiliar. The air was too humid, the scents too sweet, a stark contrast to the dry, mineral-rich winds of Kraglon. Yet, there was also a sense of awe as he observed the technological marvels and diverse cultures converging around him. He paused at a stall selling crystalline structures from the ice planet of Glaria, each piece a frozen testament to the planet's bitter cold and ethereal beauty. Their meeting was unexpected and fraught with misunderstanding. The spaceport pulsed with activity, a symphony of clattering machinery and distant conversations. Lina, unfamiliar with the bustling customs, accidentally knocked over a stack of Torvin's meticulously packed mineral samples, sending them clattering across the metallic floor. The sound echoed like thunder in the vast docking bay, drawing the attention of nearby travelers, a sudden interruption that felt like a ripple disturbing the stillness of a pond. "Oh, I am so sorry," Lina exclaimed, her voice as fluid and melodic as the streams of her home world. She scrambled to help, her fins fluttering with earnestness, as if they were capturing the air in an attempt to soothe the chaos she had caused. Her hands moved with the grace of a gentle tide, her touch as light as a whisper. Torvin, initially bristling with irritation, watched as the delicate Nidian attempted to gather the scattered pieces. He had heard of her kind, soft, gentle, perhaps a little fragile. "Careful," he grumbled, his voice as gruff as the winds of Kraglon, yet beneath it lay a note of curiosity. "These aren't just rocks, they tell the story of my world." Lina paused, her fingers hovering over the minerals, feeling the rough texture against her smooth skin. Her large, limpid eyes met Torvin's, a silent plea for understanding. The minerals, each uniquely marked with the history of Torvin's world, seemed to resonate with an energy that Lina found compelling. "I didn't mean to disrupt your story," she said softly, her sincerity calming the storm of Torvin's frustration. Her words, like a gentle tide, began to erode the barriers between them. As they worked together to collect the samples, Torvin found himself watching Lina more closely. Her touch was light, almost reverent, as if she truly understood the significance of the minerals. In her world, every drop of water held a tale, and she respected the stories told by these stones. Torvin noticed how Lina's presence seemed to soften the harsh lines of the spaceport, her aura a soothing balm to the frenetic energy surrounding them. This unlikely beginning set the stage for a journey neither had anticipated. When a sudden solar flare disrupted travel, Lina and Torvin found themselves stranded at Celestia Crossing for several days. Despite their differences, they decided to explore the port together, each offering a glimpse into their respective worlds. Lina led Torvin to the port's hydro garden, a place where sprays of water arched gracefully over bioluminescent plants that glowed in a spectrum of colors. The air was filled with the sweet, earthy scent of blooming flora and the gentle whisper of water cascading over stones. "In Nida, everything flows together," she explained, guiding Torvin's hand to feel the cool mist that kissed the air. "Our lives are woven with the tides and currents." The garden was a sanctuary, a reminder of her home and the serene unity that water embodied. Torvin, in turn, took Lina to the geological exhibit, where rocks from across the galaxy were displayed like precious artifacts. He showed her the hardened crusts of volcanic planets and the crystalline structures of frozen worlds. The air was thick with the earthy scent of minerals, and the stones seemed to hum with ancient energy. "On Kraglon, we learned to stand firm," he said, his voice softening with a rare tenderness. "We draw strength from the earth beneath us." As they shared these experiences, mutual misunderstandings began to dissolve. Lina learned that Torvin's gruffness was not unkindness, but a shield born of necessity. Torvin, in turn, discovered that Lina's softness was not weakness, but a strength of compassion and empathy. Their explorations forged a bond, each moment a step towards understanding and mutual respect. Their bond was tested when a malfunction in the spaceport systems threatened to flood the docking bay with electromagnetic interference, potentially damaging all equipment and stranding them indefinitely. The port staff was overwhelmed, and panic began to ripple among the travelers, like a wave of unease. Lina, recalling the harmonious flow of her home waters, suggested a solution. "If we redirect the energy channels, we can create a path for the interference to disperse harmlessly," she proposed, her fingers tracing the air as if sketching currents, her mind visualizing the invisible paths of energy. Torvin, accustomed to physical solutions, hesitated. But seeing the trust in Lina's eyes, he nodded. "Let's give it a try," he agreed, lending his strength to the task. Together they maneuvered through the labyrinthine corridors of the port, the air crackling with tension and the distant hum of machinery. Lina's intuitive understanding of flow merged with Torvin's practical knowledge of structure, creating a synergy that neither had expected. As they labored side by side, a deep sense of camaraderie blossomed between them. With each passing moment, their differences became their strengths, a testament to the power of unity in diversity. Their fingers danced over the controls, guided by a shared vision, a silent communication that transcended words. In the end, their efforts proved successful. The crisis averted, their fellow travelers cheered, and the port staff expressed their gratitude. Lina and Torvin stood together, exhausted but triumphant, their differences now the foundation of a newfound friendship. The docking bay buzzed with relief and admiration, their collaboration a beacon of hope in the vast expanse of the cosmos. As their ships finally prepared to depart, Lina turned to Torvin. "You know," she said with a gentle smile, "water may yield, but it can carve through stone over time." Torvin chuckled, a warm sound like the rumble of distant thunder, his eyes softened with a newfound warmth. "And stone may appear unyielding, but it can be shaped by the gentle persistence of water." They exchanged tokens, a polished stone from Craglan, and a vial of Nidian water, symbols of their unlikely alliance and the lessons they had learned from one another. As they parted ways, each felt a little richer, having discovered the true meaning of friendship, a blending of strengths, a sharing of stories, and the understanding that even the most disparate beings could find common ground. Before they boarded their respective ships, they took a moment to gaze at the stars above Celestia Crossing. The stars seemed to twinkle with a knowing light, as if they too had witnessed the bond that had formed between the Nidian and the Craglonian. The universe stretched before them, a canvas of endless possibilities, their hearts forever marked by the friendship forged in the heart of the stars. Lina and Torvin departed on their separate journeys, carrying with them the warmth of their bond and the promise of future meetings in the vast, infinite cosmos. As Lina settled into her seat on the shuttle back to Nida, she allowed herself a moment of reflection. The vial of Nidian water around her neck felt heavier, more significant now, infused with the memories of her time at Celestia Crossing. She thought of Torvin, his solid presence, a comforting anchor in the chaos of the port, and realized that her journey had changed her in ways she had never anticipated. The universe felt a little smaller, a little more connected, knowing that somewhere out there, a Craglonian geomancer carried a piece of Nida within him. Meanwhile, Torvin stood on the deck of his ship, the polished stone from Craglan warm in his hand. The stars stretched endlessly before him, whispering promises of new discoveries and uncharted lands. He thought of Lina's gentle strength, her unwavering belief in the harmony of the universe, and felt a quiet determination settle within him. He knew that the minerals he sought were more than just resources. They were the stories of his world, stories that he would now share with a new understanding of the cosmos and the beings within it. Their paths might have diverged, but the bond they had forged at Celestia Crossing would remain, a testament to the power of friendship and the infinite possibilities that lay within the stars. In the vastness of the universe, they were no longer just a Nadian and a Craglonian. They were explorers, storytellers, and friends, forever linked by their shared journey and the lessons they had learned from one another. As the ships drifted into the inky blackness of space, Lina and Torvin each found themselves contemplating the cosmos in a new light. Lina, with her heart attuned to the gentle whispers of water, began to understand the subtle currents that connected all things, weaving an intricate tapestry of existence that transcended species and stars. Her journey had opened her eyes to the vast network of life that pulsed through the universe, a living, breathing entity that embraced diversity and harmony. Torvin, on the other hand, found a new appreciation for the fluidity and adaptability of his surroundings. He realized that the rocks he cherished, though seemingly unchanging, were shaped by the forces around them, just as he had been shaped by his encounter with Lina. The universe was no longer a collection of isolated worlds, but a dynamic interplay of forces, each contributing to the greater whole. Their ships traveled through the star-speckled void, leaving trails of light that intertwined and danced, much like the paths of Lina's flowing waters and Torvin's steadfast stones. Though separated by distance, their hearts remained connected, their friendship a testament to the boundless potential of understanding and cooperation. In the days that followed, Lina and Torvin continued to explore their respective worlds, each enriched by the insights gained from their time together. Lina found herself seeking out new experiences, eager to learn from the diverse beings she encountered, her heart open to the stories they shared. She cherished the memories of Celestia Crossing, the vibrant hub that had brought her and Torvin together, and looked forward to the day when their paths might cross again. Torvin, too, found himself changed by his encounter with Lina. He approached his geomancy with a renewed sense of purpose, seeing the minerals he studied as more than just resources, but as key elements of a greater cosmic narrative. He shared the stories of his world with a new understanding, drawing connections between the seemingly disparate elements of the universe and weaving them into a tapestry of unity and strength. As the universe continued its eternal dance, Lina and Torvin remained bound by their shared journey, their friendship a beacon of hope in the vast expanse of space. The stars, ever watchful, twinkled with a knowing light, as if acknowledging the bond that had formed between the Nidian and the Craglonian. And in the heart of the cosmos, their story persisted, a testament to the power of friendship and the infinite possibilities that lay within the stars. Story 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the sunlight danced through leaves like golden butterflies, there lay a village called Willow Hollow. It was a quaint little place, where the air always smelled of freshly baked bread and wildflowers. The cottages were snug with thatched roofs, and cobblestone paths wound between gardens teeming with marigolds and lavender. A gentle brook ran through the center of the village, its water singing a soft, soothing melody that lulled the villagers to sleep each night. In Willow Hollow, life was simple and sweet, until one day, a curious occurrence began to unsettle the villagers. Every morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, they found their gardens in delightful disarray. Vegetables were rearranged into curious patterns, and flowers seemed to have swapped places overnight. It was as though an unseen artist had playfully rearranged nature's canvas. The villagers were puzzled, but not frightened. Instead, they were intrigued by the mystery of their mischievous gardener. Each morning, they gathered by the brook, sipping steaming cups of herbal tea and sharing stories of the night's transformations. Some thought it was the work of the playful wind, while others suspected the mischievous woodland sprites known to live in the depths of the forest. Among the villagers was a wise old woman named Malus. She was beloved by all for her gentle wisdom and her talent for listening to the whispers of the woods. Her cottage was nestled at the edge of the forest, surrounded by a riot of colorful blooms and a fragrant herb garden. Malus had a special connection with the magical creatures of the forest, and it was whispered that she could even speak their language. One morning, Malus decided it was time to uncover the mystery of the dancing gardens. She invited the villagers to join her at twilight, when the shadows were long and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle. They gathered around her in a circle, their faces glowing in the soft light of the setting sun, eager to see what the night would reveal. As darkness fell, Malus led them to a small clearing at the forest's edge, where the moon cast silvery patterns on the ground. There, she invited everyone to sit and listen to the night. The air was still, but rich with the sound of crickets and the gentle rustle of leaves. Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, came a soft tinkling sound, like chimes stirred by a breeze. Out from the shadows emerged a small group of creatures, no taller than a squirrel, with shimmering wings and eyes that sparkled like dewdrops in the morning sun. They were the woodland sprites, their presence as delicate and enchanting as a lullaby. The villagers watched in awe as the sprites danced through the gardens, rearranging flowers and vegetables in intricate patterns, their movements as fluid and graceful as a gentle stream. Far from being mischievous, their actions were filled with purpose and joy. It was clear they were artists, creating living tapestries under the moonlight. Malus smiled at the villagers, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "The sprites mean no harm," she explained in her soothing voice. "They are weaving their dreams into our gardens, sharing their beauty with us. They come to remind us of the magic that surrounds us, even in the simplest of things." The villagers nodded, their hearts warmed by the wisdom of the old woman and the charm of the sprites. They realized that sometimes it was easy to forget the magic in everyday life, but the sprites had gifted them a reminder crafted from nature's own palette. With dawn approaching, Malus approached the leader of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings as delicate as gossamer. In a voice as soft as a whisper, she spoke to them in their own language, thanking them for their art and inviting them to continue their nightly visits. The sprite leader nodded, a smile playing on their lips, and with a flutter of wings, the sprites vanished into the forest, leaving behind a garden more beautiful than ever before. From that day on, the villagers embraced the nightly transformations, waking each morning to a new masterpiece. They learned to see the world through the eyes of the sprites, finding wonder in every petal, every leaf, every drop of dew. The mystery of the dancing gardens became a cherished part of village life, a gentle reminder of the magic that exists when we open our hearts to the beauty around us. And as the villagers drifted to sleep each night, they did so with a sense of peace, knowing they were part of a world where even the smallest creatures could teach the greatest lessons. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, the village of Willow Hollow rested soundly, cradled in the arms of the whispering woods, where magic lingered in every leaf and every shadow, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and whispering streams, there lived a young girl named Aurora. Though her life seemed ordinary, she harbored a secret only the forest knew. For you see, Aurora possessed a magical gift, the ability to understand the language of nature. As she wandered through the verdant woods, the gentle rustling of leaves whispered wondrous tales in her ears. The tinkling of the brook spoke of adventures untold, and the chirping of birds unveiled the mysteries of the skies above. It was a world within a world, a hidden realm where Aurora felt truly at home. One crisp autumn day, as Aurora sat cross-legged beside the gurgling stream, she noticed something peculiar. A glint of light caught her eye, dancing among the pebbles and refracting like 1,000 tiny rainbows. Curiosity piqued. She reached into the cool water and retrieved a smooth, oval-shaped stone unlike any she had seen before. As her fingers traced its surface, a warmth seemed to emanate from the stone, pulsing with a gentle rhythm. Aurora gasped in awe as the stone began to glow, bathing her in a soft, golden light. In that moment, she knew this was no ordinary pebble. It was a magical object, imbued with ancient power. Aurora cradled the stone close to her chest, her mind whirling with possibilities. What wonders could this enchanted talisman hold? What secrets lay dormant within its depths? With a newfound sense of purpose, she tucked the stone into the pocket of her dress and set off on a journey that would change her life forever. The path ahead was not an easy one. Aurora encountered challenges at every turn, from treacherous mountain passes to dense, unforgiving forests. But with the stone's warmth as her guide, she pressed onward, determined to unlock its mysteries. Along the way, she met a peculiar yet loyal companion, a wise old oak tree named Oakley. Though he could not move from his roots, Oakley's vast knowledge and keen insights proved invaluable. Together they forged an unlikely friendship, defying expectations and discovering that true bonds can transcend even the most profound differences. As Aurora's quest unfolded, she learned that the stone was more than just a magical object. It was a key to a hidden world within the very heart of nature itself. With Oakley's guidance and her own unwavering spirit, she began to unravel the secrets of this extraordinary realm, where the line between reality and fantasy blurred. In this enchanted world, Aurora encountered wondrous beings and encountered riddles that tested her wit and courage. She befriended a mischievous pixie named Zephyr, who became her constant companion, and solved the mystery of the ancient stone circle that guarded the entrance to the hidden realm. With each challenge overcome, Aurora felt herself changing, growing stronger, wiser, and more attuned to the rhythms of the natural world around her. Her journey was not merely physical, but a transformative odyssey of the soul, leading her to discover the true depths of her own resilience and potential. As the days turned to weeks and the seasons shifted, Aurora's understanding of the stone's power deepened. She learned that it was a conduit, a bridge between the human world and the realm of nature spirits. With its aid, she could communicate with the very essence of the forest, the rivers, and the mountains themselves. However, Aurora's quest was not without its dangers. A malevolent force, a dark entity that sought to disrupt the delicate balance of nature, set its sights on her and the powerful stone. In a climactic confrontation, Aurora found herself pitted against this formidable foe, her newfound abilities and the bonds of friendship forged along the way her only weapons. In a breathtaking display of courage and determination, Aurora harnessed the stone's power and called upon the very forces of nature to aid her. The earth trembled, the winds howled, and the waters raged, all united in a symphony of defiance against the forces of darkness. In the end, Aurora emerged victorious, her spirit tempered by the trials she had faced, and her understanding of the natural world forever changed. The stone, its purpose fulfilled, returned to its rightful place, a beacon of hope and a testament to the enduring power of nature's resilience. As Aurora returned to her village, she carried with her more than just the memories of her incredible journey. she had discovered a profound truth, that the true magic lies not in enchanted objects or hidden realms, but within the bonds of friendship, the courage to face one's fears, and the willingness to embrace personal growth and transformation. And so, as the embers of the evening fire crackled and danced, Aurora would regale her friends and family with tales of her adventures, weaving tapestries of wonder and imparting the wisdom she had gained. For though her journey had ended, the magic lived on, not only in the whispers of the forest, but in the hearts of all who heard her stories, inspiring them to embrace the extraordinary within the ordinary and to never cease exploring the boundless realms of possibility. Story 8. In the heart of a forest so old that even the oldest oak could not recall its own seedling days, life unfolded with a rhythm as steady and sure as the rise and fall of the sun. This forest, known as the Whispering Wood, was a place where nature and magic wove together in a tapestry of harmony and wonder. The air here was thick with the scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves, and the ground was soft underfoot, carpeted with mosses that glimmered with dew like millions of tiny stars. The creatures of the Whispering Wood lived lives hidden from the eyes of the outside world. There were the gentle deer that moved like shadows through the underbrush, their ears ever alert for the softest of sounds. In the canopies above, brilliant songbirds flitted about, their melodies weaving through the air like threads of golden light. And beneath the earth, in snug burrows lined with warm grass, rabbits dreamed of summer fields and wide-open skies. Among these creatures lived a wise old tortoise named Bramble. His shell was a patchwork of earthy browns and greens, and his eyes were as deep and knowing as the forest itself. Bramble had seen many seasons come and go, and he carried within him the stories of the forest, passed down from tortoise to tortoise through the ages. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the forest was bathed in the soft, silvery light of the moon, the animals would gather around Bramble in a clearing surrounded by towering ferns. They would settle down on the cool earth, their eyes wide with anticipation, as Bramble began to speak. "Tonight," Bramble said, his voice as soothing as the whisper of the wind through the trees, "I will tell you of the balance of the seasons and the magic that binds our home together." The creatures leaned in closer, their breaths mingling in the cool night air. "Long ago, when the Whispering Wood was young," Bramble continued, "the seasons were wild and untamed. Winter's chill would linger too long, and spring would come like a sudden storm, washing away the gentle buds before they could bloom. The animals shivered at the thought of such chaos, for they knew well the importance of harmony in their world. But the forest spirits, those unseen guardians of our home, knew the secret of balance," Bramble said. "They wove a spell of magic into the very fabric of the forest, a spell that tied each season to the others with threads of golden light." As he spoke, the creatures could almost see these threads, delicate and shimmering, weaving through the trees and binding the earth and sky together. "Winter's chill would now bring the promise of spring's renewal," Bramble explained, "and summer's warmth would give way to autumn's gentle rest. Each season in its turn, each season in its place." The animals sighed with relief, grateful for the wisdom of the forest spirits and the magic that kept their world in balance. "But," Bramble added, his voice deepening with the weight of his words, "the balance of the seasons is a gift, one that we must protect and cherish." The creatures nodded, for they understood that the health of the forest depended on their actions. They knew to take only what they needed, to care for the young and the old, and to live in harmony with the world around them. As the night grew deeper and the stars twinkled in the sky like the eyes of ancient spirits, Bramble's tale drew to a close. "Remember, dear friends," he said softly, "that we are all part of this great tapestry. Our lives are threads in the story of the Whispering Wood, and it is up to us to keep the magic alive." With those final words, the animals slipped away into the night, their hearts warmed by the tale, and their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they were part of something greater than themselves. And so the Whispering Wood continued its eternal dance of seasons, guided by the wisdom of generations and the gentle magic that kept it forever in balance. As long as the creatures of the forest remembered Bramble's tale, they would live in peace, cradled in the arms of their ancient, enchanted home. Story 9 title, The Whispering Woods and the Silver Locket. On the edge of a quaint village, nestled amidst rolling emerald hills, there lay a forest known to the villagers as the Whispering Woods. This wasn't an ordinary forest. It was said to be a realm of enchantment, where time seemed to slow, and the air thrummed with the gentle hum of secrets carried by the wind. In this village lived a young girl named Anya. With her auburn curls and wide, curious eyes, she was often found wandering the fields, collecting stories from the elders, or sketching the wildflowers that painted the landscape in hues of gold and lavender. Anya's heart was as vast as the sky, and her imagination boundless. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the world, Anya set off towards the Whispering Woods with a sense of adventure bubbling within her. She had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where the trees spoke and the streams sang, and today she felt a calling to discover it for herself. The path into the woods was a carpet of fallen leaves, crunching softly under her boots. The air was alive with the scent of pine and the distant call of a lark. As Anya ventured deeper, the trees began to close in around her, their branches arching overhead to form a cathedral of green and gold. After walking for what felt like hours, Anya came upon a clearing. There, bathed in the gentle light of mid-morning, stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that seemed to dig deep into the heart of the earth. Hanging from one of its lower branches was something that caught the sunlight, a silver locket, glinting like a star fallen from the heavens. Anya approached the tree with caution, her heart thumping with a mix of fear and excitement. The locket was delicate, its surface etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift as she held it in her hands. Inside, she found a small piece of parchment, yellowed with age and inscribed with words written in a flowing, elegant script. Within the heart of the forest lies a secret path to a world unseen. Follow the whispers of the trees and let your heart guide you. Her fingers tingled with the thrill of discovery, and without wasting another moment, Anya tucked the locket into her pocket, feeling a warmth spread from it, as if it were alive. As she continued her journey, the forest seemed to change around her. The whispers of the trees grew louder, a soft susurration that guided her deeper into the woods. The sunlight danced through the leaves, casting playful patterns on the ground, and the air was filled with the gentle murmur of a stream somewhere in the distance. Anya followed the whispers, her footsteps light and sure. She felt a strange sense of belonging, as if the forest itself was welcoming her into its hidden heart. Eventually she came upon a small brook, its waters sparkling in the dappled sunlight. Here the whispers were strongest, and she knelt by the water's edge, allowing her fingers to trail in the cool, clear stream. It was then that she noticed something remarkable. Reflected in the water was not just her own face, but another world, one where the trees were aglow with ethereal light, and creatures of all kinds frolicked amongst the ferns and flowers. It was a world of unimaginable beauty and wonder, and Anya felt a deep longing to step into it. Trusting the guidance of the locket, she closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, she found herself standing in the very world she had seen, a world that pulsed with life and magic. The air here was different, filled with the sweet fragrance of blossoms and the soft hum of tiny wings. The creatures of this world, delicate fairies with gossamer wings and gentle animals with wise, knowing eyes, regarded her with curiosity and kindness. "Welcome, Anya," said a voice, soft and melodious as a lullaby. Anya turned to see a fairy, her wings shimmering with hues of blue and silver, hovering beside her. "I am Leora, guardian of the Whispering Woods." Anya smiled, feeling the warmth of the locket against her heart. "Thank you for welcoming me," she replied, her voice filled with awe. Leora nodded, her eyes twinkling like starlight. "You have been chosen to see our world because of your kind heart and open mind. But you must remember, this is a place of balance and harmony. Our magic is fragile and can be easily disrupted." As they strolled through the enchanted realm, Leora shared stories of the forest's history, of how it had remained hidden from those who would seek to exploit its magic. Anya listened intently, her heart swelling with a newfound sense of purpose. She realized that the forest and its inhabitants needed her. as much as she needed them. Days turned into weeks as Anya spent time in the hidden world, learning its secrets and forging bonds with its dwellers. She discovered that the locket allowed her to communicate with the creatures, and she used this gift to help maintain the harmony of the forest. One day, as she sat by the brook, sketching a particularly vibrant flower, Anya noticed a shadow flit across the water. Looking up, she saw a figure standing at the edge of the clearing, a boy about her age, with dark hair and eyes like the midnight sky. "Hello," he called, his voice carrying a hint of mischief. Anya waved, intrigued by his sudden appearance. "I'm Anya," she replied, watching as he approached. "I'm Finn," said the boy, offering a playful grin. "I didn't expect to find anyone else here." Anya sensed something different about Finn, a spark of magic that resonated with the forest. "How did you find this place?" she asked, curious. Finn shrugged, his eyes twinkling with secrets. "I've always had a knack for finding hidden things. And the forest, it calls to me." As the days passed, Anya and Finn became fast friends, exploring the wonders of the enchanted world together. Finn had an easy charm and a quick wit, and he seemed to understand the forest's magic in a way that complemented Anya's own abilities. Together, they discovered hidden groves and sparkling caves, and Anya felt her heart grow lighter with each new adventure. Yet, despite the joy of their friendship, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, an imbalance in the magic that she couldn't quite pinpoint. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of rose and amber, Anya confided her concerns to Finn. "I've noticed the whispers have changed," she said, her brow furrowed with worry. "The forest feels different." Finn nodded, his expression thoughtful. "I felt it too. It's as if something is disrupting the flow of magic." Determined to restore the harmony of the forest, Anya and Finn set out to uncover the source of the disturbance. They followed the whispers, which led them to a part of the woods they had never explored, a place where the trees grew thick and twisted, and the air was heavy with an unsettling silence. Here, amidst the shadows, they found a clearing where the ground was scorched and barren, the very earth crying out in pain. Anya's heart ached at the sight, and she knew they had found the source of the imbalance. What could have caused this? Finn wondered aloud, his voice tinged with disbelief. Anya knelt by the edge of the clearing, feeling the warmth of the locket as it pulsed against her chest. "I don't know," she admitted, "but we have to find a way to heal it." With renewed determination, they set about gathering information, speaking with the creatures of the forest and piecing together the fragments of the mystery. They learned that a dark force had seeped into the magical realm, feeding off the energy of the forest and causing the imbalance. Armed with this knowledge, Anya and Finn devised a plan to restore the harmony of the woods. They would use the locket to channel the forest's magic, creating a protective barrier that would cleanse the dark energy and heal the land. As they stood at the edge of the clearing, Anya held the locket aloft, feeling its warmth spread through her body. Finn stood beside her, his hands outstretched, ready to lend his strength to the task. Together, they focused on the magic of the forest, their hearts beating in unison with the rhythm of the earth. The air shimmered with energy as the locket glowed with a brilliant light, casting a protective aura over the clearing. Slowly, the scorched earth began to heal, new shoots of green pushing through the soil, and the whispers of the trees grew stronger, singing a song of renewal and hope. As the magic settled, Anya and Finn looked at each other, their faces alight with joy and relief. They had succeeded in restoring the balance, and the forest was once again a place of harmony and wonder. In the days that followed, Anya felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she had played a part in preserving the beauty of the Whispering Woods. The friendship she had forged with Finn had blossomed into something profound and enduring, and she felt grateful for the bond they shared. As the seasons turned, Anya continued to visit the enchanted world, her heart forever entwined with the magic of the forest. She knew that the locket would always guide her, its whispers a reminder of the adventures that awaited and the mysteries yet to be discovered. In this hidden realm, Anya had found more than just a world of enchantment. She had discovered the power of friendship and the strength that came from believing in the impossible. And as she lay beneath the stars, lulled to sleep by the gentle whispers of the trees, Anya knew that the magic of the Whispering Woods would forever be a part of her soul. Story 10. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, a young girl named Lila lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage that always smelled of freshly baked bread and lavender. Lila was a curious soul, her eyes wide with wonder at the world around her. She spent her days exploring the meadows and streams, always returning home with tales of the curious creatures she imagined lived in the woods. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lila sat by the fireplace, her head resting against her grandmother's shoulder. Her grandmother, with a voice as soothing as a lullaby, spoke of the enchanted glade, a place hidden deep within the Whispering Woods, only revealed to those with the purest of hearts. Intrigued by the tale, Lila decided she would find this magical glade. The very next morning, as the village was still wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn, Lila set off with a small satchel filled with her favorite apple tarts and a heart brimming with anticipation. As she stepped into the Whispering Woods, a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, as if whispering secrets just out of reach. The forest was alive with the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced along the forest floor. Lila wandered deeper into the woods, her senses alight with the symphony of birdsong and the rustling of leaves. Soon she came across a brook that babbled merrily over smooth stones. The water was so clear that she could see tiny fish darting about beneath the surface. As she crouched down to take a closer look, a soft voice drifted on the breeze. "Hello, little traveler." Startled, Lila glanced around and spotted a small creature perched on a moss-covered rock. It was a squirrel, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur shimmered with a silvery sheen, and its eyes twinkled like stars. "Are you lost?" the squirrel asked, tilting its head curiously. "No," Lila replied with a smile. "I'm looking for the enchanted glade." The squirrel twitched its bushy tail thoughtfully. "Ah, the glade. It's a place of many wonders, but to find it, you must follow the path of the golden leaves." With that, the squirrel scampered off into the trees, leaving Lila to ponder its cryptic advice. As she continued her journey, she kept her eyes peeled for anything unusual. Soon, she noticed a trail of golden leaves, glistening like drops of sunlight scattered across the ground. Lila followed the trail, her heart thumping with excitement. The forest around her grew denser, the air filled with a faint, sweet fragrance. Along the way, she encountered whimsical creatures, a family of rabbits with ears as long as her arms, a wise old owl who hooted a gentle greeting, and a pair of foxes who danced playfully together. Each encounter filled Lila with a sense of joy and wonder. She realized that courage was not just about facing fearsome things, but also about being open to the beauty and mystery of the world. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of wandering, Lila emerged into a clearing bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. The enchanted glade was more beautiful than she had imagined. Flowers of every color bloomed in abundance, their petals shimmering in the gentle light. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the sky, laden with fruits of every hue. Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her as she stepped into the glade. Sitting beneath the great tree, she shared her apple tarts with the creatures who had gathered around, each taking a small bite with delight. As the sun began its descent and the sky turned to dusk, Lila knew it was time to return home. She rose, feeling a quiet courage in her heart, a newfound understanding that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered. The journey back through the forest was serene, the path of golden leaves guiding her steps. When Lila finally reached her village, the stars were twinkling in the night sky like old friends welcoming her return. Her grandmother greeted her at the door, wrapping her in a warm embrace. Lila's heart was full as she recounted her adventure, the glade, and the gentle creatures she had met. That night, as Lila lay in bed, the soft rustling of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. Her dreams were filled with golden leaves, shimmering squirrels, and the gentle courage that had led her to the enchanted glade and back home again. And so, Lila's story became a part of the village lore, a tale of exploration, courage, and the wondrous beauty that awaits those who dare to venture into the unknown. Story 11: The Secret of the Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled between the gentle slopes of the misty mountains and the sparkling waters of Lake Serene, lay the quaint village of Everwood. The village was known for its lush, sprawling meadows and the lush, whispering woods that bordered its edges. The trees of these woods seemed to sway with secrets of their own, their leaves rustling softly as if telling tales of ages gone by. The villagers often spoke of a magical charm that lingered in the air, a charm that was felt most profoundly in the cool, pine-scented breezes that swept through the village on quiet evenings. In this village, there lived a young girl named Lila. She was a gentle soul with a heart as open as the sky and eyes that gleamed with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Lila was known for her kindness and her uncanny ability to befriend even the most reclusive creatures of the woods. Her best friend was an old, wise owl named Oliver, who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver lived in the tallest oak tree at the edge of the village, and he and Lila shared a bond that went beyond the ordinary. Lila had heard stories from her grandmother about the heart of the Whispering Woods, where it was said that an ancient magic slumbered, waiting to be awakened by a pure heart. It was also rumored that within the woods lay a hidden world, a place where the ordinary laws of nature were bent by the whimsical forces of magic. Intrigued by these tales, Lila often spent her afternoons exploring the woods, hoping to uncover its secrets. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Lila set off on one of her usual wanderings. The sun was low in the sky, casting a warm, amber glow that filtered through the branches, painting the forest floor with dappled light. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, mixed with the sweet aroma of pine. As she walked deeper into the woods, Lila noticed something unusual. A soft, melodic hum seemed to float through the air, a sound unlike anything she had heard before. It was as if the forest itself was singing a gentle lullaby. Drawn by this enchanting melody, Lila followed the sound, her heart skipping with excitement and curiosity. Soon she came upon a small clearing, bathed in sunlight, where the source of the music was revealed. At the center of the clearing, nestled among the roots of an ancient tree, lay a beautifully crafted wooden flute. Its surface was adorned with intricate carvings of vines and flowers, and it seemed to shimmer with a life of its own. As Lila picked it up, the flute felt warm and inviting in her hands. Oliver, who had been quietly observing from a branch above, swooped down to join her. "Ah, the Flute of Whispers," he said, his voice a soft hoot. "It is said to hold the power of the forest's magic itself, but it has been lost to us for many years." Lila looked at Oliver, her eyes wide with wonder. "What should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The flute chooses its bearer, dear Lila. Perhaps it has chosen you for a reason. Play it, and let your heart guide you." With a nod, Lila raised the flute to her lips and began to play. The sound that emerged was unlike anything she had expected. It was as if the forest itself was singing through her, a harmonious blend of the whispering wind, the bubbling brooks, and the rustling leaves. The melody was both haunting and beautiful, resonating deep within her soul. As she played, the world around her began to change. The colors of the forest grew more vibrant, and the air shimmered with a golden light. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches swaying in time with the music. It was then that Lila noticed something extraordinary. A hidden path had appeared at the edge of the clearing, a path that had not been there before. With Oliver by her side, Lila followed the path. It wound through the forest, leading them deeper into the heart of the woods. The air grew cooler, the light softer, and the sounds of the forest more pronounced, as if they were entering a world untouched by time. After what felt like hours of walking, they arrived at a breathtaking sight. Before them lay a hidden world, a glen filled with shimmering waterfalls that cascaded into crystal-clear pools. The air was alive with the sound of water and the scent of wildflowers. In the center of this magical place stood an ancient stone circle, its surface covered in glowing runes. As Lila approached, she felt a gentle warmth emanating from the stones. She placed the flute on the ground within the circle and began to play once more. The runes lit up with a radiant light, and the stones seemed to hum in harmony with her melody. Suddenly, a soft voice echoed through the glen. a voice as ancient as the forest itself. "Welcome, Lila," it said. "You have awakened the heart of the Whispering Woods." Lila gazed around, her heart filled with awe. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling with wonder. "I am the spirit of the forest," the voice replied. "For centuries I have watched over this land, waiting for a soul pure enough to awaken the magic within. You have shown kindness and a deep love for the world around you. You are the one I have been waiting for." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a feeling of belonging and purpose. "What must I do?" she asked. "The magic of the forest is a gift, and with it comes great responsibility," the spirit said. "Use it wisely, to heal and protect, to bring joy and harmony to all who dwell within. And remember, the true magic lies not in the flute, but in the heart of its bearer." With those words, the light began to fade, and the stones returned to their natural state. Lila stood in silence, the weight of the spirit's words settling into her heart. As she and Oliver made their way back to the village, the path through the woods seemed to glow with a gentle light, guiding them home. The sun was setting, casting a warm golden hue over the landscape. Lila knew that she had been changed by her journey, that she had discovered a part of herself she had never known. In the days that followed, Lila used the flute's magic to bring joy and healing to the village and the forest. She played melodies that encouraged the flowers to bloom, the streams to flow clear, and the animals to live in harmony. Her music became a source of peace and comfort, a reminder of the beauty and magic that lay within the world around them. The villagers were enchanted by the changes in the land, and they often gathered to listen to Lila play, their hearts soothed by the gentle tunes. They spoke of the magic that had returned to Everwood, a magic that was felt in the laughter of children, the songs of birds, and the gentle rustle of the trees. And so, Lila became the guardian of the Whispering Woods, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. She knew that the true power of the flute lay not in its ability to create change, but in the love and wisdom with which it was wielded. Her journey had taught her that the greatest magic of all was the bond between the heart and the world, a bond that could transform even the most ordinary of days into something extraordinary. As the years passed, Lila's gentle melodies continued to echo through the village, a testament to the enduring magic of the Whispering Woods and the unyielding power of a kind and loving heart. And though the flute was a cherished part of her life, Lila knew that the real treasure lay in the friendships she had forged and the lessons she had learned along the way. In the end, the magic of the Whispering Woods was not a secret to be kept, but a gift to be shared, a reminder that within each of us lies the ability to bring light and joy to the world around us. And as the sun set each evening, casting its golden glow over the village, Lila's music would drift softly through the air, a lullaby of hope and love, a melody that would linger in the hearts of all who heard it, whispering of the wonders that lay just beyond the edge of the forest, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to listen with their hearts. Story 12 title, The Enchanted Lantern. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling green hills and dense, whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with laughter and the simple joys of life, helping her grandmother tend to their small cottage garden that overflowed with wildflowers and herbs. Lila's world was a tapestry of vibrant colors and gentle sounds, from the rustle of leaves in the wind to the soft chirping of birds at dawn. Lila had a curious mind and a heart as open as the sky. She loved exploring the nearby forest, where sunlight danced through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. Her favorite spot was a small clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. It was here that Lila often sat, leaning against the tree's sturdy trunk, dreaming of adventures in far-off lands. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves painted the forest in hues of gold and crimson, Lila set off on her usual exploration. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed something unusual. A soft, flickering light glowed from behind a thicket of brambles. Intrigued, she carefully pushed aside the branches and discovered a lantern unlike any she had seen before. The lantern was made of an iridescent metal that shimmered in the sunlight, and its glass panels were etched with intricate patterns. Inside, a soft, ever-changing light danced like a living flame, casting warm hues of orange, pink, and blue. Lila reached out and touched the lantern's cool surface. To her surprise, it felt as though a gentle warmth spread from the lantern into her fingertips, filling her with a sense of calm and wonder. Curious about the lantern's origins, Lila decided to take it home, cradling it gently in her arms. As she walked, she noticed that the forest seemed to hum with a quiet, joyful energy, as if the trees themselves were whispering secrets to her. When Lila arrived back at the cottage, her grandmother was in the kitchen, baking bread. The smell of yeast and fresh herbs filled the air, wrapping around Lila like a comforting blanket. "What have you found there, my dear?" her grandmother asked, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "I found this beautiful lantern in the woods," Lila replied, holding it up for her grandmother to see. "I've never seen anything like it." Her grandmother studied the lantern closely, a thoughtful expression on her face. "This is a special lantern, Lila. I believe it might be enchanted. Such things are rare and precious. You must take great care of it." Lila nodded, feeling a sense of responsibility settle in her heart. That night, she placed the lantern on the windowsill beside her bed. As she drifted off to sleep, the lantern's warm glow illuminated her dreams, filling them with vibrant colors and gentle melodies. In the days that followed, Lila discovered that the lantern had a mind of its own. Its light would brighten or dim in response to her thoughts and emotions, reflecting her inner world. When she was happy, the light danced joyfully. When she was sad, it glowed with a soothing, comforting warmth. One evening, as Lila sat by the fireplace with her grandmother, sipping hot cocoa and watching the flames crackle, she noticed that the lantern's light had taken on a mysterious, swirling pattern. It seemed to beckon her, urging her to follow its lead. "Grandmother," Lila said, her voice filled with excitement and a hint of apprehension, "I think the lantern is trying to tell me something." Her grandmother nodded knowingly. "Perhaps it's time for you to discover its true purpose, child. The lantern's magic is connected to your heart. Follow where it leads, and you may find something wonderful." With her grandmother's words in mind, Lila decided to embark on a journey the next morning. She packed a small satchel with essentials, a warm scarf, a loaf of her grandmother's bread, and a flask of herbal tea. With the lantern in hand, she set off into the forest, guided by its gentle glow. As she walked, the forest seemed to transform around her. The trees stood taller, their leaves shimmering with an ethereal light. The path beneath her feet was soft and inviting, leading her deeper into the heart of the woods. After some time, Lila reached a part of the forest she had never seen before. Here, the trees opened up to reveal a hidden world, a glen filled with flowers that sparkled like tiny stars. At the center of this magical place stood a stone archway, covered in vines and glowing softly with the lantern's light. Lila paused, feeling a sense of awe wash over her. This was a place of ancient magic, a sanctuary where the boundaries between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurred. As she approached the archway, the lantern's light grew brighter, illuminating the path ahead. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a melody that resonated deep within Lila's heart. She stepped through the archway, feeling a tingling sensation, as if she were passing through a veil into another realm. On the other side, Lila found herself in a land unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky above was a tapestry of swirling colors, and the ground beneath her feet was soft and lush, covered in a carpet of flowers that seemed to sing with every step she took. In this magical world, Lila met a host of friendly creatures, whispering willows with faces etched into their bark, shimmering butterflies that painted the air with trails of light, and gentle deer with eyes that shone with ancient wisdom. Each one greeted her with warmth and kindness, welcoming her to their hidden paradise. As Lila explored this wondrous place, she came across a small, crystal-clear pond. The surface of the water reflected the vibrant colors of the sky, creating a mirror that seemed to hold all the secrets of the universe. Lila knelt by the pond's edge, gazing into its depths. It was then that she noticed a figure approaching from the other side of the pond, a young boy with a gentle smile and eyes that sparkled like stars. He wore clothes woven from leaves and flowers, and his presence radiated a sense of peace and joy. "Hello, Lila," the boy said, his voice as soft as a breeze. "I've been waiting for you." Lila blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" The boy nodded, his smile widening. "The lantern brought you here because it knew you were ready to discover the magic within your own heart." Lila felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging she had never felt before. "What is this place?" she asked, looking around at the enchanting world that surrounded them. "This is the realm of dreams," the boy explained. "A place where the dreams of all living beings are nurtured and protected. The lantern is a gateway to this realm, a bridge between your world and ours." Lila felt a sense of wonder and gratitude fill her heart. "Why was I chosen?" she asked, her voice tinged with curiosity. "Because your heart is open and kind," the boy replied. "You have a gift for seeing the beauty in the world and sharing it with others. The lantern sensed this and brought you here to help protect the dreams of those who have forgotten how to dream." Lila nodded, understanding the importance of her task. She felt a newfound sense of purpose, a desire to help others find the magic within their own hearts. As the days passed, Lila spent her time learning from the creatures of the realm of dreams. They taught her how to nurture and guide the dreams of others, showing her how to weave threads of hope and joy into the tapestry of the world. With each lesson, Lila grew wiser and more confident. She discovered that the lantern's magic was not just a gift, but a responsibility, to use her own light to illuminate the path for others, to help them find their way back to the dreams they had lost. When the time came for Lila to return to her own world, the boy and the creatures of the realm of dreams gathered to bid her farewell. The boy placed a hand on her shoulder, his eyes filled with warmth and encouragement. "Remember, Lila," he said gently, "the magic of the lantern is always with you. As long as you keep your heart open and your spirit kind, you have the power to bring light to the darkest places and to help others find their dreams." Lila nodded, her heart full of gratitude and determination. She promised to carry the lessons she had learned with her, to share the magic of the realm of dreams with the world. As she stepped back through the stone archway, the forest welcomed her with open arms, the trees whispering their secrets as she passed. The lantern's light guided her home, its gentle glow a reminder of the magic she carried within her. When Lila returned to her village, she found that she saw the world with new eyes. The ordinary had become extraordinary, and every moment was filled with the potential for wonder and joy. She shared her experiences with her grandmother, who listened with rapt attention and a knowing smile. Lila continued to explore the forest, guided by the lantern's light and her own open heart. She helped others discover the magic within themselves, weaving threads of hope and joy into the tapestry of their lives. And so, Lila's journey of discovery and transformation became a beacon of light for those around her, a reminder that the magic of the realm of dreams was not just a place, but a state of being, a world where the dreams of all living beings could thrive and flourish. With each step she took, Lila carried the warmth of the lantern in her heart, lighting the way for others to follow. And in doing so, she discovered that the greatest magic of all was the power to change the world. One dream at a time. Story 13. The Secret of the Whispering Woods. Once upon a time, nestled at the edge of a quaint little village, there lay a sprawling forest known as the Whispering Woods. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said that the trees could talk and the streams could sing. During the day, the woods were a place of serene beauty, with sunlight dappling through the leaves, painting the ground in shifting patterns of light and shadow. Birds chirped melodiously, and the gentle rustle of leaves created a symphony of natural sounds. However, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting its golden farewell, the forest transformed into a place of whispered secrets and hidden mysteries. In this village lived a boy named Finn. He was a curious lad with a heart as vast as the sky and a mind full of questions. Finn had sandy blonde hair that seemed perpetually tousled, as if every breeze was a friend eager to play. His eyes were as blue as the summer sky, always wide with wonder at the world around him. He was known for his insatiable curiosity and an imagination that could turn the most mundane object into a vessel of adventure. One crisp autumn evening, as the oranges and reds of the sunset bled into the darkening sky, Finn sat by the fireplace, listening to the crackling wood and the soft hum of the flames. His grandmother, a wise woman with stories etched in her wrinkles and warmth in her eyes, was telling him about the Whispering Woods. "There is magic there," she said, her voice as soft as velvet. "Magic that waits for those who listen with their hearts." Finn's imagination was immediately sparked. "What kind of magic, Grandma?" he asked, leaning forward, his eyes wide with wonder. "The kind that changes you," she replied simply, her eyes twinkling with mystery. That night, as Finn lay in his bed, he found sleep elusive. His mind danced with thoughts of the woods and the magic they might hold. As the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, Finn made a decision. He would venture into the Whispering Woods at dawn, seeking the magic his grandmother spoke of. With the first light of dawn, a soft mist clinging to the ground, making the world feel like a dream. He wore his favorite green cloak, which flapped gently with each step he took. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth, invigorating him as he marched towards the woods. As he stepped across the threshold into the forest, a gentle breeze seemed to welcome him, whispering through the leaves as if acknowledging his presence. The deeper Finn ventured, the more he felt the forest's peculiar charm. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches forming a protective canopy overhead. Sunlight filtered through, illuminating the path with a gentle glow. He heard the distant babble of a brook, the chirping of crickets, and the soft cooing of doves, all mingling to create a melody of nature. As he walked, Finn noticed something peculiar. The path seemed to change, leading him in directions he hadn't intended. Yet he felt no fear, only a growing sense of anticipation. Guided by an unseen hand, he soon found himself standing before a small, hidden glade. In its center was an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Finn approached the oak, feeling a strange pull towards it. As he got closer, he noticed something glinting among the roots, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was as if the oak itself had revealed this secret to him. Carefully, Finn picked up the box, marveling at the craftsmanship. It was adorned with delicate carvings of leaves and vines, and seemed to hum faintly in his hands. With a sense of reverence, Finn opened the box. Inside, he found a shimmering stone, no larger than a pebble, yet it radiated a soft, warm light. The moment Finn touched it, he felt a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, coursing up his arm and enveloping him in a comforting embrace. Suddenly, the forest around him seemed to come alive. The whispers grew louder, forming words that only he could understand. "Welcome, young seeker," the forest seemed to say. "You have found the Heartstone, a gift of the woods. It holds the magic of understanding and connection. Use it wisely." Finn's heart swelled with a mixture of joy and responsibility. The Heartstone felt like a key to the forest's secrets, a bridge between him and the natural world. He knew that with it, he could communicate with the forest and learn its ancient wisdom. Eager to test the stone's power, Finn closed his eyes and focused on the whispers around him. The breeze carried words of encouragement, the trees whispered tales of old, and the brook sang of adventures yet to come. Finn felt a deep connection with the forest, as if he was a part of its timeless tapestry. With the Heartstone, Finn embarked on many journeys through the Whispering Woods. He learned to listen to the trees and understand their stories. They spoke of the changing seasons, the creatures that called the woods home, and the delicate balance of nature. Finn also discovered hidden paths and secret groves, each with its own enchantment. One day, as he wandered through a particularly dense part of the forest, Finn heard a faint cry for help. Guided by the whispers, he found a young fox caught in a hunter's trap. The creature's eyes were wide with fear, and it struggled frantically against the cruel metal. Finn's heart ached at the sight. Gently he approached the fox, speaking soothing words. "It's okay, little one. I'm here to help." As he spoke, he felt the Heartstone pulse warmly in his pocket, strengthening his connection with the fox. Understanding his intentions, the fox calmed, allowing Finn to carefully release the trap. Once free, the fox nuzzled Finn's hand, a silent gesture of gratitude. "Thank you," it seemed to say with its bright, intelligent eyes. Finn smiled, feeling a profound sense of fulfillment. The forest had given him the gift of understanding, and in return, he had helped a creature in need. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the trees, Finn made his way home. The heartstone had become a part of him, a symbol of his bond with the Whispering Woods. He knew that with it, he could continue to learn and grow, discovering new wonders and helping those in need. That evening, as Finn sat by the fireplace, his grandmother noticed the change in him. "You found it, haven't you?" she asked, a knowing smile playing on her lips. "Yes, Grandma," Finn replied, his voice filled with wonder. "The heartstone showed me the magic of the woods. It's like I can hear the forest's voice and understand its secrets." His grandmother nodded, her eyes twinkling with pride. "The woods have chosen you, Finn. Always remember to use its magic with kindness and wisdom." Finn nodded, feeling the weight of her words. The forest had entrusted him with its magic, and he vowed to honor that trust with all his heart. As the days turned into weeks, Finn's adventures in the Whispering Woods continued. He met new friends, both animal and human, and shared the magic of the Heartstone with those who were willing to listen. Together, they worked to protect the forest and its inhabitants, ensuring that the magic of the Whispering Woods would endure for generations to come. Through his journeys, Finn learned important lessons about the power of understanding, the strength of friendship, and the beauty of the natural world. The Whispering Woods had changed him, shaping him into a curious, compassionate young man with a heart full of wonder and a spirit brimming with adventure. And so, as the moon rose high in the sky, casting its silver light over the village and the forest beyond, Finn lay in his bed, listening to the whispers of the woods. The Heartstone lay nearby, a constant reminder of the magic and mystery that awaited him. With a contented sigh, Finn closed his eyes, knowing that tomorrow would bring new adventures and new discoveries. For in the Whispering Woods, magic was always waiting for those who dared to listen. Story 14. In the quiet, sleepy village of Willowbrook, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Lila. Willowbrook was a place where the mornings were painted with the soft golden light of the sun filtering through the mist, and evenings were serenaded by the gentle rustle of leaves and the distant call of nightingales. The village was known not just for its picturesque beauty, but for the tales of magic that seemed to linger in every shadow and every breeze. Lila was a curious soul, her heart full of dreams, and a mind that danced with the wonders of stories told by the village elders. She was particularly enchanted by the legend of the silver feather, a magical object said to possess the power to reveal hidden truths and guide its wielder to their heart's deepest desire. According to the stories, the silver feather was hidden somewhere in the enchanted forest, a mysterious woodland that bordered Willowbrook, where the air shimmered with enchantment and the trees whispered secrets in the language of the ancients. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and gold, Lila decided to embark on a journey to find the silver feather. She felt a pull in her heart, a calling she couldn't quite explain. Perhaps it was the promise of adventure or the lure of magic, but something deep within her urged her to set foot into the enchanted forest. Equipped with nothing but her grandmother's old map and a heart full of courage, Lila stepped beyond the familiar paths of her village and into the realm of the unknown. The forest was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and the chorus of birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating a patchwork of light and shadow on the forest floor. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves and moss-covered stones. As Lila walked deeper into the forest, she marveled at the towering trees whose branches seemed to touch the sky, and the delicate flowers that peeked through the underbrush, their petals kissed by dew. It wasn't long before Lila encountered her first challenge. A gentle brook babbled across her path, its waters clear and inviting yet deceptively swift. She hesitated, unsure of how to cross without getting swept away. As she pondered, a soft voice called out to her. Turning, she saw a small, furry creature perched on a rock by the water's edge. It was a squirrel, its eyes bright and curious, a tiny acorn clasped in its paws. "Good day, traveler," the squirrel chirped. "Are you in need of assistance?" Lila was taken aback by the talking squirrel, but quickly regained her composure, remembering the tales of talking animals within the enchanted forest. "Indeed I am," she replied. "I wish to cross the brook, but I'm unsure how." The squirrel nodded sagely. Fear not, for the forest provides, it said, scampering to a nearby tree and chattering excitedly. Moments later, a sturdy branch fell across the brook, forming a makeshift bridge. Thank you, Lila said, smiling at the squirrel. How can I repay your kindness? The squirrel twitched its whiskers thoughtfully. A simple acorn shall suffice, for I am fond of them. Lila reached into her pocket, where she had stashed a handful of acorns, a gift from the village oak tree, and handed one to her new friend. The squirrel accepted it with a grateful nod, and Lila crossed the brook, feeling a warmth of gratitude in her heart. As she ventured further, the forest grew denser, the path less certain. Yet, Lila remained undeterred, her spirit buoyed by the squirrel's act of kindness. The air grew cooler, and she wrapped her cloak tighter around her shoulders, listening to the forest's symphony of sounds, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of leaves, and the gentle murmur of the wind. By afternoon, Lila reached a clearing bathed in the soft glow of sunlight. Here, a magnificent tree stood, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches spreading wide, like the arms of an ancient guardian. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small wooden door. Lila's heart quickened. She had heard tales of the guardians of the forest, mystical beings who watched over the land and its secrets. With a mixture of curiosity and respect, Lila approached the door and knocked gently. There was a moment of silence, and then the door creaked open, revealing an elderly woman with kind eyes and silver hair that flowed like moonlight. Her presence was serene, and Lila felt an immediate sense of peace. "Welcome, child," the woman said, her voice as soft as a lullaby. "I am the keeper of the forest. What brings you to this sacred place?" Lila explained her quest for the silver feather, her voice filled with earnest determination. The keeper listened intently, nodding as Lila spoke. "The silver feather is indeed a powerful artifact," the keeper said, "but it is not simply a tool for granting wishes. It reveals the truth of one's heart and guides them on the path they truly need to follow. Are you certain this is the journey you wish to undertake?" Lila pondered the keeper's words, feeling the weight of their meaning. She thought of her dreams, her desire for adventure, and the yearning for something greater than herself. "I am certain," she replied, her voice steady. The keeper smiled gently. "Very well. But know this, the path to the silver feather is one of wisdom and friendship. You must rely not only on your courage, but on the bonds you form along the way." With those words, the keeper handed Lila a small, intricately carved wooden token. "This will guide you to the heart of the forest, where the feather awaits. But remember, the journey itself holds the key to what you seek." Thanking the keeper, Lila tucked the token safely into her pouch and continued on her way. The path twisted and turned, leading her deeper into the forest's embrace. As she walked, she encountered many wonders: a family of deer grazing in a sun-dappled glade, a waterfall cascading into a crystal-clear pool, and a grove of trees whose leaves shimmered with a silvery sheen. Night fell gently upon the forest, the sky a tapestry of stars. Lila found a cozy nook beneath the sheltering branches of a great oak and settled down to rest. The forest sang her to sleep with its lullaby, the soft rustle of leaves and the distant crooning of a nightingale soothing her weary mind. As dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lila awoke to find a companion at her side, a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. The fox regarded her with a friendly curiosity, its tail flicking playfully. "Good morning, traveler," the fox said, its voice smooth and warm. "I have seen you journeying through the forest. Might you be in need of a guide?" Lila smiled at the fox's offer. "I would be grateful for your company," she replied, feeling a sense of kinship with the creature. Together, they ventured further into the heart of the forest, the fox leading the way with unerring confidence. As they traveled, the fox shared tales of the forest's history, its magic, and the beings that called it home. Lila listened, enraptured by the stories and grateful for the fox's companionship. Their journey was not without challenges. They encountered a thicket of thorny brambles that seemed impenetrable, but with the fox's agile guidance, they found a hidden path through. They crossed a river, its waters wide and deep, but the fox showed Lila a series of stepping stones that allowed them to pass safely. Through it all, Lila marveled at the fox's wisdom and grace, and a deep friendship blossomed between them. She began to understand that the forest was not just a place of magic, but a living, breathing entity that responded to kindness and respect. As they neared the heart of the forest, the air grew lighter, filled with a sense of anticipation. The trees seemed to part willingly, revealing a clearing bathed in ethereal light. In the center of the clearing stood a pedestal, upon which rested the silver feather, its surface gleaming with a soft, silvery glow. Lila approached the pedestal with a mix of awe and reverence. The silver feather was more beautiful than she had imagined, its delicate form shimmering with an otherworldly light. She reached out to touch it, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from the feather. As her fingers brushed its surface, a vision unfolded before her eyes. She saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, a figure of strength and kindness, her heart open to the world and its wonders. She saw the bonds of friendship she had formed, the lives she had touched, and the journey that lay before her. The vision faded, and Lila felt a sense of clarity and peace. The silver feather had shown her the truth of her heart, illuminating the path she was meant to follow. She realized that her quest was not about possessing the feather, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. With a grateful heart, Lila turned to the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. "Thank you, my friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "I understand now. The journey itself was my greatest reward." The fox nodded, a smile curling at the corners of its mouth. "You have learned well, traveler. The forest has guided you, and you have found what you truly sought." Together, they began the journey back to Willowbrook, the forest around them vibrant with life and magic. As they walked, Lila felt a deep connection to the world around her, a sense of belonging she had never known before. When she returned to her village, Lila was greeted with warmth and joy. She shared her tale with the villagers, speaking of the wonders she had seen and the lessons she had learned. The legend of the silver feather lived on, not as a story of magic alone, but as a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the courage to follow one's heart. And so, in the village of Willowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the ancient woods, Lila's story became a cherished tale, woven into the fabric of the village's history. The crackling of the fireplace echoed the warmth of her journey, a reminder that sometimes the most magical journeys are those that lead us back to ourselves. Story 15. In the heart of the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between gently rolling hills and whispering streams, lived a curious young girl named Lila. Her eyes gleamed like polished amber, and her mind was a tapestry of dreams and questions waiting to be answered. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Lila would gaze out of her small attic window, wondering what lay beyond the familiar fields and forests. One particularly crisp autumn evening, as the wind danced with golden leaves and the air carried the scent of wood smoke and ripe apples, Lila's heart tugged at her with an unusual urgency. It was as if the world outside was calling her name in a gentle whisper. With a quiet resolve, she wrapped her favorite patchwork scarf around her neck, its colors a reflection of the vibrant world she imagined, and set off on an adventure into the unknown. Lila followed a narrow, winding path that twisted like a silver ribbon through the woods. The forest around her was a symphony of rustling leaves and the soft calls of owls beginning their nightly vigil. The air was cool and crisp, tinged with the earthy smell of moss and the sweetness of distant honeysuckle. As she walked, the shadows of the trees stretched long and thin, creating a canopy of intricate lacework above her. Soon, the path led her to a clearing bathed in the gentle glow of moonlight. In its center stood a peculiar archway, made entirely of intertwining branches and sparkling with dew that glimmered like diamonds. It was unlike anything Lila had ever seen. Drawn by its beauty and mystery, she stepped through the arch with a heart full of wonder and a spirit ready for discovery. On the other side, Lila found herself in a land that seemed to have leapt straight out of her most whimsical dreams. The grass beneath her feet was soft and springy, dotted with wildflowers that shone like tiny stars. Trees with trunks of silver and leaves of shimmering gold swayed gently in a breeze that carried a melody so sweet it made her heart dance. As Lila marveled at her surroundings, she noticed a group of delightful creatures emerging from behind the trees. They were no taller than her knee, with fur that shimmered in shades of azure and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. They introduced themselves as the Lumelings, guardians of this enchanted realm called the Gleaming Glade. The Lumelings welcomed Lila with twinkling smiles and invited her to join them in their evening festivities. They led her to a meadow where lanterns floated lazily in the air like luminous jellyfish, casting a warm, golden glow. The Lumelings sang songs that told tales of ancient stars and whispered secrets of the universe, their voices blending harmoniously with the rustle of the leaves and the gentle babble of a nearby brook. As the night unfolded, Lila found herself dancing with the Lumelings, her feet moving in rhythm with the heartbeat of this magical world. She felt a joy so profound it filled her entire being, illuminating her spirit with a light that shone as brightly as the moon above. However, as with all adventures, a gentle challenge soon presented itself. The Lumelings spoke of a mysterious place within the glade, a hidden grove where the heart of the forest pulsed with an ancient energy. Many had tried to reach it, but only those with true courage and a pure heart could find the way. Lila felt a flutter of excitement at the prospect of this new quest. Guided by the soft luminescence of the Lumelings and her own unwavering curiosity, she set off towards the grove. The path was winding and occasionally obscured by thick, curling vines that seemed to shift with their own will. Yet with each step, Lila's confidence grew, her determination shining as brightly as the stars in the velvet sky above. As she journeyed deeper into the forest, Lila encountered gentle challenges that tested her heart and mind. A babbling brook with slippery stones required a leap of faith, which she crossed with a steady hand and a light heart. A thick fog rolled in, obscuring her path, but with the Lumeling's song as her guide and her own inner light as her compass, she navigated through with ease. Finally, the trees parted to reveal the hidden grove, a sacred place where the air shimmered with a golden glow, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glowed like emerald. In the center of the grove stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and twisted, its branches reaching out like arms ready to embrace the sky. From its boughs hung fruits that glowed with an inner light, each a testament to the magic and mystery of this world. Lila approached the tree with reverence and wonder. She understood, in a way that words could not express, that this place was a testament to the power of courage and exploration. It was a reminder that within each of us lies the strength to seek the unknown, to embrace the journey and the challenges it brings. As she stood there, the Lumelings gathered around her, their eyes filled with pride and gratitude. They presented her with a single glowing fruit, a gift for her courage and kindness. With a heart full of joy and a spirit alight with discovery, Lila thanked her new friends and promised to carry the lessons of the Gleaming Glade with her always. Returning to Willowbrook, the path seemed shorter and the night air warmer. The village was still and quiet, bathed in the gentle glow of the moon. Lila tucked the glowing fruit under her arm, its soft light illuminating her path home. She climbed back into her attic room, her heart full and her mind a kaleidoscope of memories. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, Lila knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered. She realized that courage wasn't just about facing fear, but about embracing the unknown with an open heart and a curious mind. And as she dreamed, the Lumeling's gentle song echoed in her ears, a soothing lullaby that promised that the magic of the Gleaming Glade was never far away, as long as she believed. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Lila slept soundly, her dreams weaving tales of courage and adventure, of new friends and enchanted places, reminding her always of the beauty and wonder that awaited just beyond the horizon. Story 16. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and sprawling forests, there lay a secret known only to the wind and the whispering leaves. An old oak tree, gnarled and twisted by centuries of growth, stood at the heart of this village, its roots digging deep into the earth, holding mysteries untold. The villagers, though they passed it daily, rarely paid it a second glance, for to them it was simply an old tree. But to those who listened closely, the tree sang songs of worlds hidden and wonders unseen. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced upon the breeze, a young girl named Mira wandered along the forest edge. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart brimmed with the stories her grandmother used to tell by the fireside. Tales of magical lands and enchanted beings captivated her, filling her dreams with adventures yet to be had. Mira was drawn to the ancient oak by a peculiar glow that seemed to emanate from its base, a soft, inviting light that pulsed like a heartbeat. As she approached, the air grew warmer, wrapping her in an embrace as comforting as her grandmother's quilt. Kneeling down, Mira brushed aside the fallen leaves to reveal a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the roots. The box was unlike anything she had ever seen, adorned with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the daylight. Her fingers tingled with anticipation as she lifted the lid. Inside lay a delicate, translucent feather, so light it almost floated up into the sky. The feather shone with an ethereal glow, shifting and changing colors with every movement. As Mira held the feather, she felt a gentle tug, not on her hand, but deep within her soul, urging her to follow wherever it might lead. The moment she touched the feather, the world around her began to shift. Colors intensified, the air became rich with the scent of blooming flowers and fresh pine, and the distant song of a babbling brook filled her ears. Mira found herself in a vibrant forest unlike any she had known. Here the trees towered like guardians, their leaves a tapestry of emerald and gold, while beams of sunlight danced upon the forest floor. Mira's heart raced with excitement and a touch of fear, yet she felt an inexplicable sense of belonging. As she ventured further into this hidden world, she met creatures she had only ever heard of in stories. A gentle doe with eyes wise and kind, a family of rabbits whose laughter bubbled like a brook, and a wise old owl who watched with knowing eyes. Among these new friends, Mira discovered a small, timid creature named Otto. Otto was a squirrel, but not just any squirrel. His fur was the color of twilight, with a tail that shimmered like the night sky, speckled with stars. He had been watching Mira with great interest, and when she finally noticed him, he shyly approached, his tiny paws clutching a similar feather to the one she had found. "Welcome, Mira," Otto squeaked, his voice as soft as a breeze. "I see you have found a feather of the guardians. They are rare and precious, for they hold the magic of this world." Mira, though surprised that Otto could speak, listened intently. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice a mix of awe and wonder. "This is the realm of echoes," Otto explained, his eyes twinkling. "A place where dreams and reality intertwine and where the heart's true desires come to life. But it is also a place in need of help." Mira's brow furrowed with concern. "Help? How can I help?" Otto's expression grew serious. "A shadow has fallen over our land. The harmony that once thrived here is fading, and it is up to those who find the feathers to restore the balance." Though the task seemed daunting, Mira felt a stirring of courage within her. "I will help," she declared, her voice steady and resolute. With Otto as her guide, Mira embarked on a journey through the realm of echoes. They traversed fields of wildflowers that sang in the wind and crossed bridges made of woven branches that glowed with an inner light. Along the way, they encountered other creatures, each with their own stories and struggles, yet united by a shared hope for their world. As they traveled, Mira learned that the shadow was a manifestation of doubt and fear, creeping into the hearts of the creatures and draining the magic from the land. To banish it, they needed to reignite the light of courage and friendship, a task that required the strength of many. Together with Otto and their newfound friends, a cheerful fox named Finn, a wise tortoise named Tilda, and a brave little sparrow named Lark, Mira set out to gather the feathers of the guardians. Each feather they collected shimmered brighter than the last, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments of doubt and fear, times when the shadow seemed too strong to overcome. But in those moments, Mira remembered the stories of her grandmother, the warmth of the fireside, and the bonds of friendship she had forged. She found strength in those memories, in the laughter they shared, and in the kindness they showed one another. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and violet, the group reached the heart of the realm of echoes. Here stood the great tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens, its trunk wide and strong. This was the source of the realm's magic, and where the shadow had taken hold most fiercely. Gathering around the tree, Mira and her friends held their feathers high, their hearts united in purpose. As they did, the feathers began to glow, their light mingling and expanding, pushing back the darkness. The shadow writhed and resisted, but the strength of their friendship and the purity of their intent proved stronger. Slowly, the shadow began to dissipate, its hold on the land weakening. The great tree shuddered, and then, with a sound like a great sigh, it released a burst of light that flooded the realm. Colors returned to the trees, the flowers, and the sky, more vivid and vibrant than ever before. The creatures of the realm emerged from their hiding places, their eyes wide with wonder and gratitude. Mira felt a warmth spread through her chest, a deep sense of peace and fulfillment. She had not only discovered a hidden world, but had become a part of it, leaving it better than she had found it. Her heart had grown, filled with the love and courage she had found within herself and in her friends. As she looked around at the joyous faces of her companions, Mira knew that she would carry this experience with her always. She had learned that true magic lay not in mystical objects or hidden realms, but in the connections we build, the kindness we show, and the courage we find within ourselves. The realm of echoes had been saved, its magic restored, and Mira's journey had come to an end. But as she held the feather close to her heart, she knew that the spirit of the realm would remain with her, a reminder of the power of friendship and the strength of a united heart. As the first light of dawn touched the treetops, Mira found herself back in her village, the ancient oak standing tall and proud. The feather in her hand glowed softly, a token of her adventure and a promise of the magic that lay within her. And so, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit unyielding, Mira returned to her life, knowing that she was forever changed by the journey she had taken. The village, the oak, and the realm of echoes would always be a part of her, a chapter in the story of her life, written with courage, friendship, and a touch of magic. And as she drifted into sleep each night, she dreamed not just of the adventures she had, but of those yet to come, guided by the light of the feather and the strength of her heart. Story 17. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed gently like dancers in a waltz, lay the quaint village of Starvale. Starvale was known for its serene beauty, where cobblestone paths wound through lush gardens and cozy cottages with thatched roofs stood nestled under a canopy of twinkling stars. One particular evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, the villagers of Starvale gathered in the town square for their annual moonlit festival. Lanterns hung from the trees, casting a warm, amber glow, while the sweet aroma of honey cakes and spiced cider filled the air. Among the villagers was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the night sky. With his tousled chestnut hair and eyes that sparkled with wonder, Finn had an uncanny knack for noticing things that others might overlook. It was this very curiosity that led him to discover the strange occurrences at this year's festival. As the festivities unfolded, Finn noticed something peculiar. The lanterns, which usually glowed brightly throughout the night, began to flicker and dim without warning. At first, he thought it was simply a breeze, but the air was still, and the stars twinkled unwaveringly above. As he pondered this, he watched the villagers dance and laugh, seemingly oblivious to the flickering lights. Intrigued, Finn decided to investigate. He slipped away from the crowd, following the cobblestone path that led to the edge of the whispering woods. The woods were known to be home to magical creatures, and Finn hoped one of them might help solve the mystery of the flickering lanterns. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he came upon a gentle brook that gurgled softly over smooth stones. Sitting beside it was an old, wise tortoise named Eldrin, known to the villagers as a knower of many things. Eldrin's shell was adorned with tiny, glistening crystals that caught the moonlight, and his eyes were pools of kindness and wisdom. "Good evening, young Finn," Eldrin greeted, his voice as smooth and deep as the brook. "What brings you to the woods on such a fine night?" Finn explained the peculiar behavior of the lanterns, his voice tinged with curiosity and a hint of concern. Eldrin listened patiently, nodding slowly as Finn spoke. Eldrin mused. "It sounds like the work of the flicker sprites. They are playful little creatures who dwell in the heart of the forest. They mean no harm, but they do enjoy a bit of mischief now and then. Finn's eyes widened with interest. How can we ask them to stop? The festival won't be the same without the light of the lanterns. Eldrin smiled knowingly. The flicker sprites are fond of stories, young Finn. If you can weave a tale that captures their imagination, they might just grant your wish. With a nod of determination, Finn thanked Eldrin and set off towards the heart of the forest, guided by the silvery glow of the moon. As he walked, he thought about the stories his grandmother had told him, tales of brave knights and clever foxes, of distant lands and magical adventures. Soon, he reached a clearing where the air shimmered with a faint, ethereal light. There, flitting about like tiny stars, were the flicker sprites. They danced and darted, their laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. Taking a deep breath, Finn began to speak, his voice gentle and soothing. He wove a tale of a brave young boy who ventured into an enchanted forest to find the most beautiful light in the world, a light that could only be seen by those who truly believed in magic. As he spoke, the flicker sprites paused in their play, drawn in by the story. And so, Finn concluded, the boy learned that the true magic was not in the light itself, but in the joy it brought to those who shared it. The flicker sprites, captivated by the tale, gathered around Finn, their eyes wide with wonder. One of the sprites, a tiny creature with wings that glowed like moonbeams, fluttered closer. "We apologize for our mischief," the sprite said, her voice a soft whisper. "Your story has touched our hearts. We will ensure the lanterns shine brightly for your festival." With that, the sprites flitted away, their laughter fading into the night. Finn watched them go, his heart light and filled with a sense of accomplishment. As he made his way back to the village, he found the lanterns glowing with a steady, warm light, casting a comforting glow over the festival. The villagers, unaware of the adventure that had taken place, continued to dance and celebrate under the starry sky. Eldrin, who had returned to the village to enjoy the festivities, gave Finn a knowing nod, a twinkle of pride in his eyes. And so the moonlit festival continued in all its splendor, the lanterns shining brightly, just as they always had. Finn knew that the true magic lay not only in the flickering lights, but in the friendships and stories that brought them to life. As the night drew to a close and the villagers began to head home, Finn felt a comforting sense of peace. The mystery had been solved, and the village was once again wrapped in the soothing embrace of the whispering woods. And so, with the moon watching over them, Finn and the people of Starvale drifted into a gentle slumber, their dreams filled with the wonders of the night and the promise of many more stories to come. Story 18. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between gently rolling hills and the whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Clara. Willowbrook was a place where the days ambled by like a slow-moving stream, and the evenings were painted with hues of golden sunsets and the soothing calls of crickets. Clara was an inquisitive soul, with eyes that gleamed like the stars that danced in the night sky. One breezy afternoon, as she wandered through her grandmother's attic, she stumbled upon an item that would change the course of her life. A small, unassuming mirror, tucked behind a dusty stack of old books. Its frame was intricately carved with vines and leaves, and as Clara wiped away the years of neglect, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from its surface. Curiosity piqued, Clara gazed into the mirror, expecting to see her own reflection staring back. Instead, she saw a world far beyond her imagination, a lush and vibrant forest where creatures of all kinds frolicked under the dappled sunlight. The air seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and the trees whispered secrets in a language only the heart could understand. As Clara leaned closer, an unexpected sensation tingled in her fingertips, as if the mirror itself was inviting her to step through. With a gentle breath and a heart fluttering with anticipation, she reached out, and in an instant, the world around her melted away, replaced by the sights and sounds of the enchanted forest. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature, the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the gentle babbling of a brook that wound its way through the trees. Clara stood in wonder, her senses enveloped by the magic of this newfound world. It was then that she noticed a pair of eyes watching her with curious intent. From behind a cluster of ferns emerged a small creature, no taller than Clara's knee. It had the appearance of a squirrel, but with fur as soft as spun silver and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. The creature introduced itself as Pip, the guardian of the forest, and welcomed Clara with a flourish of its bushy tail. "You've found the Mirror of Realms," Pip explained, its voice as light as a breeze. "Few have the heart to see beyond their own reflection. You must be special, indeed." Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest at the compliment, and she couldn't help but smile. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. "This is the Heartwood," Pip replied, "a sanctuary for all that is magical and kind. But not all is well here. The Heartwood is losing its light, and the creatures of the forest are growing weary." Clara listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. "How can I help?" she asked, determination shining in her eyes. Pip pondered for a moment, its tail twitching thoughtfully. "There is a way," it said, "but it requires a journey of both heart and mind. You must seek the Whispering Stone, hidden deep within the forest. It holds the wisdom needed to restore the Heartwood's light." With Pip as her guide, Clara set off into the forest, the path before her shadowed by ancient trees whose branches reached like fingers toward the sky. As they journeyed, Pip shared tales of the Heartwood's history, of times when the forest thrived under the care of those who listened to its whispers. Their journey was not without its challenges. They encountered a river too swift to cross, but with Pip's guidance, Clara learned to listen to the songs of the stones beneath the water, finding a path where there seemed to be none. They met a group of fireflies trapped by thorny vines, and with gentle hands, Clara freed them, earning their gratitude and a trail of light to guide her way. Finally, they reached a clearing where the Whispering Stone stood, half hidden beneath a cascade of wildflowers. The stone was ancient, its surface etched with runes that pulsed with a soft inner light. Clara approached with reverence, her heart open to the wisdom it might offer. As she placed her hand upon the stone, a gentle warmth spread through her, and a voice as old as time itself filled her mind. It spoke of balance and harmony, of the need to listen and understand the world around her. "The light you seek is within you," the voice whispered, "a reflection of the kindness and courage you hold in your heart." Clara felt a profound sense of peace settle over her, and as she withdrew her hand, she knew what she needed to do. With Pip by her side, she returned to the heart of the forest, where the creatures had gathered, their faces etched with hope and worry. Drawing upon the wisdom she had learned, Clara sang a song, a melody that flowed from her soul like a river of light. Her voice wove through the trees, filling the air with warmth and love. As the song reached its crescendo, the Heartwood began to glow, its light spreading through the branches, illuminating the forest with a gentle radiance. The creatures cheered and danced in celebration, their spirits lifted by Clara's gift. Pip beamed with pride, its eyes shining as bright as the stars. "You have done it, Clara," it said, its voice thick with emotion. "You have restored the Heartwood's light." Clara smiled, her heart full of joy. She had come to the forest seeking adventure and found something far greater, a connection to a world that was as much a part of her as she was of it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a blanket of twilight, Clara knew it was time to return home. With a final farewell to her newfound friends, she stepped back through the mirror, the world of the Heartwood fading into a gentle memory. Back in her grandmother's attic, Clara held the mirror close, the warmth of the Heartwood still lingering in her heart. She knew she would carry its light with her always, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the world. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, the mirror tucked safely under her pillow, Clara dreamed of silver-furred squirrels and whispering stones, her heart forever open to the wonders that awaited beyond. Story 19. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic whispered through every tree and shimmer of moonlight, there lived a curious young fox named Russet. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with an unquenchable thirst for adventure. One crisp evening, as Russet was scampering through the whispering woods, she noticed something peculiar. The normally vibrant wildflowers lining the path had wilted, their petals drooping as if a great sadness had befallen them. Russet's keen senses detected a faint, unfamiliar scent lingering in the air. a scent that seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. Perplexed, Russet continued on her way, only to encounter more strange occurrences. The babbling brook that usually sang its merry tune had fallen silent, and the once lively bushes lay still, as if holding their breath. A sense of unease crept over the young fox, and she knew she had to unravel this mystery. Determined to seek guidance, Russet made her way to the ancient oak tree at the heart of the forest, where the wise old owl Gwyneth made her home. Gwyneth's eyes twinkled with kindness as she listened to Russet's tale. "Ah, my dear Russet," the owl hooted softly. "It seems the forest has fallen under a somber spell, cast by none other than the mischievous Whisper Sprites." Russet's eyes widened. The Whisper Sprites were elusive, mischievous creatures known for their playful pranks, but this time they seemed to have gone too far. Gwyneth explained that the sprites had become disheartened by the lack of laughter and joy in the forest, and in their misguided attempt to regain attention, they had inadvertently cast a spell that sapped the very life force from the woodland beings. "But fear not, young one," Gwyneth reassured Russet. "The spell can be broken, but it will require a special kind of magic, the magic of joy and laughter." With renewed determination, Russet set out on her quest, enlisting the help of her friends, the mischievous squirrels, the playful rabbits, and the ever-cheerful bluebirds. Together, they devised a plan to lift the spirits of the Whisper Sprites and restore the forest's vibrant energy. They staged an elaborate performance, weaving together songs, dances, and comedic skits that celebrated the simple joys of life in the woodland. The squirrels juggled acorns, the rabbits performed hilarious impressions, and the bluebirds sang their most uplifting melodies. As the laughter and merriment filled the air, the Whisper Sprites couldn't resist peeking out from their hiding places. Slowly but surely, their frowns turned into smiles, and their eyes regained their playful twinkle. The spell began to unravel, and the forest gradually came back to life. The wildflowers raised their heads, the brook resumed its cheerful babbling, and the bushes swayed in a gentle, joyful dance. The Whisper Sprites, humbled by the kindness and understanding shown to them, vowed to never again let their mischief go too far. As the sun set over the whispering woods, Russet and her friends basked in the warmth of their victory. They had learned that even in the darkest of times, laughter and friendship could conquer any challenge, and that the true magic of the forest lay in the simple pleasures they had rediscovered together. From that day on, the whispering woods echoed with the sounds of joy and merriment, a reminder that even the most perplexing mysteries could be solved with an open heart, a clever mind, and the unwavering power of friendship. Story 20. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a legend as old as the trees themselves. It spoke of a hidden world, a realm of wonder and magic concealed within the heart of the ancient woods. This secret world was said to be home to the most extraordinary creatures and the most enchanted of objects, each holding powers beyond mortal comprehension. Our story begins on a crisp autumn evening where leaves danced merrily in the breeze, painting the cobblestone paths with shades of gold and crimson. The air was laced with the scent of wood smoke and the promise of stories untold. Under the fading light of the setting sun, a young girl named Lily found herself at the edge of the village, her eyes wide with curiosity and wonder. Lily had always been a child of the forest. She spent hours wandering beneath the emerald canopy, her senses alive with the sounds and scents of the woods. Her heart was a vessel of endless dreams, filled with tales of adventure and mystery. But above all, she yearned to uncover the secrets hidden within the forest, the world spoken of in hushed whispers and bedtime tales. On this particular evening, as the sky blushed with hues of pink and orange, Lily felt a tug at her heart, a gentle pull that seemed to guide her deeper into the woods. She followed the call, her feet crunching softly on the carpet of fallen leaves. The forest, alive with the whispers of the wind and the rustle of creatures unseen, welcomed her with open arms. As she ventured further, the trees began to change. Their trunks grew thicker, their branches twisted and gnarled, forming a canopy that filtered the light into a soft, ethereal glow. The air was cooler here, carrying with it the scent of earth and moss. It was a place untouched by time, a sanctuary where magic lingered in every shadow. It was here, beneath the ancient boughs, that Lily discovered the first hint of the hidden world. A glimmer caught her eye, a sparkle of light against the dark bark of a towering oak. She approached with cautious steps, her breath held in anticipation. And there, nestled between the roots, she found a small golden acorn. The acorn was unlike any she had ever seen. It shimmered with a light of its own, casting a warm glow that seemed to pulse in time with the beating of her heart. Instinctively, she reached out to touch it, her fingers grazing its smooth surface. The moment she did, a gentle warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. In that instant, the forest around her came alive. The trees whispered secrets in a language only her heart understood, and the air shimmered with unseen magic. The golden acorn, small and unassuming, held the key to the hidden world, and Lily had been chosen to unlock its mysteries. With the acorn cradled in her palm, Lily felt a surge of courage and determination. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and that the path ahead would lead her to the heart of the enchanted realm. But she was not afraid, for the forest was her friend, and she was ready to discover its wonders. As she walked deeper into the woods, the light of the acorn guiding her way, Lily felt a change within herself. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless beauty, was transforming her, filling her with a sense of purpose and strength. She was no longer just a girl searching for adventure. She was a guardian of secrets, a keeper of dreams. The journey led her to a clearing bathed in silver moonlight, where the air was thick with enchantment. In the center stood a circle of stones, each etched with runes that glowed softly in the night. Lily stepped into the circle, her heart racing with anticipation. As she did, the world shifted around her. The air shimmered and danced, and the trees seemed to lean closer, their branches weaving a tapestry of light and shadow. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting for the magic to unfold. And then, with a burst of light and color, the hidden world revealed itself. The clearing transformed into a vibrant landscape of wonder, filled with creatures of every shape and hue. There were fairies with wings like stained glass, unicorns with manes of silver starlight, and sprites that flitted through the air like living sparks. Lily stood in awe, her heart swelling with joy and disbelief. She had found it, the world of magic and dreams, hidden within the heart of the forest. It was a place of beauty and wonder, a realm where the impossible became possible, and where the heart could soar free. As she explored this new world, making friends with the creatures and learning their stories, Lily realized that the golden acorn was more than just a key. It was a symbol of the bond between the human world and the magical realm, a reminder that the two were forever intertwined. The creatures welcomed her with open arms, sharing their wisdom and their laughter. They taught her the language of the forest, the songs of the stars, and the dance of the wind. In their company, Lily discovered a strength and courage she had never known, and a sense of belonging that filled her heart to bursting. As the days turned into weeks, Lily found herself becoming a part of the enchanted world. She learned to weave spells with her words, to call the rain with a song, and to dance with the moonlight on her skin. The forest, with its endless wonders, became her home, and the creatures her family. Yet even as she reveled in the magic of the hidden world, Lily knew that she could not stay forever. The human world called to her, with its own stories and dreams waiting to be discovered. She realized that her journey had changed her, had given her the strength and wisdom to face the challenges of her own world. With a heart full of gratitude and love, Lily bid farewell to her friends in the world that had become so dear to her. She promised to return, to keep the secrets of the forest safe, and to share its magic with those who believed. As she made her way back to the village, the golden acorn still warm in her palm, Lily felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She had discovered the wonders of the hidden world, had danced with the stars and sung with the wind. But more importantly, she had found herself and the strength to follow her dreams. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless beauty, had changed her, had filled her with a sense of purpose and belonging. And though she walked once more among the human world, she carried with her the magic of the hidden realm, a light that would guide her always. In the quiet of the night, beneath the watchful gaze of the moon, Lily returned to Eldergrove, her heart alight with the magic of the forest. She was no longer just a girl searching for adventure. She was a guardian of secrets, a keeper of dreams. And as she lay down to sleep, the golden acorn nestled beneath her pillow, she knew that the hidden world was never far away. It lived within her, in her heart and in her dreams, a place of wonder and magic where anything was possible. In the gentle embrace of the night, with the forest whispering its secrets and the stars singing their lullabies, Lily drifted into a peaceful sleep. Her journey had changed her, had filled her with hope and wonder, and she knew that her dreams would forever be guided by the light of the hidden world. Story 21. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight danced through a canopy of emerald leaves and the whispers of the wind carried secrets untold, there lay a hidden world teeming with life. This was a place where the very air shimmered with magic and the soil thrummed with stories as old as time itself. The creatures of this mystical forest were not mere animals, but beings of an ethereal nature. They had lived in harmony with the land for generations, each one performing a role as vital as the next. Among them was a wise old owl named Solon, whose feathers glistened like moonlight on a still lake. Solon was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, sharing tales of the past and guiding the young with stories woven from the threads of time. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was crisp and the scent of pine needles filled the forest, Solon perched upon an ancient oak, its bark rough and comforting beneath his talons. Below him, a gentle deer named Briar grazed on the soft, dew-laden grass. Briar's eyes were as deep and warm as the earth, reflecting the quiet strength of the forest itself. "Tell us a story, Solon," Briar called softly, lifting her head to the old owl above. Her voice was like the rustle of leaves, soothing and soft. Solon nodded wisely, his eyes twinkling with the light of 100 dawns. "Gather close, my friends, and I shall tell you of the balance of seasons." As the creatures of the forest drew near, their fur and feathers brushing against one another in a tapestry of warmth and companionship, Solon began his tale. His voice was a gentle breeze, carrying them into the heart of the story. Long ago, when the earth was young and the skies were new, the seasons were but wild forces, untamed and free. They danced across the land with abandon, winter with her icy breath, spring with her gentle rains, summer with her blazing sun, and autumn with her vibrant colors. Each season had its own beauty, yet the world was chaotic, for they knew not how to share the land. One day, as the seasons clashed in a storm of elements, the wise spirit of the forest emerged. She was a being of pure light and wisdom, her presence calming the tempest. "Why do you quarrel so?" she asked, her voice like the melody of a trickling stream. The seasons paused, for they had never been asked such a question. Winter spoke first, her voice crisp and cool. "I wish to blanket the earth in peace, to let it rest under my gentle snow." Spring followed, her voice fresh and full of promise. "I wish to awaken the world with my blooms and songs, to bring life anew." Summer, with her voice as warm as a sunbeam, said, "I wish to fill the world with warmth and light, to let all creatures bask in my glow." Lastly, autumn spoke, her voice rich and mellow. "I wish to paint the world in colors bright, to prepare it for winter's night." The spirit of the forest listened, her heart full of understanding. "Each of you has a gift to give," she said, "but the world needs all of your gifts to thrive. You must learn to share the earth, to work together and create harmony." And so the seasons agreed to the spirit's wisdom. They learned to pass the baton gently, one to the next, weaving together a tapestry of time that allowed each to shine in their own moment. Winter's snow melted into spring's rains, which nurtured the seeds that summer's sun would grow, preparing the land for autumn's harvest. From then on, the seasons lived in harmony, their dance a gentle cycle of giving and receiving, each one necessary, each one cherished. As Solon finished his tale, the forest seemed to hold its breath, every creature feeling the rhythm of the seasons within themselves. The wisdom of the story settled over them like a soft blanket, teaching them of balance and the beauty of working together. Briar sighed contentedly, her heart warmed by the tale. "Thank you, Solon. Your stories remind us of our place in the world, of how we are all connected." Solon nodded, his feathers ruffling in the breeze. "Indeed, Briar. Remember, the earth is a tapestry, and each of us is a thread. Together we create a masterpiece." As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the creatures of the forest returned to their homes. The air was filled with the gentle rustling of leaves and the soft chirping of crickets, a lullaby that promised peace and dreams. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of the seasons and the stories that flowed through the land like a river of time. Story 22 title, The Whispering Woods. In the heart of a small, sleepy village nestled at the foot of the Bluebell Mountains, where meandering streams painted silver ribbons across lush green meadows, there existed a place known to only a few. It was a realm hidden within the embrace of the Whispering Woods, a forest so dense and ancient that even the oldest tales told around the village hearths could not recall its beginnings. The people of the village often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and caution, their voices hushed as if the very trees might be listening. For it was said that deep within this verdant labyrinth, the forest held secrets that could change the course of a life. It was also said that only those pure of heart and intention could find their way to the heart of the Whispering Woods, where magic awaited those who sought it. Our story begins on a cool, misty morning, the kind that heralds the gentle arrival of spring. The sun had just begun to paint the sky with strokes of pastel pink and gold, its light filtering through the canopy of leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The air was crisp, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of blooming wildflowers. In a quaint cottage at the edge of the village lived a young woman named Lena. Lena was known for her kindness and her curious spirit, traits that had endeared her to everyone she met. She had a special bond with the natural world, which seemed to respond to her gentle touch. Flowers turned their faces towards her as she passed, and birds sang sweeter songs when she lingered in the garden. On this particular morning, Lena awoke with a sense of anticipation tingling in her fingertips. It was as if the very air was alive with whispers, urging her to embark on a journey she felt compelled to undertake. She dressed quickly, donning a simple cloak to ward off the morning chill, and set out towards the Whispering Woods, her heart light and her spirit eager. As she walked, the sun climbed higher in the sky, warming the earth and coaxing out the vibrant hues of the forest. Lena marveled at the beauty surrounding her. The path beneath her feet was soft with fallen leaves, and the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches intertwined in a protective canopy. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it a symphony of sounds, the rustle of small creatures, the distant babble of a brook, and faintly a melodic whispering that seemed to call her deeper into the woods. Guided by this ethereal melody, Lena ventured further than she ever had before, feeling both a sense of wonder and a tingle of apprehension. She soon found herself at the edge of a small glade bathed in sunlight, where a peculiar sight awaited her. In the center of the glade stood a stone pedestal, and upon it rested an intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and shimmer in the light, as if alive. Drawn to the mysterious artifact, Lena approached with cautious reverence. As she reached out to touch the box, a gentle voice echoed in her mind, soft and soothing like the rustle of leaves in a summer breeze. "Welcome, seeker of truths," it murmured. "Within this box lies a gift, a key to the hidden wonders of the Whispering Woods." Lena hesitated for a moment, then lifted the lid of the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of soft moss, lay a small, crystalline orb. It pulsed with a gentle light, casting tiny rainbows on the surrounding foliage. Without knowing why, Lena reached for the orb, and as her fingers closed around it, a warm glow enveloped her. In that instant, the world around her transformed. The trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves whispering secrets only she could hear. The ground beneath her feet vibrated with a gentle hum, resonating with the pulse of the orb in her hand. Lena felt a connection to the forest, a sense of unity with every living thing within it. With the orb's guidance, Lena began to understand the language of the woods. She could hear the thoughts of the creatures that called it home, feel the emotions of the trees as they swayed in the wind, and sense the ancient wisdom that flowed through the roots deep within the earth. As Lena explored further, she discovered that the Whispering Woods held wonders beyond her imagination. She met a wise old owl named Eldrin, whose eyes were like pools of amber, and who spoke in riddles that revealed profound truths. She befriended a family of curious foxes who led her to hidden groves where the air shimmered with magic. She learned to dance with the wind and sing with the streams, her heart swelling with the joy of newfound friendships. Days turned into weeks, and Lena lost track of time, so enraptured was she by the wonders of the forest. Yet she never forgot her village, and often she would return, bringing with her gifts from the woods, herbs with healing properties, fruits that sparkled like jewels, and tales of her adventures that left the villagers in awe. But as much as she loved the forest, Lena knew that her journey was not yet complete. The orb, which had become a constant companion, continued to pulse with a gentle insistence, urging her towards a mystery yet unsolved. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with a tapestry of oranges and purples, Lena sat by a tranquil pond, pondering her next steps. The water reflected the twinkling stars above, and in its depths she saw the reflection of a young woman who had grown wiser, her spirit enriched by the wonders she had experienced. It was then that Eldrin, the wise old owl, alighted on a branch nearby. His eyes, deep and knowing, met hers. "The heart of the whispering woods holds a secret, Lena," he hooted softly. "A secret that has awaited your arrival for many moons." Lena listened intently, her heart quickening at the promise of a new adventure. "What must I do, Eldrin?" she asked, her voice a blend of excitement and resolve. "The orb has chosen you," Eldrin replied. "It will guide you to the heart of the forest where the oldest tree stands. There you will find the source of the magic that sustains this realm. But be warned, the journey will test your courage and your heart." With a nod of understanding, Lena set off once more, the orb's light guiding her steps as she ventured into the deepest recesses of the forest. The path was fraught with challenges. The undergrowth grew thicker, and the whispers of the woods grew louder, their tone more urgent. Yet Lena pressed on, her heart buoyed by the friendships she had forged and the lessons she had learned. She navigated through thickets and across streams, her senses attuned to the forest's guidance. The orb's light grew brighter with each step, illuminating her path through the darkness. Finally, as dawn broke on the horizon, casting a golden glow over the land, Lena emerged into a clearing. At its center stood the most magnificent tree she had ever seen. Its trunk was as wide as a house, its bark a tapestry of swirling patterns that seemed to pulse with life. Its branches reached towards the sky, heavy with clusters of shimmering leaves that caught the morning light. Lena approached the tree, her heart filled with awe and reverence. She placed a hand on its ancient trunk, and immediately she felt a surge of warmth and energy coursing through her. The orb in her other hand pulsed in harmony with the tree, and she knew, in that moment, that she had found the heart of the whispering woods. As if in response, the tree began to speak, its voice resonating through the air like a gentle breeze. "You have come far, Lena, and in doing so you have proven your worth. The magic of the whispering woods is not just a gift, but a responsibility. It is a bond that unites all living things, a reminder that we are all part of a greater whole." Lena listened, her heart swelling with understanding. She realized that her journey had not only changed her, but had also deepened her connection to the world around her. The forest had taught her the value of friendship, the strength of unity, and the importance of living in harmony with nature. With newfound wisdom, Lena returned to her village, where she shared her experiences and the lessons she had learned. Her tales inspired others to seek their own connections with the natural world, fostering a community that cherished and respected the forest. And so, the Whispering Woods remained a place of wonder and magic, its secrets safeguarded by those who understood its true value. Lena continued to visit often, her heart forever intertwined with the ancient rhythms of the forest. And as she grew older, she passed on the stories of her adventures to a new generation, ensuring that the magic of the woods would never be forgotten. In the years that followed, Lena's legacy lived on in the hearts of all who had been touched by her kindness and spirit. The forest thrived, a living testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the simple yet profound truth that we are all connected. And so, in the gentle embrace of the Whispering Woods, where the trees whispered their secrets and the streams sang their melodies, Lena found not just a world of magic, but a place she could call home. As the sun set each evening, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, the forest came alive with the whispers of gratitude and love, a reminder of the journey that had changed a young woman's life forever. Story 23. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of a serene valley, there lay a village named Willowbrook, cradled by hills cloaked in emerald forests. The air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers that bloomed abundantly in the meadow, painting the landscape with hues of gold, violet, and crimson. The villagers lived in harmony with the rhythm of the seasons, their lives interwoven with the whispers of nature. In this picturesque village, there lived a young woman named Lena. With eyes the color of a tranquil sea and hair cascading like a waterfall of chestnut, she was known for her quiet presence and gentle heart. However, Lena carried a burden not easily seen. She feared the inevitability of change. Her heart yearned for the safety of familiarity, yet life, like the river that ran through Willowbrook, was ever-changing. Lena lived with her grandmother, Sage, in a quaint cottage adorned with flowering vines and wind chimes that sang in the breeze. Sage was a wise woman, her eyes twinkling with the light of countless moons and stars. She had long understood the power of transformation and embraced it with the grace of a willow bending in the wind. One twilight evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, Sage sensed Lena's restlessness. They sat together by the hearth, the warmth of the fire casting a golden glow around them. "My dear Lena," Sage began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "there is magic in change, a beauty in becoming. Like the caterpillar that transforms into a butterfly, we too can grow into something wondrous." Lena sighed, her heart heavy with the weight of her fears. "But grandmother, what if I lose myself in the change? What if I become someone I no longer recognize?" Sage smiled gently, placing a comforting hand on Lena's shoulder. "You will find yourself, not lose yourself. The essence of who you are will remain, enriched by the journey." That night, as Lena lay in bed, the moonlight spilled through her window, weaving patterns of silver across her room. She dreamed of a forest, deep and mysterious, where the trees whispered secrets and the air shimmered with enchantment. When she awoke, a curious feeling tugged at her heart. She felt drawn to the forest, as if it called to her with an unseen thread. With a mix of apprehension and curiosity, she decided to follow this mysterious summons. The forest stood at the edge of the village, its entrance veiled by a curtain of ivy. As Lena stepped beneath the archway of branches, a hush fell over the world, as if nature itself paused in anticipation. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and earth, and the soft rustle of leaves accompanied her footsteps like a tender melody. Deeper into the forest, Lena discovered a hidden grove bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center of the grove stood a magnificent oak tree, its trunk thick and ancient, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a pool of crystal-clear water. As Lena approached the pool, she caught sight of her reflection. But her reflection was not what she expected. Instead of her familiar visage, she saw a figure cloaked in light, radiant and ethereal. Startled, Lena stepped back, her heart pounding with a mix of fear and wonder. "Do not be afraid," a gentle voice spoke, resonating from the depths of the pool. "I am the spirit of the forest, here to guide you through the magic of transformation." Lena listened, her fears slowly melting away like morning mist. "How can I embrace change when I fear what it might bring?" The spirit's voice was like the murmur of a brook, flowing with wisdom. "Change is the essence of life, dear one. It is through change that we discover our true selves. Trust in the journey, and you will find the strength within." Encouraged by the spirit's words, Lena gazed into the pool once more. This time, she saw herself as she was, yet with a newfound light in her eyes, a glimmer of potential waiting to unfold. With each visit to the grove, Lena learned to listen to the whispers of the forest, to the guidance of the spirit. She began to see change not as a threat, but as an invitation to grow, to evolve into the person she was destined to become. As the days turned into weeks, Lena found herself embracing small changes in her everyday life. She learned new skills, met new friends among the villagers, and even took up the art of weaving, creating beautiful tapestries that told stories of transformation. Her grandmother Sage watched with pride as Lena blossomed like a flower unfurling its petals to the sun. Lena's newfound courage and openness inspired those around her, and soon the entire village began to embrace the magic of change. One day, as Lena sat beneath the old oak tree, the spirit of the forest appeared once more. "You have grown, dear Lena," the spirit said, its voice filled with warmth. "You have learned the beauty of transformation, and with it, you have discovered the strength of your own heart." Lena smiled, her heart brimming with gratitude. "Thank you for guiding me," she said softly. "I now understand that change is not something to fear, but to welcome, for it leads us to who we truly are." With a gentle rustle of leaves, the spirit faded into the light, leaving Lena with a sense of peace and fulfillment. She knew that the journey of transformation was ongoing, a beautiful dance between who she was and who she would become. As the sun set over Willowbrook, painting the sky with shades of pink and orange, Lena returned to her grandmother's cottage. The air was filled with the scent of evening primrose, and the soft chirping of crickets serenaded the night. Sitting by the fire, Lena shared her experiences with Sage, who listened with a heart full of love and pride. "You have blossomed, my dear Lena," Sage said, her voice a gentle embrace. "And in doing so, you have shown us all that the magic of transformation lies within each of us." And so, in the quiet village of Willowbrook, where the river flowed with stories of old and the stars danced in the night sky, Lena continued her journey. With every step she took, she carried with her the wisdom of the forest, the strength of her own heart, and the boundless magic of change. And as the seasons turned, bringing with them the gentle touch of time, Lena's story became a cherished tale, a reminder that within each of us is the power to transform, to embrace the beauty of who we are becoming, and to find peace in the ever-changing tapestry of life. Story 24. In the heart of a serene, enchanted woodland, where the whispering trees swayed in gentle harmony with the breeze, there lay a quaint little village known as Moonlit Hollow. Moonlit Hollow was a place where twilight always seemed to linger a little longer, painting the sky with hues of lavender and gold, as if the sun and moon were engaged in a playful game of hide-and-seek. Nestled among the soft emerald hills and beside a crystal-clear brook, the village was a tapestry of cozy cottages with thatched roofs and chimneys that puffed out wisps of fragrant, woodsy smoke. The villagers, a merry family of gentle souls, lived in harmony with nature and the magical creatures that called the forest home. One particular morning, as the dew-kissed leaves glistened in the first light of day, a curious event caught the attention of the villagers. Tiny, shimmering footprints had appeared on the dewy grass, leading from the edge of the forest to the heart of the village. The footprints sparkled with an ethereal glow, twinkling like stardust scattered across the ground. Gathered in the village square, the villagers exchanged whispers of wonder and speculation. Among them was young Finn, a kind-hearted and observant child with a mind as sharp as the crisp morning air. Finn had always been fascinated by the mysteries of Moonlit Hollow and the magical world that surrounded it. As the villagers pondered the origins of the footprints, Finn's curiosity was piqued. He decided to follow the trail, hoping to unravel the mystery. With a gentle smile and a wave, Finn set off, his heart filled with excitement and a sense of adventure. The footprints led Finn through winding paths lined with wildflowers that danced in the breeze, their petals brushing softly against his ankles. The air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the sun filtered gently through the canopy of leaves above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As Finn ventured deeper into the forest, he heard the soft, melodious chirping of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, as if the forest itself was whispering secrets. It wasn't long before he came across a clearing, where a wise old owl perched majestically on an ancient oak tree. The owl, known as Sage, was revered by the villagers for her wisdom and kind heart. "Good morning, dear Finn," Sage hooted softly, her eyes twinkling like the stars. "What brings you to the heart of the forest today?" Finn approached with a respectful nod, his eyes bright with wonder. "Good morning, Sage. I've been following these strange, shimmering footprints. Do you know where they might lead?" Sage tilted her head thoughtfully, her feathers ruffling gently in the breeze. "Ah, the footprints of the stardust sprites," she began, her voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "They are known to appear when the balance of magic in the forest is in need of restoration. Perhaps they are seeking something or someone to help them." With a grateful heart, Finn thanked Sage and continued on his way, the footprints now leading him toward the babbling brook that wound its way through the forest. The water sparkled like liquid crystal, and the gentle sound of its flow was a lullaby to the ears. As Finn knelt by the brook to catch his breath, a soft giggle filled the air. Startled, he turned to see a tiny, luminous creature perched on a moss-covered stone. It was a stardust sprite, its wings shimmering with every color of the rainbow. "Hello there," chirped the sprite, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I see you found our trail. We could use a clever mind like yours." Finn smiled, his heart warmed by the sprite's cheerful demeanor. "How can I help?" The sprite fluttered its wings, scattering a shower of sparkling light. "We're in need of a special kind of flower, the moonbeam blossom, to mend the magical fabric that binds our world. But alas, the blossoms are hidden, and only one with a keen eye and a pure heart can find them." Feeling honored by the task, Finn nodded resolutely. "I will do my best to find the moonbeam blossoms." With the sprite as his guide, Finn set off once more, his eyes scanning the forest for any sign of the elusive flowers. The path wound deeper into the woods, where the shadows grew longer and the air was filled with the earthy scent of pine and moss. As they walked, the sprite shared stories of the forest's magic, tales of ancient trees that could whisper secrets and streams that could sing songs of old. Finn listened intently, his heart swelling with awe at the beauty of the world around him. Eventually, the trail led them to a secluded glade, where a gentle mist hung in the air, catching the sunlight in a dazzling display of colors. In the center of the glade stood a circle of stones, each one adorned with intricate carvings that glowed faintly in the soft light. Finn's gaze fell upon a cluster of flowers nestled within the circle, their petals shimmering with a silvery glow. The moonbeam blossoms were a sight to behold, their beauty unlike anything he had ever seen. With gentle hands, Finn carefully gathered the blossoms, their delicate fragrance enveloping him like a comforting embrace. The sprite hovered nearby, its eyes shining with gratitude. "Thank you, dear Finn," the sprite said softly. "With these blossoms, we can restore the balance of magic and ensure the harmony of our world." Feeling a deep sense of fulfillment, Finn nodded. "I'm glad I could help." Together, they made their way back to the village, the forest now alive with the gentle hum of magic renewed. As they approached the edge of the woods, the villagers gathered to greet them, their faces alight with joy and wonder. Sage, perched once more in her tree, looked upon Finn with pride. "You have shown great wisdom and kindness, dear Finn. The forest and its magic are grateful." Blushing at the praise, Finn smiled warmly. "I was happy to help." As the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, the villagers gathered around a crackling fire. The air was filled with laughter and the sweet, smoky scent of roasting chestnuts. Finn sat among them, his heart full of happiness and contentment. The mystery of the shimmering footprints had been solved, and the magic of Moonlit Hollow was safe once more. In the gentle glow of the firelight, Finn's eyes grew heavy with sleep. As he drifted off, he knew that the enchantment of the forest would always be there, a comforting presence that watched over the village and its people. And so, beneath the starry sky and the whispering trees, the village of Moonlit Hollow settled into a peaceful slumber, wrapped in the gentle embrace of magic and dreams. Story 25. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of an ancient forest, there lay a quaint village named Willowbrook. The village was nestled amidst towering oaks and fragrant pines, where morning mist wove delicate tendrils around the branches, and the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of wildflowers and dew. Among the villagers, there lived a young woman named Malis, whose heart was as restless as a brook in springtime. Malis had always found comfort in the familiar, the daily rhythm of the village, the predictable cycles of the seasons. She loved the way the sun filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the worn cobblestones, and how the villagers greeted each morning with the sound of ringing bells and cheerful chatter. But lately, a whispering wind seemed to stir within her, urging her towards something she could not quite grasp. It was a feeling akin to the longing of a bird poised on a branch, contemplating the vast sky beyond. Her struggle with change began one autumn morning when the leaves turned shades of amber and gold. Malus had been tasked with gathering herbs from the forest, a duty she had performed many times. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she stumbled upon a glen she had never seen before, bathed in a soft, otherworldly glow. At the center of the glen stood an ancient, twisted willow, its branches swaying gently despite the stillness of the air. There was something magical about the place, a sense of time standing still, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Drawn by an inexplicable pull, Malus approached the willow. As she did, she noticed a peculiar shimmer in the bark, a subtle play of light that seemed to beckon her closer. Tentatively, she reached out to touch it. The moment her fingers brushed the bark, a warm surge of energy coursed through her, and she heard a voice, soft and melodious, echoing in her mind. "Malus," the voice murmured, "you seek change, yet you fear it. To grow, you must learn to embrace the unknown, to dance with the winds of transformation." Startled, Malus withdrew her hand, her heart pounding like a wild drum. She glanced around, half expecting to find someone nearby, but she was alone. Alone, save for the willow that seemed to watch her with knowing eyes. Over the following days, Malus couldn't shake the feeling that the encounter had awakened something within her. She found herself drawn back to the glen, seeking solace under the willow's watchful branches. It was there she met a gentle creature named Thistle, a fox with fur like russet velvet and eyes that sparkled with wisdom. Thistle had lived in the forest for many years and had seen countless seasons come and go, each bringing its own changes. "Why do you fear change, Malus?" Thistle asked one day, as they sat together under the willow, the forest alive with the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. Malus sighed, her breath mingling with the cool afternoon air. "I fear losing what I know, what is familiar and safe." Thistle nodded, understanding in his gaze. "Change is not the loss of the known, but the discovery of the new. It is the soil in which we plant the seeds of our true selves." Encouraged by Thistle's words, Malus began to explore the forest with new eyes, guided by the gentle fox. With each step, she discovered wonders she had never noticed before. Mushrooms glowing with ethereal light beneath the moon, streams that sang ancient melodies, and flowers that bloomed with colors more vibrant than any she had seen. The forest mirrored her inner journey. Just as the trees shed their leaves, revealing stark, beautiful silhouettes against the sky, Malus began to shed her fears. She learned to trust the rhythm of the earth, to find beauty in the changing seasons of her own life. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Malus stood once more before the ancient willow. The tree seemed to hum with life, its branches swaying in a gentle dance. She closed her eyes, letting the tranquility of the moment wash over her. Suddenly she felt a familiar warmth envelop her, and the voice returned, clearer and stronger. "You've begun to understand, Malus. Change is not to be feared but embraced, for in change we find our true selves, our hidden strengths, and the beauty that lies within." As the last rays of sunlight faded, Malus opened her eyes, feeling lighter, as if a burden had been lifted. She thanked the willow and the forest for their gifts of wisdom and understanding. From that day forward, Malus embraced each change with an open heart, knowing that with every ending came a new beginning. She discovered that the more she allowed herself to grow, the more beautiful the world became. The villagers noticed the change in her, how her laughter seemed brighter, her eyes more radiant, filled with the light of newfound understanding. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, with the gentle guidance of a wise fox and the magic of a whispering willow, Malus learned the art of transformation. Her story became a gentle reminder to all who heard it that change is a journey to be cherished, a path leading to the discovery of the wondrous, untapped potential within us all. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the whispering trees, Malus found her place in the dance of life, forever growing, forever learning, and forever at peace with the ever-turning wheel of change. Story 26. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child with a heart full of wonder and an insatiable desire to explore the world around her. One crisp autumn morning, Lily woke up to the sound of leaves rustling outside her window. She hopped out of bed and peered outside, marveling at the vibrant hues of red, orange, and gold that painted the trees. As she gazed upon the kaleidoscope of colors, something caught her eye, a tiny acorn, no bigger than her thumb, lying on the windowsill. Lily picked up the acorn, and as her fingers brushed its smooth surface, a tingle of magic sparked through her body. Suddenly, the acorn began to glow with a warm, golden light, and a gentle voice echoed in her mind. "Greetings, dear child," the voice whispered. "I am the spirit of the ancient oak tree, and this acorn holds the power to grant you a most extraordinary gift." Lily's eyes widened with wonder as the acorn's glow intensified, and before she knew it, she found herself shrinking down to the size of a tiny woodland creature. With her newfound ability to explore the forest from a whole new perspective, Lily embarked on an enchanting journey, her curiosity leading her deeper into the whimsical realm of nature. Along the way, she encountered a cast of delightful characters who became her faithful companions. First, there was Scamper, a mischievous squirrel with a penchant for cracking acorn jokes. Then she met Willow, a wise old owl who spoke in riddles and offered sage advice. As they ventured through the vibrant undergrowth, Lily and her friends discovered a great challenge, a mighty river that threatened to sweep away the homes of countless forest creatures. The rushing waters were too strong for their tiny forms to cross, and they knew they couldn't rely on brute force to solve this dilemma. Willow, ever the font of wisdom, reminded them that true strength often lies in patience and understanding. "The river's path may seem daunting," she hooted, "but if we observe its rhythms and listen to its whispers, we may find a way to coexist in harmony." With Willow's guidance, Lily and her friends carefully studied the river's flow, noting the patterns and eddies that formed amidst the rushing currents. They soon realized that by weaving together branches, leaves, and vines, they could create intricate bridges and pathways that would allow the forest creatures to cross safely. As they worked together, Lily learned invaluable lessons about teamwork, perseverance, and respecting the natural world. She marveled at the ingenuity of her newfound friends and the beauty of their collaborative efforts. Finally, as the sun began to set, their work was complete. The forest creatures cheered with joy, their homes now secure, and Lily felt a sense of pride and accomplishment like never before. As the evening breeze carried the scent of pine and earth, Lily knew that her adventure had changed her forever. She had not only discovered the magic within a humble acorn, but also the magic that resided within herself, the power to embrace wonder, forge lasting friendships, and solve challenges with wisdom and compassion. From that day forward, Lily cherished every moment spent in nature's embrace, knowing that the most extraordinary secrets often lie in the most unexpected places, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. And as she drifted off to sleep each night, the gentle glow of the acorn would remind her that the world was full of enchantment and that she was forever a part of its wondrous tapestry. Story 27. In the heart of a village cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, where the sky often blushed with the rosy hues of dawn, lived a young girl named Lila. Lila had a heart as curious as the flickering stars that decorated the night sky. Her days were spent in the embrace of nature, collecting pebbles that glistened like tiny mirrors and listening to the symphony of birdsong. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the world in shades of twilight, Lila discovered a path she had never seen before. It was a narrow, winding trail that seemed to glow faintly in the gathering dusk, beckoning her with the promise of adventure. The air around it shimmered, as if sprinkled with the dust of dreams. With a gentle whisper of courage, Lila stepped onto the path, her footsteps soft against the earth. The trail led her through a forest where the trees seemed to converse in hushed tones, their leaves rustling like pages of an ancient book. The forest was alive with the scent of pine and the sweet melody of a brook that gurgled nearby, its waters as clear as a polished mirror. As she ventured deeper, Lila encountered creatures unlike any she had seen before. A family of luminescent fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights flickering like stars brought to earth. They twirled in playful circles, guiding her through the dimly lit forest. Lila smiled, feeling a warmth blossoming in her chest, for she understood that she was not alone. Curiosity piqued, Lila followed the fireflies to a clearing where the moonlight pooled like a silver lake. There, perched upon a moss-covered stone, sat a creature that sparkled with all the colors of a twilight sky. It was a fox, but not an ordinary one. Its fur glimmered with hues of violet and gold, and its eyes held the mysteries of 1,000 sunsets. "Welcome, Lila," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as the evening breeze. "I am Zephyr, the guardian of these woods. You have a heart full of wonder and courage, and that has brought you here." Lila marveled at the fox, feeling neither fear nor surprise, but a sense of belonging. "I've never seen such beauty," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Zephyr chuckled, a sound like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. "Beauty is all around us, dear one. Sometimes it takes a journey into the unknown to find it." With those words, Zephyr beckoned her to follow, leading her to a grove where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming jasmine. In the center of the grove stood a grand tree, its branches adorned with blossoms that glowed like lanterns. Each flower held a tiny world within, scenes of joy and laughter, of courage and kindness. Lila gazed in wonder at the blossoms, feeling their stories seep into her soul. She realized that each flower was a tale waiting to be told, a memory cherished and passed down through whispers of time. "These are the stories of those who dared to explore," Zephyr explained. "They remind us that courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to move forward despite it." As Lila absorbed these words, a soft glow began to emanate from her own heart, mingling with the light of the blossoms. She felt a profound connection to the world around her, a tapestry of stories woven with threads of courage and wonder. Zephyr gifted her a blossom, its light warm against her palm. "Take this with you, Lila. Let it be a reminder of the courage you possess and the wonders still waiting to be discovered." As the night deepened, Lila knew it was time to return. With a heart full of gratitude, she bade farewell to Zephyr and the magical grove. The path back seemed shorter, as if the forest itself was guiding her home. When Lila emerged from the woods, the village lay quiet under the watchful gaze of the stars. She held the glowing blossom close, its light a gentle beacon in the darkness. Her journey had taught her that the world was vast and full of stories, and that courage was the key to unlocking them. As she nestled into bed, the blossom by her side, Lila knew she would dream of enchanting paths and whispering woods, of fireflies and a fox named Zephyr. And as she drifted into slumber, the blossom's glow mingled with the moonlight, casting gentle shadows that danced across her room, weaving dreams of courage and endless exploration. And so, in the heart of that quiet village, under a sky thick with stars, Lila slept soundly, comforted by the warmth of her newfound courage and the wonders that awaited beyond the horizon. Story 28. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the whispering woods, where the air always smelled of blooming honeysuckle and the sky wore a coat of soft pastels, lived a gentle young woman named Celine. Celine had always been content with her quiet life, tending to her garden and spending afternoons weaving baskets under the gentle sun. But as the seasons rolled by, change whispered through the trees, and a yearning she couldn't quite understand began to flutter in her heart. Celine's cottage sat at the edge of the village, near the woods that hummed with ancient magic. The villagers often spoke of mysterious happenings within the forest, of trees that danced under the moonlight and streams that sang lilting lullabies. Despite the allure, Celine had never ventured far beyond the familiar paths, her heart tethered by a fear of the unknown. One crisp morning, as the first hints of autumn colored the leaves in golden hues, Celine found a peculiar seed at the edge of her garden. It was unlike any she had seen before, shimmering with an iridescent glow. Intrigued, she planted it in a corner of her garden, not knowing that this small act would be the first step on a path of transformation. As days turned into weeks, the seed sprouted and grew not into an ordinary plant, but into a magnificent vine that sparkled under both sun and moon. Its tendrils reached skyward, whispering secrets of the forest to Celine as she tended to it each day. The vine seemed to respond to her touch, unfurling new leaves and blooms that filled the air with a fragrance of adventure and possibility. One evening, As the sun set in a blaze of orange and pink, Celine sat beside the vine, her heart heavy with the weight of her longing for change. The vine, as if sensing her unease, began to shimmer more brightly, and from it emerged a small, luminescent butterfly. It fluttered around Celine, its glow casting gentle shadows on her face before settling softly on her shoulder. "Do not fear change," whispered the butterfly, its voice like a breeze rustling through leaves, "for within it lies the magic of growth." Celine, startled yet comforted by the creature's presence, realized that she was not alone in her journey. The butterfly, a spirit of the forest, was there to guide her. With newfound courage, she decided to venture into the whispering woods, accompanied by her glowing companion. As they entered the forest, a symphony of sights and sounds enveloped them. The trees, towering and ancient, swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets of ages past. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of moss and damp earth, while golden shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patches of light and shadow. Celine walked deeper into the woods, each step easing the knots of fear within her. Along the way, she met other woodland creatures, an inquisitive squirrel with eyes like polished acorns, a wise old owl perched regally on a branch, and a family of deer who watched her with gentle, knowing eyes. Each encounter left her feeling more connected to the world around her and less afraid of the changes within herself. The butterfly led her to a clearing where a crystal-clear pond lay, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror. Celine knelt by the water's edge, peering into its depths. As she gazed at her reflection, she saw not just her own face, but the faces of all the creatures in the forest itself. She realized that she was a part of something greater, and that change was a natural, beautiful part of life. With this revelation, Celine felt a warmth spread through her, dispelling the last vestiges of fear. The butterfly, sensing her transformation, whispered one last time, "Embrace your journey, dear one, and let it lead you to where you are meant to be." When Celine returned to her village, she was no longer the same. She had grown in ways she couldn't have imagined, her heart now open to the possibilities that lay beyond the familiar. Her garden flourished with the magic of the forest, and the villagers often came to her for guidance, drawn to the quiet wisdom she now possessed. And so, in the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, Celine discovered the beauty of personal growth and the magic that comes with embracing change. Her journey was a testament to the power of transformation, a story whispered by the trees and carried on the wings of a luminescent butterfly. And at the end of each day, as the stars twinkled like fireflies in the night sky, Celine would sit by her vine and reflect on her path, grateful for the journey and the gentle magic that led her to where she was meant to be. Story 29. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village surrounded by whispering pines and soft rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a cozy cottage with a garden that brimmed with fragrant herbs and colorful wildflowers, tended lovingly by her grandmother, the village's wise herbalist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves twirled down from the trees, Lila was helping her grandmother prepare soothing salves for the villagers. The kitchen was filled with the comforting scents of lavender and chamomile, while a gentle fire crackled in the hearth. As Lila reached for a jar on the highest shelf, her fingers brushed against something peculiar. It was a small, unassuming box, ornately carved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering firelight. Curiosity piqued, Lila asked her grandmother about the box. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a mischievous light. "Ah, that is the Box of Whispers," she explained, "an heirloom passed down through generations. It is said to hold a secret that can only be revealed at the right time." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and wonder. That night, as the moon bathed her room in its silvery glow, she sat on her bed, the box nestled in her lap. With gentle fingers she opened it, revealing a single delicate feather, shimmering with an iridescent sheen. As she touched the feather, a warm, tingling sensation spread through her, and she heard a soft, melodic voice whispering a message only she could hear. "Seek the heart of the forest," the voice sang, "where the oldest tree stands tall and wise. There you will find what you seek and much more." The next morning, with her grandmother's blessing, Lila set off on her journey. The path to the heart of the forest was lined with towering oaks and rustling underbrush, the air crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Along the way, she met a friendly squirrel named Nutmeg, who chattered cheerfully and offered to guide her through the maze of trees. Nutmeg was quick and clever, darting between branches and pointing out hidden paths with a flick of his bushy tail. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Lila and Nutmeg came across a sparkling brook. There, sipping from the cool water, was a wise old turtle named Eldrin. His shell was patterned with ancient symbols that glistened in the dappled sunlight. Eldrin greeted them with a slow, gentle nod and offered his wisdom in riddles that spoke of patience and the value of listening to one's heart. With Nutmeg's guidance and Eldrin's sage advice, Lila felt her confidence grow. They soon arrived at the heart of the forest, where a magnificent ancient tree stood. Its trunk was as wide as a house, and its branches reached skyward, cradling the heavens. The tree exuded an aura of timeless wisdom, its bark etched with stories of the ages. Lila approached the tree, feeling the feather in her pocket pulse with warmth. She remembered Eldrin's words about listening to her heart and closed her eyes, letting the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of the forest fill her senses. As she breathed in the serenity of the moment, a vision unfolded before her, a vision of a world where kindness and understanding could heal even the deepest of wounds. Opening her eyes, Lila noticed a hollow at the base of the tree. Inside, to her amazement, was a small, intricately carved flute. It seemed to hum with an energy that resonated with her very soul. She understood that this was the treasure she had been meant to find, a magical flute that could weave melodies of peace and unity. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit buoyed by newfound wisdom, Lila returned to her village. There she played the flute, its gentle notes weaving through the air like a tender embrace. The villagers gathered, drawn by the soothing music, and felt their worries melt away like morning mist. Lila's journey had taught her the power of listening, not just to the world around her, but to the quiet voice within. The box of whispers had revealed its secret, not in the form of a tangible treasure, but in the gift of understanding and harmony. As the days turned to weeks and the weeks to months, the village flourished, bound by the bonds of friendship and the sweet melodies that Lila played. And on quiet nights, when the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Lila would sit by the fire, the box beside her, knowing that its whispers would always guide her true. And so, in the gentle glow of the hearth, Lila's story came to a close, a tale of discovery and wonder, of hearts opened by the simple, enduring magic of kindness. As the final notes of her flute faded into the night, the village slipped into a peaceful slumber, cradled by dreams of hope and harmony. Story 30. In the heart of the ancient verdantwood forest, where the air hummed with the whispers of ages long past, there lay a hidden world, vibrant and alive, woven with the threads of magic and nature. This forest was a sanctuary, a place where the natural and the mystical danced together in perfect harmony. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, splashing golden light on the forest floor, which was carpeted with a tapestry of emerald moss and fallen leaves, their colors shifting with the seasons. There was a clearing in the heart of verdant wood, known only to the creatures that called the forest home. This clearing was a place of gathering, where the air was sweet with the fragrance of wildflowers, and the gentle babble of a nearby brook played a soothing melody. The creatures of the forest, deer with eyes like polished amber, squirrels with bushy tails swishing like brushes, and birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the forest, came together here to celebrate the cycle of seasons, each bringing its own magic. At the center of this clearing stood the great oak, a tree as ancient as the forest itself, its massive trunk gnarled and wise, its branches spread wide, casting a protective shade, and its roots delved deep, cradling secrets of the earth. The great oak was the keeper of the forest's wisdom, its leaves whispering stories of times long gone, of creatures who had walked the earth before, and of the balance that held the world together. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves turned from green to shades of fiery red and gold, a gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of pine and the promise of change. It was the time of the harvest moon, when the forest creatures gathered to honor the balance of nature and to prepare for the coming winter. The air was alive with anticipation, and the clearing hummed with the quiet chatter of rabbits and the rustle of foxes in their russet coats. Among the creatures was a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was etched with the lines of many years. Thistle was known for his gentle spirit and deep understanding of the forest's rhythms. He moved with a deliberate grace, each step thoughtful and precise, leaving a faint trail in the soft earth. As he arrived at the clearing, he was greeted with nods and smiles from the other creatures, all of whom held deep respect for his wisdom. Thistle had lived through many seasons and had witnessed the delicate balance that kept the forest thriving. He had seen how each creature played a role, how the fall of a single leaf could ripple through the ecosystem. And as he settled beneath the great oak, he felt the weight of his years and the importance of passing on his knowledge to the younger generations. The creatures gathered around Thistle, their eyes wide with curiosity and respect. They knew that the wisdom of the forest was not something to be taken for granted, and they were eager to learn from the tortoise who had seen more than any of them. Thistle began to speak, his voice a gentle murmur that blended with the rustling leaves. "The forest is a tapestry, my friends," he said, "woven from the threads of life, death, and rebirth. Each season brings its own magic, its own lessons." As he spoke, the creatures listened intently. The rustling of leaves became a soft applause, and the babbling brook seemed to pause, as if to allow Thistle's words to flow through the clearing. "In spring," Thistle continued, "the world awakens. Life bursts forth in vibrant hues, and the earth sings with the joy of new beginnings. It is a time of growth and renewal, a reminder that even the harshest winter cannot quell the spirit of life." The younger creatures nodded, their hearts swelling with the promise of spring, even as the autumn leaves crunched beneath their paws. "And then comes summer," Thistle said, "when the forest basks in the warmth of the sun. The days are long and full of light, and the forest thrives in abundance. It is a time to revel in the beauty of the world, to celebrate the bounty of life." The creatures felt the warmth of the summer sun in their memories, the light dancing on their fur and feathers. But autumn, Thistle's voice grew softer, is a time of reflection. The world slows, the days grow shorter, and the forest dons its cloak of colors. It is a time to gather, to prepare for the quiet stillness of winter. The forest around them seemed to lean in, the leaves rustling in agreement, as if acknowledging the truth in Thistle's words. And finally, Thistle concluded, comes winter, a time of rest and renewal. The world sleeps under a blanket of snow, and the forest holds its breath, waiting for the cycle to begin anew. It is a time of patience, a reminder that even in the coldest, darkest days, there is beauty to be found. The creatures were silent, their hearts full of the wisdom that Thistle had shared. They understood now that they were part of something greater, a delicate balance that required their care and respect. As the harvest moon rose high in the sky, casting a silvery glow over the clearing, the creatures joined together in a song of gratitude. Their voices rose in harmony, a tribute to the forest and the wisdom that bound them all together. The great oak listened, its leaves rustling in approval, and the forest seemed to sigh in contentment. When the song had ended, Thistle looked at the young creatures gathered around him. "Remember, my friends," he said, "that we are all connected, and that each of us has a role to play in the dance of life. Cherish the seasons, honor the balance, and the forest will always provide." With that, the creatures began to disperse, their hearts light with the knowledge that they were part of something beautiful and enduring. They returned to their homes, the scent of pine and earth in the air, the promise of the cycle of life ever present in their minds. As the night wore on and the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, the great oak stood watch, its branches cradling the stars, its roots entwining with the earth. And in the heart of Verdantwood, the balance of nature remained steadfast, a testament to the wisdom of the ages and the quiet strength of those who called the forest home. Story 31. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young woman named Seraphina. Her cottage stood at the edge of an ancient forest whose trees whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. Despite the forest's allure, Seraphina seldom ventured beyond her garden's border, where she cultivated vibrant flowers and fragrant herbs. Serafina cherished her routines. Each morning she would awaken to the soft glow of dawn, brew a pot of chamomile tea, and tend to her blossoming companions. Yet a restlessness stirred within her heart, a yearning she could not quite understand. The world beyond her garden seemed vast and intimidating, and change was a notion she met with trepidation. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, a gentle wind carried with it the scent of something unfamiliar. Serafina paused her evening ritual, a book of poetry in her lap, and breathed deeply. Threaded within the familiar scent of roses was a hint of magic, a call to the depths of the forest. "Follow your heart," her grandmother had often told her in her childhood. "It knows the path even when your eyes cannot see it." Remembering these words, Serafina decided to venture beyond her garden for the first time in many years. The forest welcomed her like an old friend, the leaves rustling with excitement. As she walked, the path seemed to shimmer softly under her feet, guiding her deeper into its heart. She soon found herself in a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a magnificent oak tree stood, its branches stretching toward the heavens. There, beneath the oak's wise gaze, Serafina saw a tiny creature, a luminescent fox with eyes that twinkled like stars. It watched her with a knowing expression, as if it had been waiting for her all along. The fox approached, its fur glowing with an ethereal light, and nuzzled her hand. "Welcome, Serafina," it spoke in a voice that was both a whisper and a song. "I am Leora, guardian of these woods. You seek change but fear its embrace." Serafina nodded, her heart swelling with the truth of the fox's words. "I do wish for something more, but—" Her voice trailed off, the fear of the unknown clinging to her like autumn mist. Leora smiled gently. "The forest is filled with magic that mirrors our innermost selves. Let us walk together, and perhaps you will find what you seek." As they strolled through the woods, Leora shared tales of transformation and growth, of caterpillars becoming butterflies and rivers carving their paths through stone. Each story was a tapestry of wonder, woven with threads of wisdom and hope. In the days that followed, Serafina returned to the clearing, spending time with Leora and the forest's many inhabitants. She learned to listen to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the wind, and in doing so, she discovered the magic within herself. The forest taught her that change was not to be feared, but embraced as a chance to grow and blossom anew. One day, as they sat by a babbling brook, Serafina confided in Leora her longing to create, to bring beauty into the world beyond her garden. "But I don't know how," she admitted, gazing into the water that mirrored the sky's endless blue. Leora, wise and patient, nudged a smooth pebble toward her. "Every creation begins with a single step, Serafina. Trust yourself and the journey." Inspired, Serafina began to craft delicate pendants from the stones she found in the forest, each one unique and imbued with the forest's magic. She would polish them until they shone like stars, stringing them into necklaces that captured the essence of her newfound courage and creativity. Word of her beautiful creations spread throughout the village, drawing visitors eager to own a piece of Serafina's enchanting artistry. With each person she met, her confidence grew, and the village, in turn, embraced the gentle spirit who had once lived in seclusion. Through the companionship of Leora and the wisdom of the forest, Serafina learned that true transformation begins within the heart. The fear of change slowly faded, replaced by a gentle acceptance of the unknown and the beauty it could unveil. Years passed, and Serafina thrived, her life a testament to the magic of personal growth. The forest remained her sanctuary, a place where she could reconnect with the whispers of the trees and the comforting presence of Leora. And so, beneath the moonlit sky, in the embrace of the ancient forest, Serafina's story of transformation became a beacon of hope for all who feared change. Her journey taught that within each heart lies the power to grow, just as the forest grows, reaching toward the light with courage and grace. The village, warmed by her spirit and creations, flourished in harmony under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle guidance of a luminous fox who knew that magic dwelled in every soul willing to seek it. And as the seasons turned, Serafina's heart, once filled with uncertainty, now sang with the joy of a life beautifully transformed. Story 32. In a secluded corner of the world, nestled within the embrace of towering oaks and whispering pines, lay the enchanted wood. The forest was a living tapestry, woven with the vibrant hues of nature and the soft murmurs of its many inhabitants. Here the seasons danced with an elegance that was both seen and felt, as if the very air hummed with a gentle magic. As dawn's first light kissed the forest floor, a silvery mist curled lazily through the trees, weaving between trunks like a gentle ghost. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of pine needles and rich earth, as if whispering the secrets of the forest to those who dared to listen. Among the underbrush, a young fawn named Brindle emerged, her fur dappled with the golden light of morning. Her eyes, wide and curious, reflected the gentle wisdom of the forest itself. Brindle loved the early hours when the world seemed to hold its breath, and everything was possible. With a soft nuzzle, her mother nudged her forward, encouraging her to explore the world beyond the familiar clearing. Today was special. It marked the beginning of Brindle's journey to understand the delicate balance that governed their home. As she trotted through the forest, the leaves sang beneath her hooves, a gentle symphony that accompanied her every step. The path led her to a small glade where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. There, she found old Alder, a wise tortoise whose shell bore the patterns of time itself. Alder was known throughout the forest for his stories, wisdom passed down from one generation to the next. "Good morning, Brindle," Alder greeted, his voice a slow rumble, comforting as the earth itself. "I've been expecting you." With a nod, Brindle settled beside him, eager to learn. "Tell me about the forest," she asked, her voice a soft whisper, almost as if she feared disturbing the tranquility around them. Alder chuckled, a sound like the rustling of dry leaves. "Ah, the forest is a symphony of balance, dear one. Every creature, every leaf plays its part. We exist in harmony, each of us a note in the grand melody of life." As Alder spoke, the forest seemed to come alive. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, carrying the sweet scent of honeysuckle. Birds flitted through the branches, their songs weaving through the air like threads of a bright tapestry. Brindle listened, her heart swelling with the beauty of it all. "But what of the seasons?" she asked, glancing up at the canopy where the sky peeked through in patches of azure. "The seasons are the great conductors of our melody," Alder explained, his eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. "Spring breathes life into the forest, its touch soft as a mother's caress. Summer's warmth nourishes us, allowing the world to flourish and grow. Autumn teaches us the beauty of letting go, as leaves turn amber and gold, falling to the earth in a final dance. And winter, dear Brindle, is a time of rest, a gentle reminder that even the forest must sleep." As Alder spoke, Brindle felt the truth of his words resonate within her. She imagined the forest under a blanket of snow, each flake a whisper of serenity, and understood that in every season there was magic. It was a magic of change, of renewal, a cycle as old as time. Suddenly the sky darkened as clouds gathered, their bellies heavy with rain. Brindle glanced up, her heart quickening. The first drops fell, soft as a lullaby, tapping a gentle rhythm on the leaves. The rain was not uncommon, yet today it felt different, almost as if the forest itself was reaching out to touch the sky. "This, dear one," Alder murmured, "is the rain of memory. It falls but once in a generation, a rare gift that allows the forest to recall its past and learn from it." With that, Brindle closed her eyes, feeling the rain on her fur, cool and soothing. Images danced in her mind, of her ancestors, each one a guardian of the forest, tending to the delicate balance of life. She saw their struggles and triumphs, their laughter and tears, all woven into the fabric of the enchanted wood. When the rain ceased, the forest glistened, each leaf and blade of grass adorned with dew like tiny jewels. Brindle opened her eyes, understanding now the weight of her responsibility. She was a part of this ancient cycle, tasked with safeguarding the harmony of their home. Rising to her feet, Brindle thanked Alder, her heart full of gratitude and purpose. As she made her way back through the forest, the path seemed clearer now, illuminated by the wisdom she had gained. The forest was no longer just a home. It was a living, breathing entity, a testament to the enduring power of balance and harmony. As she returned to her mother, Brindle felt a gentle warmth spread through her, like the embrace of the sun itself. The forest was a symphony, and she was part of its melody, a melody that would continue to echo through the ages, carried by the wind, the rain, and the whispering trees. And as night fell, wrapping the world in its velvet cloak, Brindle knew that the forest, with all its secrets and wonders, would always be there, a gentle reminder of the magic that thrived in balance. Story 33. In a small village nestled at the foot of the ancient Emerald Mountains, there lived a young woman named Amara. Though she had always felt a deep connection to the natural world around her, there was an undeniable yearning in her heart to understand her roots, to unravel the threads of her ancestry. One crisp autumn evening, as the last rays of the sun painted the sky in hues of amber and crimson, Amara found herself drawn to the old willow tree that stood tall in her grandmother's garden. Beneath its gently swaying branches, her grandmother, whose eyes held the wisdom of generations, beckoned her to sit. "My child," she began, her voice soft yet resonant, "there is a legacy that has been passed down through our family, a tradition as old as the mountains themselves. It is time for you to know its secrets." With a reverent gesture, her grandmother withdrew an intricately carved wooden box from within the folds of her shawl. Amara's eyes widened as she traced the intricate patterns etched upon its surface, depicting images of soaring eagles, rushing streams, and the ever-present embrace of the mountains. "This box," her grandmother explained, "holds the essence of our people's connection to the land. Within it lies an ancient talisman, a symbol of our deep reverence for nature's bounty and the delicate balance that sustains all life." Carefully, she opened the box, and Amara gasped in wonder at the sight of a beautifully crafted pendant. It was an intricate weaving of silver and turquoise, depicting a majestic eagle in flight, its wings outstretched as if to embrace the world. "This talisman has been passed down through generations, a reminder of the sacred bond between our people and the natural world," her grandmother said, her eyes shining with pride. "It is a symbol of our responsibility to protect and nurture the land, just as it has nurtured and sustained us." As Amara held the pendant in her hands, she felt a profound sense of connection, as if the very energy of the mountains and forests coursed through her veins. Memories long forgotten seemed to awaken within her, whispers of ancient wisdom echoing through the depths of her soul. That night, as she drifted off to sleep, cradled by the gentle melodies of the wind whispering through the willow branches, Amara dreamed of soaring above the peaks, her spirit intertwined with the majesty of the Emerald Mountains. She saw the rivers and streams teeming with life, and the vast forests that stretched out like an emerald tapestry beneath her. In her dream, she heard the voices of her ancestors, their echoes carried on the wings of the eagle, reminding her of the sacred duty to protect and cherish the land. They spoke of the delicate balance that sustained all life, and the importance of living in harmony with the rhythms of nature. When Amara awoke, the talisman resting against her heart, she felt a profound sense of belonging and understanding. She knew, with unwavering clarity, that her path was intertwined with the ancient legacy of her people, a legacy that celebrated the beauty and resilience of the natural world. From that day forward, Amara embraced her role as a steward of the land, guided by the wisdom of her ancestors and the gentle whispers of the mountains. She taught others to respect and honor the delicate balance of nature, sharing the stories and traditions that had been passed down through generations. And as she walked among the towering pines and followed the winding streams, she carried with her the legacy of her people, a testament to the enduring bond between humanity and the natural world that sheltered and sustained them. Story 34. In the heart of a valley, where the mountains stood cloaked in evergreen whispers, there was a village known for its tapestry of legends. The village was called Willowbrook, named for the gentle brook that wound its way through arches of weeping willows, their slender branches kissing the water's surface. Here the air was always perfumed with the scent of pine and earth, and time seemed to move with the unhurried grace of an autumn leaf floating down from its bough. In this serene place lived a young woman named Malis. She had hair the color of chestnuts and eyes that mirrored the deep, clear blue of the brook. Malis was known throughout Willowbrook for her gentle spirit and her love for stories, especially those told by the elders who gathered around the hearth in the village hall as the evening sun dipped below the horizon. One evening, as a crimson twilight painted the sky, Malus sat by the fire with Elder Bran, whose stories were as intricate as the patterns of frost on a winter window pane. He spoke of an ancient legacy, a tradition woven into the very fabric of Willowbrook, yet nearly forgotten by time. Long ago, Elder Bran began, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, our ancestors were keepers of the Veil of Seasons, a tapestry that held the wisdom of the earth, the secrets of the stars, and the balance of nature itself. It was said that this veil was woven from the first light of dawn and the last breath of twilight, imbued with magic that only those of true heart could unlock. Malus listened intently, her heart beating with a curious rhythm. "What happened to the veil?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "It was hidden," Elder Bran replied, "to protect it from those who would misuse its power. But it is said that one day, someone of our bloodline will rediscover it and restore its rightful place in our village." That night, as Malus lay beneath a quilt stitched with love by her grandmother's hands, she dreamt of ancient forests and whispered secrets. In the morning, she awoke with a sense of purpose, as if the dreams had stitched themselves into her soul. Determined to learn more, Malus made her way to the village archives, a small, sun-dappled room where the walls were lined with shelves of leather-bound tomes and scrolls. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink, a comforting aroma that spoke of stories waiting to be uncovered. Among the stacks, Malus found a scroll that called to her, its edges frayed with age. It told of the veil's creation, crafted by the hands of her ancestors under the watchful gaze of the silver moon, a symbol of wisdom and guidance. The scroll hinted at a path through the whispering woods, a forest said to hold the echoes of the past. With the scroll as her guide, Malus set out on her journey, her heart a steady drumbeat of anticipation. The whispering woods welcomed her with open arms, the trees rustling like old friends sharing secrets. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the songs of birds and the gentle murmur of a nearby stream. As she walked, Malus felt a growing connection to the land, as if the roots of the ancient trees were entwining with her own, grounding her in a way she had never known. Each step brought her closer to understanding her heritage, and with each breath, she felt the weight of her ancestors' hopes and dreams. In the heart of the woods, Malus found a clearing bathed in the soft glow of the afternoon sun. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient willow, was a chest covered in moss and adorned with carvings of the moon and stars. Her fingers trembled with reverence as she opened it, revealing the Veil of Seasons, its threads shimmering with a light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the earth itself. As Malus touched the veil, she felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle embrace of belonging. The veil whispered stories of the past, of her ancestors' love for the land, and their commitment to harmony and balance. It was a legacy of stewardship, a reminder that the earth and its rhythms were a part of her, and she a part of them. Returning to Willowbrook, Malus shared her discovery with the village. Together they gathered around the hearth, the veil draped across the mantel, its presence a beacon of hope and unity. Elder Bran smiled, his eyes twinkling with pride and warmth. "You have brought us full circle, Malus," he said, his voice rich with emotion. "The veil is not merely a relic of the past, but a guide for our future, a testament to the strength we find in our roots and the wisdom we carry forward." That night, as the village celebrated under the stars, Malus felt a profound sense of peace. She had uncovered not just an artifact, but a deeper understanding of who she was and where she belonged. The lessons of the past had woven themselves into her present, and as she looked around at the faces of her friends and family, she knew she was home. The flames of the hearth flickered gently, the shadows dancing in a timeless rhythm. As sleep began to weave its own gentle spell, Malus lay back beneath the stars, her heart full, her spirit content. The whisper of the willows sang a lullaby, and the brook murmured a promise that the legacy of Willowbrook would forever be a tapestry of love, wisdom, and belonging, a story to be cherished for generations to come. Story 35. In a forest where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon, there existed a hidden realm known as the Enchanted Grove. This grove, nestled deep within the heart of the ancient woodland, was a place where nature's creatures lived in harmony, and the magic of the seasons wove its gentle tapestry across the land. The enchanted grove was a symphony of life. Tall, ancient oaks stood like wise guardians, their bark etched with the stories of centuries. Their branches stretched gracefully towards the sky, adorned with a canopy of leaves that shimmered in hues of emerald and gold. Beneath their protective embrace, the forest floor was a mosaic of wildflowers, their petals a riot of colors, painting the ground with splashes of lavender, marigold, and azure. Among the inhabitants of this sylvan paradise was a small, gentle deer named Lyra. Her coat was the color of toasted almonds, and her eyes, deep and liquid, held the quiet wisdom of her kind. Lyra had been born into this grove, and her mother had whispered to her the ancient lore of their ancestors. She had learned of the great balance, an invisible thread that connected every living being and every rustling leaf, maintaining harmony throughout the forest. It was said that the changing of the seasons was guided by the magical phenomena of the grove. Each season brought its own enchantment, a spell cast by the unseen hands of nature. In spring, the air was filled with the delicate scent of blooming jasmine, and the forest was awash in a symphony of birdsong, each note a celebration of renewal and rebirth. Summer draped the grove in a warm embrace, sunlight filtering through the leaves to dance upon the forest floor in dappled patterns. Autumn painted the world in rich tapestries of amber and crimson, while winter wrapped the grove in a quilt of soft, glistening snow, the air crisp with the scent of pine and frost. Lyra's favorite time was the cusp of autumn, when the first chill would kiss the morning air, and the trees would begin their transformation. It was during this time that the elders of the grove would gather to share stories and wisdom, passing down the teachings of balance and respect for all living things. The elder of the grove, a venerable owl named Bramble, was particularly revered. His feathers were the color of moonlight, and his eyes, like twin orbs of amber, seemed to see into the very heart of the forest. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of coral and violet, the creatures of the grove gathered in a clearing beneath the ancient oaks. A gentle breeze carried the scent of fallen leaves and the promise of cooler days. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Bramble perched upon a low branch, his presence commanding yet comforting. "Gather close, dear friends," Bramble began, his voice as soft as the rustle of leaves yet resonant with authority. "Tonight I shall speak of the circle of seasons and the magic they bestow upon our home." The creatures settled in a semicircle, their eyes reflecting the starlight as they listened with rapt attention. Lyra nestled beside her mother, her ears perked to catch every word. "In the beginning," Bramble continued, "the forest was but a seed, planted by the hands of the earth and nurtured by the first rains. The circle of seasons was established to ensure the balance of life, a dance of growth, rest, and renewal." He paused, allowing the gentle rustling of the leaves to fill the silence, as if the forest itself were nodding in agreement. Each season gifts us with its own magic. Spring brings the breath of life, a time of awakening and new beginnings. Summer offers warmth and abundance, the sun's golden touch nurturing the fruits of our labor. Autumn, with its vibrant hues, teaches us the beauty of change and the importance of preparation for quieter days. And winter, though cold, is a time of rest and reflection, a reminder that even in stillness there is purpose. Lyra listened intently, the words weaving a tapestry of understanding within her. She had always felt the subtle shifts of the seasons, the way the air changed, the songs of the birds evolved, and the light danced differently through the branches. But now, with Bramble's words, she began to understand the deeper significance, the interconnectedness of all things. "Remember," Bramble concluded, his gaze sweeping over the gathered creatures, "we are all part of this circle. Our actions, our choices, they ripple through the grove, affecting not just ourselves but every living being. To live in harmony with the seasons is to honor the great balance." As Bramble finished speaking, a gentle hush fell over the clearing. The creatures sat in quiet contemplation, the only sound the soft whisper of the wind through the leaves. Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging and purpose. The gathering slowly began to disperse, each creature returning to their nest or burrow, carrying with them the wisdom of the evening. Lyra and her mother lingered for a moment longer, watching as Bramble spread his great wings and took flight, disappearing into the night sky. As they made their way back through the forest, the moonlight casting a silvery glow on their path, Lyra thought of the circle of seasons and the magic of the grove. She resolved to carry the wisdom she had learned, to live in harmony with the rhythms of nature, and to cherish the beauty of each moment. The forest, with its ancient trees and hidden magic, was a world of wonder and mystery. And though the seasons would change, bringing with them their own challenges and gifts, the great balance would endure, a testament to the wisdom of the ages and the gentle harmony of the enchanted grove. And so, as the stars continued to twinkle in the vast expanse above, Lyra nestled close to her mother, the warmth of their shared bond a comfort against the chill of the night. The forest around them breathed in a deep, contented sigh, the harmony of life resonating in every leaf and every whisper of the wind. In the heart of the enchanted grove, the circle of seasons turned ever onward, a timeless dance of magic and balance, watched over by the wise and gentle creatures who called it home. Story 36. Once, in the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood like sentinels and whispered secrets to the wind, there was a small, hidden glen. This glen was a place of serenity, where the light filtered through the canopy in golden streams, painting the forest floor in dapples of warmth. Moss blanketed the ground like a plush green carpet, and the air was filled with the delicate fragrance of blooming wildflowers. In this glen lived a community of creatures, each playing a vital role in the delicate balance of the forest. There was Theo, the wise old turtle, whose shell was etched with patterns that seemed to tell the story of the world. His wisdom was sought by all, for Theo had seen many seasons and knew the ways of the forest better than anyone. Then there was Lyra, the lively squirrel, her fur the color of autumn leaves, who darted through the branches with the agility of a breeze, spreading seeds and cheer wherever she went. And there was Finn, the gentle deer, whose presence brought a sense of calm and whose eyes reflected the depths of ancient wisdom. The glen was a place where harmony reigned, not just among its inhabitants but with the forest itself. The creatures understood the rhythms of nature, the ebb and flow of life that changed with the seasons. They knew when the first frost would kiss the leaves, turning the forest into a wonderland of shimmering crystals, and when the spring rains would awaken the earth, coaxing new life from the soil. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, the creatures gathered in the glen to share stories, as was their custom. The fireflies began their dance, dotting the air with soft, glowing lights that twinkled like stars fallen to earth. The gentle hum of cicadas provided a soothing backdrop, a lullaby from the heart of the forest. As they settled into the soft moss, Theo raised his head slowly, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 memories. "It is time," he began in a voice as gentle as the rustle of leaves, "to share the tale of the season's gift, a story passed down through countless generations." The creatures leaned in closer, eager to listen to Theo's tale. "Long ago," Theo continued, "when the world was still young and the forest was just beginning to find its voice, the seasons were in disarray. Winter would linger too long, and summer would blaze too fiercely. The balance was lost, and the creatures of the forest were uneasy." Lyra, perched on a nearby branch, nodded, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What happened then, Theo?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper carried by the breeze. Theo smiled gently. "The forest called a council, a gathering of all creatures, to seek wisdom and harmony. From the smallest ant to the towering stag, they came together, each bringing their unique gifts." Finn's ears twitched with interest. "And did they find a way to restore the balance?" he asked, his voice deep and soothing like the murmur of a distant stream. "Indeed," replied Theo, a note of pride in his voice. "The answer lay in the understanding of the season's gift. Each season, you see, brings its own magic, its own role in the web of life. Spring awakens growth, summer nurtures it, autumn teaches letting go, and winter offers rest." As Theo spoke, the creatures could almost feel the shift of the seasons around them, the gentle embrace of spring, the vibrant warmth of summer, the crisp clarity of autumn, and the quiet peace of winter. The creatures realized, Theo continued, that by respecting these cycles and working in harmony with them, they could restore the balance. They decided to hold a festival each season to celebrate its gifts and remind themselves of their connection to the earth and to each other. Lyra clapped her tiny paws in delight. A festival! Oh, how wonderful! Finn nodded thoughtfully. And so the balance was restored, he said, understanding dawning in his gentle eyes. Yes, said Theo, with a gratified nod. And from that day on, the forest flourished, a testament to the wisdom and unity of its creatures. The story ended, but the warmth of its message lingered in the glen, echoing in the hearts of its listeners. The creatures sat in a comfortable silence, surrounded by the soft glow of the fireflies and the gentle murmur of the forest. As the night deepened, the creatures drifted off to sleep, one by one, lulled by the harmony of the forest and the gentle wisdom of the tale. The moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the glen, a guardian of dreams. In the heart of the forest, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees, the balance of life continued, a testament to the enduring wisdom of the creatures who called it home. And as they slept, the forest sang its eternal lullaby, a song of peace and harmony that would echo through the ages, a gentle reminder of the beauty of living in tune with the world. Story 37. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced through the leaves and the whispers of the trees wove tales of old, lay a hidden world unseen by hurried eyes. This forest, breathing with life and secrets, was home to the creatures of the earth who lived in quiet harmony, attuned to the rhythms of the natural world and the magic that flowed through it like an unseen river. As the seasons shifted, so too did the enchantment that blanketed the forest, woven into the fabric of each leaf and stream. It was early spring, and the forest was awakening from its winter slumber. The air was rich with the scent of damp earth and blooming buds, while a gentle breeze carried the soft murmur of the awakening woods. Amidst this tapestry of life, a small, gentle creature named Briar the squirrel busied himself with the tasks of spring. Briar was known throughout the forest for his warm heart and bright eyes, always willing to lend a paw to those in need. His rich, russet fur glistened in the dappled sunlight as he scurried from tree to tree, gathering acorns and nuts with an air of contented diligence. The forest was alive with the sounds of its inhabitants, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves, and the distant babbling of the brook that wound its way through the trees. It was here that Briar's dear friend, Wren the sparrow, often kept him company, her song a sweet, melodic thread woven into the forest's symphony. One morning, as the golden sun began its ascent and painted the sky in hues of soft orange and pink, Briar noticed something unusual. The brook that usually sang so joyously had grown quiet, its waters barely a trickle. Concern etched upon his brow, Briar decided to seek the wisdom of the forest's elder, an ancient owl named Orem, known for his vast knowledge and gentle guidance. Briar scampered through the undergrowth, the soft moss cushioning his steps, until he reached the great oak where Orem resided. The air here was thick with the scent of aged wood and moss, a comforting, earthy aroma that spoke of time immemorial. Orem, with his feathers a tapestry of grays and whites, sat perched serenely, his golden eyes watching the world with a deep, unfathomable understanding. As Briar approached, Orem greeted him with a nod, his voice a soothing rumble that resonated through the morning air. "Ah, young Briar," Orem murmured, "what brings you here so early on such a fine spring day?" Briar explained his concerns about the brook, his voice edged with worry. Orem listened patiently, nodding slowly. "The brook is the lifeblood of our forest," he said thoughtfully. "Its silence is indeed troubling. We must discover the cause and restore its flow." With Orem's guidance, Briar and Wren set out on a journey to trace the brook's path and uncover the mystery behind its silence. They traveled through the forest, the landscape shifting from the dense canopy of leaves to the open glades where wildflowers painted the ground in vibrant colors. As they ventured deeper, the air grew cooler, and the forest hushed, as though holding its breath in anticipation. They soon discovered the source of the problem, a fallen tree, its roots upturned and blocking the brook's path. The tree, once a proud sentinel of the forest, had succumbed to age and the winter's harsh embrace. Determined to restore balance, Briar and Wren called upon their friends for help. From the industrious beavers to the wise turtles, creatures from all corners of the forest came together, their combined efforts a testament to the strength of community and friendship. With careful coordination, they worked to clear the obstruction, each creature contributing their unique skills. The beavers gnawed through branches with precision, while the turtles used their strength to push aside the debris. Wren fluttered overhead, her song encouraging and uplifting, guiding them through their task. As the last of the branches were removed and the brook began to flow once more, a cheer rose from the gathered creatures. The water, clear and sparkling, danced over stones and sang its joyful tune, echoing through the forest with renewed vigor. Briar and Wren watched as the brook resumed its rightful course, the sunlight glinting off its surface like a scatter of diamonds. The forest seemed to sigh with relief, the harmony restored. Aurum, who had observed from the shadows, stepped forward, his eyes twinkling with pride. "Well done, my friends," Aurum praised, his voice a gentle caress. "You have shown that even the smallest among us can make a great difference when we come together." As the day faded into twilight, the creatures gathered by the brook, their hearts light and spirits high. The forest, cloaked in the warm glow of the setting sun, seemed to wrap them in a gentle embrace, whispering promises of peace and prosperity. Briar sat quietly by the edge of the brook, his reflection rippling in the water. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction, knowing that through kindness and collaboration, they had safeguarded the harmony of their home. The forest, ever watchful and wise, continued its eternal cycle, nurturing those who dwelled within its bounds. And as the first stars appeared in the evening sky, the creatures settled down to rest, lulled by the symphony of the forest and the gentle lullaby of the brook. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality danced hand in hand, the creatures knew that they were part of something greater, a living, breathing tapestry of life, woven together by the threads of friendship and the timeless wisdom of the earth. And with that comforting thought, they drifted into a peaceful slumber, dreamt of sunlit glades and the gentle murmur of the brook, forever flowing, forever alive. Story 38. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and whispering forests, there lay a secret that the villagers cherished. The air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the cobblestone paths were warmed by the gentle glow of enchanted lanterns. Willowbrook was a place where magic was as natural as the morning dew, and its people lived in harmony with the mystical creatures that shared their world. The village was wrapped in the embrace of a serene evening. The sky wore a cloak of deep navy, speckled with twinkling stars, and the moon hung low, casting a silvery light over the rooftops. As dusk settled, the villagers gathered in their cozy homes, their windows aglow with the soft light of hearth fires. In the heart of the village stood the great oak, a tree as old as time itself, with branches that stretched wide and leaves that rustled with secrets. Beneath its boughs, the villagers often met to share stories and laughter. But lately, an unusual thing had been happening. Each morning, a different villager would find a small, glittering token on their doorstep, a beautifully carved stone, a delicate feather, or a shimmering seashell. The tokens were mysterious yet harmless, and though they sparked curiosity, they brought only joy and wonder. One such morning, young Mara, a curious and kind-hearted girl with a crown of chestnut curls, awoke to find a tiny, intricately carved wooden owl perched on her doorstep. Its eyes seemed to twinkle with wisdom, and its feathers were etched with delicate patterns. Mara held it gently, marveling at the craftsmanship. "I wonder who could be leaving these gifts," she mused to herself, her breath visible in the crisp morning air. The mystery of the tokens piqued her curiosity, and she decided to solve it. After a quick breakfast, Mara set out to visit her dear friend Finn, a bright and thoughtful boy who lived by the edge of the Whispering Woods. Finn was known for his keen observations and gentle demeanor, and Mara was sure he would be intrigued by the mystery as well. As she walked, the village buzzed with its usual morning activities. The baker could be seen through his shop window, kneading dough with practiced hands, while the sweet scent of fresh pastries filled the air. The blacksmith's hammer rang rhythmically, adding a musical clink to the village's symphony. When Mara reached Finn's home, she found him tending to his garden, coaxing bright blossoms to dance in the sunlight. Good morning, Mara, he called, wiping his hands on his apron. What brings you here with such a spark in your eye? Mara showed him the wooden owl, its intricate details catching the light. Have you heard about the tokens appearing around the village? She asked. I found this on my doorstep today, and I think we should find out where they come from. Finn examined the owl, tracing its carved feathers with his finger. This is remarkable, he said, his eyes wide with wonder. There must be a story behind these gifts. Let's see if we can unravel it. The two friends decided to start their investigation at the great oak, believing it might hold the key to the mystery. As they approached, they were greeted by the gentle rustling of leaves, as if the tree was whispering its ancient secrets. Around its trunk, a circle of soft grass offered a perfect space for Mara and Finn to sit and ponder. As they settled beneath the towering branches, a soft flutter caught their attention. A small, iridescent creature hovered near them, its wings shimmering with all the colors of the rainbow. It was a fairy, one of the many magical beings who called the forest home. Hello, little friends, the fairy chimed with a voice as delicate as a bell. I see you are curious about the tokens. Mara and Finn exchanged excited glances. Yes, we are, Mara replied. Do you know where they come from? The fairy nodded, her wings casting tiny rainbows on the ground. The tokens are gifts from the forest guardians, she explained. They are a gesture of gratitude for the kindness and harmony you share with nature. Mara and Finn listened intently, their curiosity deepening. But why now? Finn asked. Why the sudden gifts? The fairy twirled gracefully, her wings creating a gentle breeze. The guardians have noticed the care you've shown to the forest and its creatures, she said. Your friendship and respect have strengthened the bond between our worlds. Mara smiled, her heart warm with the knowledge that their actions had been appreciated. Is there a way we can thank the guardians for their gifts? She asked. The fairy's eyes sparkled with understanding. Continue to care for the world around you, she said softly. Your kindness is thanks enough, but if you wish to show your gratitude, a small offering of your own would be a lovely gesture. With that, the fairy fluttered away, leaving Mara and Finn with a sense of wonder and a newfound purpose. Inspired by the fairy's words, they decided to craft their own tokens of appreciation. They gathered smooth stones from the brook, colorful leaves from the forest floor, and shimmering threads spun by spiders in the morning dew. For the next few days, they worked together, using their imaginations and nimble fingers to create beautiful, heartfelt gifts. Each token was infused with their gratitude and a promise to continue cherishing the world around them. On a bright and cheerful morning, Mara and Finn placed their tokens at the base of the great oak, hoping the forest guardians would find them. As they stepped back, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and the sunlight danced on the ground, as if the guardians were smiling upon them. From that day forward, the strange occurrences in Willowbrook became a cherished tradition. The villagers, inspired by Mara and Finn's example, began leaving tokens of their own, creating a circle of giving and gratitude that enriched their community. And so, in the magical village of Willowbrook, where the air was always sweet and the lanterns cast a warm glow, the bond between the villagers and the mystical world around them grew ever stronger. Together, they learned that kindness, like magic, is a gift that multiplies when shared. As the evening wrapped the village in its tranquil embrace, Mara and Finn sat beneath the great oak, their hearts full of contentment. The mystery of the tokens had been solved, not with grand gestures or complex spells, but with simple acts of kindness and a shared love for the world they called home. And as they drifted into dreamland, the village slept peacefully, cradled by the gentle whisper of the forest and the soft glow of the moonlit sky. Story 39. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees swayed like dancers to the tunes of the wind, lay a quaint little village called Willowbark. The village was known for its cozy cottages, each with a chimney puffing out delightful swirls of smoke, and its winding cobblestone paths that seemed to hum underfoot. The air was perpetually scented with the sweet aroma of honeycakes baking in the village ovens, mingling with the crisp scent of pine. However, a peculiar mystery had begun to unfold in Willowbark. It started one misty morning when the villagers awoke to find their garden blooms had turned a shimmering shade of blue overnight. The roses, usually a vibrant red, and the sunflowers, traditionally golden, all glistened with an otherworldly azure sheen. At first, the villagers thought it was a trick of the morning dew, but as the sun climbed higher, the flowers remained defiantly blue. In the heart of the village lived an inquisitive young girl named Miri, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Miri was beloved by the villagers for her gentle heart and keen eye for detail. With her trusty satchel slung over her shoulder and her mind buzzing with questions, she decided to uncover the mystery behind the blue blossoms. Miri's first stop was the Fern Hollow Library, a cozy nook nestled between two ancient oaks, where the wise old librarian, Mr. Poe Thistlewisk, was known to share his vast knowledge of the world. The library was a haven of warmth, with its crackling fireplace and shelves lined with leather-bound tomes that smelled of parchment and history. Mr. Thistlewisk, his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, greeted Miri with a gentle smile. "Ah, Miri," he mused, stroking his long, silvery whiskers. "I imagine you're here about the flowers?" "Indeed, Mr. Thistlewisk," Miri replied. "Do you know why they've turned blue?" The old librarian pondered for a moment, his eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 untold stories. "There's an old tale," he began, "about the Blue Moon Sprite, a playful creature of the woods who dances under the moonlight. It is said that where she treads, blue follows." Intrigued, Miri thanked Mr. Thistlewisk and set off into the whispering woods, her heart as light as a feather. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft calls of woodland birds. As she walked deeper into the woods, a soft, melodious humming reached her ears, coaxing her steps. Following the sound, Miri stumbled upon a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, even though it was midday. In the center of the clearing, the Blue Moon Sprite danced, her feet barely touching the ground as she spun and twirled in a gown woven from moonbeams. Her laughter was like the tinkling of chimes, and her hair shimmered like a cascade of stars. Miri watched, entranced, until the sprite caught sight of her and paused, a playful smile on her lips. "Oh, a visitor!" the sprite exclaimed, her voice as light as the breeze. "Have you come to dance with me?" Miri shook her head, stepping forward with a warm smile. "I'm here to understand why our flowers have turned blue. The villagers are puzzled, though they are quite beautiful." The sprite clapped her hands with delight. "Ah, the flowers! I must have been so caught up in my dance that I spread my magic without realizing. I meant no harm, dear one. I simply wished to share a bit of moonlit joy." Miri's heart swelled with understanding and compassion. "Perhaps you could teach us how to appreciate this beauty without causing alarm," she suggested gently. The sprite considered this, her eyes sparkling like twin moons. "A splendid idea, young one. I shall visit your village and share my dance, and in return I shall help restore the flowers to their natural colors by the light of dawn." With that, the Blue Moon Sprite took Miri's hand, and together they returned to Willowbark. That evening, under the watchful eyes of the villagers, the sprite performed her enchanting dance in the village square. The flowers, in turn, began to glow with a soft, ethereal light, and the villagers marveled at the beauty that had been bestowed upon them. As promised by the first light of dawn, the flowers slowly returned to their original hues, but a subtle blue tint remained, a gentle reminder of the magic that had touched their lives. The villagers, now filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders of their world, welcomed the sprite to visit any time. And so, in the village of Willowbark, where the fireplace crackled and the air was filled with the scent of pine and honey cakes, the mystery of the blue flowers became a cherished tale, passed down through generations. Miri, with her kind heart and clever mind, had brought a deeper understanding to her village, reminding all that sometimes the most enchanting mysteries are those solved with friendship and an open heart. As the last embers of the day glowed softly in the hearths of Willowbark, the villagers drifted to sleep, comforted by the gentle hum of the whispering woods, knowing that even in the midst of mystery, there is always room for wonder and wisdom. Story 40. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Miriam. Miriam was known for her tender heart and soft-spoken nature, but she harbored a secret burden of unease. Change, to her, felt like a great swirling storm, and she preferred the comfort of the known and familiar. Miriam's home, a cozy cottage with ivy-draped walls and a garden that sang with blossoms, was her sanctuary. Each morning, she would greet the sun with a steaming cup of chamomile tea, watching as the light spilled like golden syrup over the vibrant petals. The garden was a tapestry of colors, with daisies that giggled in the breeze and lavender that whispered lullabies to the wind. Despite the peace that surrounded her, Miriam felt a restlessness tugging at her heart. It was as if the wind carried a quiet song that only she could hear, urging her to step beyond the threshold of her comfortable world. Yet, the fear of change held her firmly in place, like the roots of the ancient oak tree that stood sentinel at the edge of her garden. One crisp autumn afternoon, as leaves danced down from the trees in a riot of amber and gold, Miriam decided to take a walk through the woods. The forest was a symphony of rustling leaves and chattering squirrels, a gentle reminder of the cyclical nature of life. As she strolled deeper into the woods, she felt the forest wrapping her in an embrace of serenity. It was there, in a sun-dappled clearing, that Miriam encountered a most curious sight. An old, gnarled oak tree stood at the heart of the clearing, its branches stretched wide like welcoming arms. Nestled within its roots was a small, shimmering pool of water, reflecting the sky's cerulean blue. Miriam felt an inexplicable pull towards the pool, as if it held the answers to questions she hadn't yet dared to ask. As she knelt beside the pool, she saw something extraordinary. The water began to ripple, and from its depths emerged a delicate creature, a sprite, no taller than Miriam's hand, with wings that glimmered like starlight. The sprite's eyes were pools of wisdom, and her voice was a melody that soothed Miriam's soul. "Dear Miriam," the sprite spoke, her words like a gentle breeze, "I am Lyra, guardian of these woods. I sense the conflict within you, a longing for change, yet a fear that holds you back." Miriam listened, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustle of leaves. She nodded, a single tear slipping down her cheek, a testament to the truth of Lyra's words. "Change is the essence of life, dear one," Lyra continued, her voice a soft caress. "Like the seasons that paint the world anew, so too must we embrace transformation. It is through change that we grow, and through growth we find our true selves." Miriam pondered Lyra's words, feeling a warmth unfurling within her chest. It was as if a seed had been planted in her heart, one that needed only a touch of courage to bloom. "But how?" Miriam whispered, her voice barely more than a breath. "How do I embrace this change without fear?" Lyra smiled, a radiant glow that lit the clearing. "You are not alone, Miriam. Look around you. The trees, the flowers, the very earth beneath your feet. Each offers guidance. Listen to their wisdom, and trust in the journey they will guide you on." With that, Lyra dipped back into the shimmering pool, leaving Miriam alone with her thoughts and the gentle murmur of the forest. In the days that followed, Miriam found herself drawn to the woods more often. Each visit was a lesson, taught by the whispering leaves or the playful dance of the brook. She learned patience from the steadfast oak, resilience from the wildflowers that sprang up after a storm, and courage from the birds that soared freely across the sky. Her garden, too, became a canvas of transformation. Miriam began to experiment with new plants and arrangements, allowing her creativity to flow like a river unbound. She found joy in the unexpected combinations of colors and scents, realizing that beauty often lay in the unplanned and the unanticipated. As the seasons shifted from the vibrant hues of autumn to the quiet hush of winter, Miriam felt a change within herself as well. The fear that once gripped her heart had softened, replaced by a curiosity and a gentle acceptance of the unknown. She had learned to dance with the winds of change, to trust in the unfurling of her own life's path. One evening, as snowflakes fell like whispers from the heavens, Miriam stood at the threshold of her cottage, gazing out at the frosted world. The garden lay beneath a blanket of snow, resting and waiting for the promise of spring. She felt a peace within her, a quiet assurance that she, too, was ready to embrace whatever the future held. As she turned to go inside, she caught a glimpse of a familiar shimmer at the edge of her vision. There, perched on a snow-dusted branch, was Lyra, her wings twinkling with the light of 1,000 stars. The sprite nodded, a knowing smile gracing her lips. "Well done, dear Miriam," Lyra whispered, her voice carried on the crisp night air. "You have found the strength within yourself to grow and to change. Remember, the The journey is yours, and you are never alone. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound courage, Miriam stepped inside her cottage, the warmth enveloping her like a loving embrace. She knew that while change was inevitable, it was also a gift, a chance to discover the magic within herself and the world around her. And so, as the fire crackled gently in the hearth and the stars winked from above, Miriam drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new beginnings and the endless possibilities that awaited her in the seasons to come. Story 41. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village, nestled between the whispering pines and the gentle babble of a crystal-clear brook, there lived a young woman named Lila. The village was known for its cobblestone streets that shimmered in the moonlight and the mellifluous songs of the nightingales that filled the air with a serene symphony. Lila, with her auburn curls and eyes like two pools of tranquil twilight, was beloved by the villagers for her kindness and gentle spirit. Yet she carried a weight in her heart, a fear of change that shadowed her every step. Lila had always found solace in the familiar rhythm of her life. Each morning she would visit the village bakery, where the warm aroma of freshly baked bread would wrap around her like a comforting hug. She would then stop by the apothecary, owned by the wise old sage Eamon, who would often share tales of forgotten magic and the wonders of the world beyond. Despite the allure of these stories, Lila felt tethered to her routine, reluctant to step beyond the borders of what she knew. One breezy autumn afternoon, as leaves danced playfully in the wind, Lila felt an inexplicable pull towards the heart of the forest, a place she had always admired from afar, but never dared to explore. With a deep breath, she ventured past the familiar edge of her world, guided by the soft golden light that filtered through the canopy above. As she walked, the forest seemed to come alive around her. The trees whispered secrets to the wind, and the scent of pine mingled with the earthy perfume of the forest floor. Lila followed a winding path until she stumbled upon a small clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its gnarled branches stretching towards the heavens. At the base of the tree, she discovered a shimmering pool, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror of liquid silver. Drawn to its beauty, Lila knelt beside the pool, her reflection gazing back at her with a gentle curiosity. As she leaned closer, she saw something astonishing, a flicker of light, like a tiny star, dancing beneath the water's surface. Intrigued, she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool water, and in that moment, the pool shimmered and shifted, revealing a world unlike any she had ever imagined. Before her stood a figure, ethereal and radiant, a creature woven from starlight and dreams. It was a spirit of the forest, a guardian of ancient magic. "Greetings, Lila," the spirit spoke, its voice a melody that resonated in her soul. "You have been chosen to embark on a journey of transformation, to discover the magic that lies within you." Lila's heart fluttered with a mix of fear and wonder. "But I am afraid of change," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. The spirit's luminous eyes softened with understanding. "Change is the essence of life, dear one. It is through change that we grow and become who we are meant to be. Embrace it, and you will find strength you never knew you had." With a gentle nod, Lila accepted the spirit's invitation. In that moment, the forest around her began to glow with a warm, golden light, and the air hummed with the promise of magic. From the depths of the pool, a delicate silver bracelet emerged, adorned with a single opalescent stone that shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors. "This bracelet will guide you," the spirit said. "It will change as you change, reflecting the growth of your heart and spirit." With the bracelet clasped around her wrist, Lila felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle reassurance that whispered of possibilities yet to be discovered. Thanking the spirit, she turned back towards the village, her heart lighter and her steps filled with newfound purpose. In the days that followed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest time and again. Each visit revealed new wonders, a hidden grove where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, a gentle brook that sang a lullaby as it flowed over smooth stones, and a family of deer that watched her with curious, gentle eyes. With each discovery, the bracelet on her wrist glowed a little brighter, its colors shifting and dancing like sunlight through a prism. As she embraced the changes within her, Lila began to notice transformations in her life as well. Her fear slowly gave way to curiosity, and she found joy in exploring new paths, both in the forest and in her heart. Her bonds with the villagers deepened, her stories now filled with the magic and wisdom she had found on her journey. Eamon, the wise old apothecary, became her mentor, teaching her the art of healing with herbs and the power of storytelling to inspire and connect. Lila discovered that she had a gift for listening, for understanding the unspoken needs of others, and she used this gift to bring comfort and hope to those around her. Through it all, the spirit of the forest remained her steadfast guide, appearing in moments of doubt to remind her of the strength she had found within. "Remember, dear Lila," the spirit would say, "true magic lies not in what we see, but in the courage to embrace our own journey." As the seasons changed, so too did Lila. She blossomed like the wildflowers she had come to love, her heart open and her spirit free. No longer afraid of what lay beyond the borders of her world, she ventured further, her path illuminated by the light of her own transformation. And so, in that peaceful village surrounded by the whispering pines and the gentle brook, Lila found her place, not in the comfort of the familiar, but in the beauty of change and the magic of self-discovery. Her story became a beacon of hope for others, a reminder that within each of us lies a spark of magic waiting to be awakened. In the end, Lila learned the greatest lesson of all, that the journey of transformation is not about leaving behind the world we know, but about finding the courage to embrace the wonders that await us in the unknown. And with that knowledge, she lived her days with a heart full of joy and a spirit as boundless as the forest she had come to love. And so, beneath the starlit sky, with the nightingale's song weaving through the air, Lila's story became a cherished tale, whispered by the fireside as a gentle reminder that change, though daunting, is the gateway to discovering the magic within us all. Story 42. In the quiet village of Glen, nestled between rolling hills and dense forests, there lived a gentle young girl named Marin. Glen was a place where time seemed to stand still, with cobblestone streets winding through fields of wildflowers and cottages that looked as if they had sprung from the pages of a storybook. The air was always tinged with the sweet scent of lavender, and the songs of birds filled the skies, creating a constant symphony of nature. Marin lived in a small, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the village with her grandmother, Anwen. Anwen was known throughout Glen for her wisdom and the soothing stories she told by the flickering light of the hearth. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and orange, Marin would sit at her grandmother's feet, eager to hear tales of faraway lands and fantastical creatures. One chilly autumn night, as a gentle breeze rustled the leaves outside, Anwen brought out a small, intricately carved box from the depths of her cupboard. The box was made of dark wood, with delicate patterns etched into its surface, and it seemed to shimmer in the glow of the firelight. "This," Anwen said softly, her voice like a lullaby, "is a family heirloom, passed down through generations. It holds a secret, one that only reveals itself when the time is right." Marin leaned forward, her eyes wide with curiosity. "What is it, grandmother?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. Anwen smiled, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. "Inside this box is a magical compass," she explained. "It has the power to guide its bearer to places unseen, to worlds hidden from ordinary eyes." Marin's heart fluttered with excitement. The idea of a hidden world filled her with wonder and a yearning to explore the unknown. She reached out, tracing the carvings on the box with her fingertips, feeling the warmth of the wood beneath her touch. "Would you like to see it?" Anwen asked, her voice gentle and inviting. With a nod, Marin watched as her grandmother carefully opened the box, revealing a small, gleaming compass nestled inside. Its golden needle danced and twirled as if it had a life of its own, pointing in directions that seemed to defy the laws of nature. "This compass," Anwen continued, "will only work when the time is right, when you are ready for the journey it promises." Marin felt a thrill of anticipation, a sense of destiny that wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. She knew, deep down, that this compass was meant for her, that it would lead her to a place where dreams and reality intertwined. As the days passed, Marin kept the compass close, its presence a constant reminder of the adventure that awaited her. She spent her days wandering through the fields and forests surrounding Glen, listening to the whispers of the trees and the songs of the wind. It was during one of these wanderings that she first felt the compass stir to life in her pocket. It was a misty morning, the world shrouded in a silvery veil as Marin walked along a narrow path through the woods. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the earthy scent of damp leaves and fresh pine. As she stepped over a fallen log, she felt a gentle tug at her heart, a pull that seemed to come from deep within the forest. Curious and a little breathless, Marin took out the compass and watched as its needle spun wildly before settling in a direction that led deeper into the trees. With a mixture of excitement and trepidation, she followed its guidance, her footsteps light and sure on the forest floor. The path wound through towering oaks and slender birches, their branches arching overhead like a cathedral of nature. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and the air was alive with the sound of rustling leaves and distant birdsong. As Marin ventured further, she felt a sense of calm wash over her, as if the forest itself was embracing her, welcoming her into its secret heart. The compass led her to a small clearing, where the sunlight danced on a crystal-clear pond, its surface shimmering like a mirror. There, by the water's edge, sat a figure unlike any Marin had ever seen. It was a creature of pure light, its form shifting and changing like the patterns of a kaleidoscope. It had the gentle eyes of a deer and the graceful wings of a butterfly, and its presence filled the clearing with a warm, golden glow. "Welcome, Marin," the creature said, its voice a soothing melody that resonated through the air. "I am Leora, the guardian of this hidden world." Marin felt her heart swell with a mixture of awe and gratitude. She bowed her head respectfully, feeling a deep connection to this magical being. "Thank you for allowing me to be here," she said softly. Leora smiled, a radiant expression that seemed to light up the entire clearing. "You have been chosen by the compass to embark on a journey of discovery," she explained. "A journey that will test your courage, your kindness, and your wisdom." Marin nodded, her mind racing with possibilities. She knew this was the adventure she had been waiting for, the chance to explore a world beyond her wildest dreams. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice steady and determined. Leora gestured toward the pond, its surface rippling gently in the breeze. "Beyond this water lies a realm of wonder and mystery," she said. "But it is also a place of challenges where you must rely on your heart and your friendships to find your way." With a deep breath, Marin stepped forward, her reflection merging with the clear water. As she touched the surface, the world around her seemed to shift and change, the forest dissolving into a swirl of colors and light. When the world settled once more, Marin found herself standing in a landscape unlike any she had ever seen. The sky was a brilliant tapestry of stars, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. Strange, luminescent plants illuminated the path ahead, casting soft, colorful glows that danced across the ground. Marin felt a sense of exhilaration as she began to explore this new world, her heart open to the wonders that awaited her. As she wandered through gardens of vibrant blooms and fields of swaying grasses, she encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes, each one more enchanting than the last. She met a wise old tortoise named Thaddeus, who spoke in riddles and shared tales of ancient times. She befriended a mischievous pixie named Pippa, whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells and whose heart was as bright as her smile. And she found a loyal companion in a gentle fox named Rowan, whose sharp eyes and keen senses helped guide her through the unknown. Together they journeyed through the hidden world, facing trials that tested their resolve and their bond. They crossed treacherous rivers and climbed towering mountains, navigating labyrinths of shifting paths and solving puzzles that challenged their minds. Through each challenge, Marin learned the importance of trust and friendship, discovering that true strength lay not in the compass she carried, but in the connections she forged with those around her. As she and her companions grew closer, they began to unlock the secrets of the hidden world, unraveling mysteries that had remained hidden for centuries. One day, as they walked along a path lined with shimmering crystals, Marin and her friends came upon a great stone door, its surface covered in intricate carvings and runes. The door seemed to pulse with a soft, golden light, as if it held the key to something truly wondrous. Thaddeus studied the runes carefully, his eyes narrowed in concentration. "This is the gateway to the heart of the world," he said, his voice filled with reverence. "It is said that those who enter will find the answers they seek." Marin felt a thrill of anticipation, knowing that they were on the brink of something extraordinary. With her friends by her side, she stepped forward, placing her hand on the door. As she did, the carvings began to glow, and the door swung open with a gentle creak. Beyond the door lay a breathtaking chamber, its walls adorned with shimmering tapestries and its floor covered in soft, mossy carpets. In the center of the chamber stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching toward the sky, its leaves shimmering with a radiant light. Marin felt a sense of peace wash over her as she approached the tree, her heart filled with a deep sense of belonging. She could feel the pulse of the world around her, the heartbeat of the hidden realm resonating through her very being. It was then that she realized the true purpose of her journey. The hidden world was not just a place of wonder and magic, but a reflection of her own heart and spirit. It was a place where she could discover her true self, where she could become the person she was meant to be. With this newfound understanding, Marin turned to her friends, her eyes shining with gratitude and love. "Thank you," she said, her voice filled with warmth. "I could not have done this without you." Pippa fluttered around her, her laughter like a gentle breeze. "We were meant to take this journey together," she said, her eyes twinkling with joy. Rowan nuzzled against Marin's side, his fur soft and comforting. "We are stronger together," he affirmed, his voice a gentle rumble. Thaddeus nodded, his wise gaze filled with pride. "You have shown great courage and kindness," he said. "The world is a better place with you in it." With her heart full and her spirit renewed, Marin knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to the hidden world and its wonders, knowing that she carried its magic within her, a light that would guide her wherever she went. As she stepped back through the stone door, the world around her shifted once more, and she found herself standing by the pond in the clearing, the forest filled with the soft glow of twilight. The compass lay silent in her hand, its journey complete, its needle at rest. Marin smiled, feeling a sense of contentment and fulfillment that would stay with her always. When she returned to Elderglen, she found her grandmother waiting for her by the hearth, her eyes filled with warmth and understanding. Marin shared her tale, recounting her adventures and the lessons she had learned, her heart overflowing with gratitude for the journey that had changed her life. Onwin listened with a gentle smile, her heart swelling with pride for her granddaughter's courage and wisdom. As the fire crackled softly, she took Marin's hand and whispered, "The greatest journeys are those that lead us to discover our true selves." Marin nodded, her heart light and her spirit free. She knew that the hidden world would always be a part of her, a place where dreams and reality intertwined, a reminder of the magic that existed in every corner of the world. And as she drifted off to sleep that night, cradled by the warmth of the fire and the love of her family, Marin knew that her journey was only just beginning, that the world was full of endless possibilities and wonders waiting to be discovered. For in the heart of every adventure lies the promise of new beginnings, of friendships that defy expectations, and of a world where magic is as real as the love that binds us all together. And with that promise in her heart, Marin knew that she would always have the courage to explore the unknown, to seek out the hidden wonders of the world, and to embrace every moment with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder. Story 43. Once, in a quaint village cradled between forested hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle soul named Aaron. Aaron had always felt a pull towards the stories of old, tales whispered by the wind through the rustling leaves of ancient trees that surrounded the village. These stories were woven into the very fabric of the community, though much of their detail had faded with time. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced along the stone paths, Aaron's grandmother, a wise and kind woman named Leora, shared with him a tale that had been passed down through generations. She spoke of an ancient tradition, a legacy that linked their family to the guardianship of a mystical artifact known as the Heartstone. This artifact, she said, held the wisdom and spirit of their ancestors, a beacon of light that had guided their family through ages long past. Aaron listened intently, the crackling fire in the hearth casting warm, flickering shadows around the room. His heart brimmed with curiosity and a burgeoning sense of duty. His grandmother, with a twinkle in her eye, told him that he was now of age to learn more about this heritage, to understand and embrace the legacy that awaited him. The next day, under the soft glow of dawn, Aaron set out toward the forest, guided by an old map inscribed with cryptic symbols and nestled in the folds of a weathered leather pouch. The path was serene, carpeted with moss and lined with the gentle whispers of the forest. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the scent of pine and earth, as Aaron followed the map's intricate directions. As he journeyed deeper into the woods, Aaron felt a comforting presence, as if unseen hands were guiding him. He arrived at a clearing where the sunlight cascaded in gentle streams through the canopy, illuminating a circle of ancient stones. At the center of this sacred space lay the Heartstone, a vibrant, pulsating gem nestled within a gnarled tree stump. Aaron approached reverently, the stone's glow reflecting in his wide eyes. As he touched the Heartstone, a warmth spread through him, and he felt the voices of his ancestors, clear and melodious, weave stories of strength, wisdom, and unity. They spoke of the bond between nature and their lineage, of how each generation had cared for this place in the Heartstone, ensuring its light never dimmed. In that moment, Aaron understood that the true legacy of his family was not just the guardianship of the Heartstone, but the values it symbolized: compassion, stewardship, and connection. The artifact was a reminder that they were all part of a larger tapestry, each thread vital and vibrant. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Aaron made his way back, his heart at peace, carrying the knowledge and comfort of belonging. He returned to his grandmother, who welcomed him back with a warm embrace, her eyes filled with pride and understanding. From that day on, Aaron dedicated himself to preserving the stories and traditions of his ancestors, sharing them with the village, and ensuring the light of the Heartstone would continue to guide future generations. He planted trees, tended the land, and listened to the whispers of the wind, finding joy in the simple, profound connections of life. And so, the legacy of the Heartstone lived on, a beacon of light and love, forever entwined with the heartbeats of those who cherished their roots and the earth that cradled them. As Aaron drifted to sleep each night, he felt the gentle watch of his ancestors, a comforting presence akin to a lullaby, assuring him that he was never alone, his place within the tapestry both unique and eternal. Story 44. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the whispering leaves seemed to cradle secrets of old, there lay a hidden world, bustling with the lives of creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. The forest was a tapestry woven with emerald canopies, glistening under the gentle caress of sunlight that danced through the boughs. The air was thick with the scent of pine needles and the soft murmur of a nearby brook, its waters singing a lullaby as they meandered over smooth stones. In this enchanting realm, every creature played a vital part in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. At the center of the forest stood the elder oak, an ancient tree whose gnarled bark was etched with the wisdom of the ages. Under its generous shade lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle, whose shell was adorned with intricate patterns resembling the lines of a map, as if charting the very stories of the forest itself. Thistle was the keeper of the forest's lore, a storyteller whose tales were passed from generation to generation. Beside him, nestled in a bed of soft moss, were his woodland friends: Luna, the gentle deer with eyes as deep as pools of spring water; Finch, the lively squirrel whose bushy tail always seemed to quiver with excitement; and Willow, the soft-spoken owl whose feathers glowed silver in the moonlight. The four friends gathered under the elder oak as they did every evening, their breaths mingling with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Thistle began his tale, his voice a soothing balm that drifted through the forest like a gentle breeze. Long ago, he began, when the sun and moon were young, and the world was newly woven, the seasons were not as we know them now. They were capricious and unruly, often causing chaos with their unpredictable ways. Winter would linger too long, covering the earth in a chill that froze the hearts of even the bravest souls. Summer's heat would parch the land, leaving it cracked and dry. As Thistle spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with the imagery of his words. The air turned crisp as if touched by winter's breath, and a warmth spread as if summer had reached out to embrace them. The creatures of the forest knew this could not last, Thistle continued, his voice rich with the melody of the tale. They sought out the wisdom of the elder oak, whose roots reached deep into the earth and whose branches touched the sky. Together they devised a plan to bring harmony to the seasons. Luna, her eyes wide with wonder, leaned closer. "How did they do it, Thistle?" she asked, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. Thistle smiled, his eyes twinkling like stars. They called upon the wind whisperers, the ethereal beings who roamed the skies, carrying messages between the earth and heavens. The wind whisperers listened to the pleas of the creatures and agreed to help, weaving a magical tapestry that would guide the seasons in their dance. He paused, letting the story settle like dew upon the grass. The friends could almost hear the faint, musical chimes of the wind whisperer's work, echoing through the canopy. Spring would awaken the world with her gentle touch, coaxing buds to blossom and streams to flow, Thistle continued. Summer would follow, with warmth that nurtured life. Autumn would paint the leaves in hues of gold and crimson, preparing the land for winter's rest, who would blanket everything in a peaceful slumber. The friends sighed contentedly, imagining the harmony of the seasons. Finch, with a flick of his tail, asked, "And what became of the wind whisperers?" "They remain with us still," Thistle replied, "though unseen by most. They sail upon the breezes, ensuring the seasons stay true to their course. If you listen closely, you might hear their whispers in the rustle of leaves or the sigh of a gentle breeze." Willow, with her keen eyes and wise demeanor, nodded. "It is a balance we must cherish," she said softly. "Each creature, each tree, each drop of rain has a role to play. Together, we uphold the harmony of our world." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and lavender, the friends sat in peaceful silence, united by the story and the truth it carried. The forest around them seemed to hum with life, a symphony of chirping crickets and the distant call of an owl. In the days that followed, Luna, Finch, and Willow found themselves more attuned to the subtle signs of the changing seasons. They watched as spring's breath coaxed the first shoots of green from the forest floor, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at autumn's vibrant palette, and welcomed winter's quiet grace. And through it all, Thistle continued to share his stories, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of the forest's lore. The friends learned that wisdom was not just in the tales of old, but also in the bonds they forged with one another and with the world around them. As the forest settled into the gentle rhythm of life, the friends knew that no matter the challenges they faced, they would meet them with the strength of friendship and the wisdom of the ages. And so, under the watchful branches of the elder oak, they found not just a home, but a place in the grand, harmonious dance of the seasons. In the heart of the verdant wood, where magic and reality intertwined, the whispers of the wind whisperers could be heard, a gentle reminder of the balance that sustained them all. The forest, cradled in its timeless embrace, stood as a testament to the enduring power of harmony and the beauty of a world united in purpose and peace. Story 45. In a meadow hidden deep within an ancient forest, a small cottage stood nestled among the wildflowers and towering oak trees. This was the home of Willow, a young girl with a heart as pure as the babbling brook that flowed nearby. Though her life seemed ordinary, Willow possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to communicate with the very essence of nature itself. On a warm summer evening, as the fireflies danced among the tall blades of grass, Willow sat cross-legged beside the brook, her fingers gently tracing the intricate patterns etched into a smooth oval-shaped stone. This was no ordinary pebble. It was a talisman, a magical object passed down through generations of her family, imbued with the power to reveal the hidden realms that coexisted with the natural world. As Willow's fingertips caressed the talisman's surface, the air around her shimmered and rippled, like waves upon a tranquil lake. Suddenly, the familiar surroundings of the meadow faded, and Willow found herself transported to a realm of breathtaking beauty. This hidden world, nestled within the heart of the forest, was a tapestry of vibrant colors and enchanting sounds. Crystalline streams cascaded over mossy boulders, their waters sparkling like diamonds in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the canopy above. Delicate flower petals drifted lazily on the gentle breeze, their fragrance sweet and intoxicating. As Willow wandered deeper into this wondrous realm, she marveled at the beings that called it home. Tiny sprites flitted among the blossoms, their gossamer wings a blur of iridescent hues. Majestic stags with antlers adorned with curling vines grazed peacefully in the lush glades, while playful pixies darted through the undergrowth, leaving trails of glittering stardust in their wake. It was in this enchanted realm that Willow met Oak, a gentle spirit who had dwelled within the ancient trees for countless seasons. With a warm, weathered countenance and eyes that sparkled with wisdom, Oak became Willow's guide, revealing the intricate web of life that bound all living things together. Under Oak's patient tutelage, Willow learned to truly listen to the whispers of the forest, to feel the thrum of life pulsing through every leaf and twig. She discovered that the hidden realm was a reflection of the natural world, a place where the essence of nature took on physical form. As the seasons turned, Willow's bond with Oak deepened, and she found herself undertaking a journey of self-discovery. Through her experiences in the hidden realm, she gained a profound understanding of the delicate balance that sustains all life, and the vital role that every living creature plays in maintaining that equilibrium. One crisp autumn day, as the leaves swirled in a vibrant dance of crimson and gold, Willow witnessed a sight that would forever change her perspective. A group of mischievous pixies, in their carefree frolicking, had unwittingly disrupted the intricate network of fungi that spread like a hidden tapestry beneath the forest floor. As the delicate threads were severed, the ancient oak trees began to wither, their once vibrant leaves turning brittle and brown. Willow watched in horror as the hidden realm itself seemed to dim, the once brilliant colors fading to muted hues. In that moment, Oak's gentle voice echoed through Willow's mind, reminding her of the profound interconnectedness of all things. With newfound determination, Willow set out to mend the fractured web, weaving together the severed strands with the utmost care and respect. Through her unwavering efforts, and with the help of her newfound friends, the sprites, pixies, and other denizens of the hidden realm, the balance was slowly restored. The ancient oaks regained their majestic glory, their branches reaching skyward once more, and the vibrant hues of the hidden world blossomed anew. It was a transformative experience for Willow, one that taught her the true meaning of friendship, cooperation, and the vital importance of preserving the delicate tapestry of life. From that day forward, she became a steadfast guardian of the hidden realm, sharing her knowledge and wisdom with all who sought to understand the wonders of the natural world. As the years passed, Willow's bond with Oak and the residents of the hidden realm only grew stronger. Together, they faced challenges and overcame obstacles, their friendship defying all expectations and transcending the boundaries of their respective worlds. And on nights when the moon was full and the stars twinkled like diamond dust, Willow would sit beside the brook, the magical talisman cradled in her palm. She would close her eyes and let the whispers of the forest envelop her, her spirit soaring through the hidden realm, reveling in the beauty and harmony that existed within the very heart of nature itself. For Willow had learned that true magic lay not in wielding extraordinary powers, but in cultivating a deep reverence for the wonders that surrounded her, the intricate tapestry of life that bound all creatures together in a shared sacred journey. And as the last embers of the evening fire faded to glowing coals, Willow would smile contentedly, knowing that her path had led her to a profound understanding of the world around her, and a lasting friendship that transcended the boundaries of reality itself. Story 46. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between emerald hills and frothy brooks, there was a little shop known for its peculiar assortment of everyday items. It was a place where old teapots, forgotten books, and mismatched candlesticks found new life. The shop's owner, a kindly old woman named Amara, had a knack for discovering the hidden wonders within these ordinary objects. One misty morning, as the sun yawned over the sleepy village, Amara was dusting the shelves of her shop when she noticed an odd glimmer from a small, unassuming mirror. Its frame was intricately carved with vines and flowers, though it seemed to have been tarnished by time. Curious, Amara polished the glass and, to her surprise, found that the reflection did not mimic her movements. Instead, it showed a beautiful, sunlit meadow that swayed with a breeze she could not feel. Amara, with her heart full of wonder, decided to take the mirror to her dear friend, a gentle-hearted tinkerer named Lyle, who lived at the edge of the village. Lyle was known for his remarkable ability to mend anything, and his curiosity was as boundless as the sky. When Amara arrived at Lyle's cottage, she was greeted by the melodic chime of wind chimes and the scent of freshly baked bread. "Ah, Amara!" Lyle exclaimed, his eyes twinkling behind round spectacles. "What brings you here this fine morning?" Amara showed him the mirror, and together they marveled at its enchanting reflection. "I believe this mirror holds a secret," she said softly. "Perhaps it's a window to another world?" Lyle pondered this for a moment, then suggested, "Why don't we see where this reflection leads us? There might be more to discover." With a sense of adventure, they decided to follow the path they saw in the mirror. As they set out, the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming honeysuckle, and birds sang a gentle melody that accompanied their steps. Lyle carried the mirror carefully, making sure they stayed aligned with the magical reflection. Along the way, they encountered a small, mischievous squirrel named Pip, who was known for his love of acorns and knack for finding hidden treasures. Pip, with his bushy tail and bright eyes, decided to join Amara and Lyle on their journey, promising to help them find their way should they get lost. After a while, the trio arrived at a magnificent meadow, just like the one in the mirror. The grass was a lush carpet underfoot, and wildflowers painted the landscape in vivid hues. In the center of the meadow was a grand, ancient oak tree, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Amara approached the tree and noticed a curious door etched into its trunk. It was adorned with intricate designs that seemed to glow softly in the dappled sunlight. With Pip's encouragement and Lyle's gentle push, Amara opened the door, revealing a cozy, hidden room within the tree. Inside, they found shelves lined with old books, a crackling fireplace, and a table set with a teapot and cups, as though awaiting their arrival. The room exuded warmth and comfort, and the flickering fire cast a golden glow that danced across the walls. As they settled in, a soft voice filled the room. It was the tree itself, speaking in a gentle, whispering tone. "Thank you for visiting, dear friends," the tree said. "I am the keeper of stories, and this mirror is my gift to those who seek the tales of old." The keeper explained that the mirror was a gateway to the stories of the world, a portal to adventures untold and lessons yet to be learned. Its purpose was to guide those with kind hearts and curious minds to places where wisdom and friendship were the greatest treasures of all. Amara, Lyle, and Pip listened intently, their hearts swelling with gratitude. They realized that their journey was not just about discovering a magical item, but about embracing the wonders of the world and cherishing the bonds of friendship. Before they left, the keeper offered them a parting gift, a small wooden box that would allow them to revisit the tree and its stories whenever they wished. With thankful hearts, Amara, Lyle, and Pip returned to Willowbrook, the mirror safely tucked under Lyle's arm. Back in the village, the mirror found a special place in Amara's shop, where it continued to inspire wonder and curiosity among those who entered. And so, the magic of the mirror and the stories of the keeper lived on, nurturing the dreams and adventures of all who dared to look beyond the ordinary. As the stars twinkled in the night sky, Amara, Lyle, and Pip knew that their journey had only just begun. Together, they would continue to explore the hidden wonders of their world, guided by the gentle wisdom of the keeper and the enduring light of friendship. And so, in the cozy embrace of their village, they drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of new adventures yet to come. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the quiet corner of the galaxy where stars twinkled like scattered seeds across a velvet sky, two very different worlds existed side by side. One was the lush, verdant planet of Zerna, with its endless forests that whispered secrets in the gentle breezes, and the other was the arid, mineral-rich planet of Kor, where the landscape shimmered under the constant gaze of a blazing sun. From Zerna came Lyra, a being of delicate grace, with skin that glowed faintly like the leaves of her homeland under a full moon. Her people were known for their harmonious connection to nature, able to communicate with plants and animals through soft, melodic hums. Lyra had always been curious about the stars beyond her green world, her heart longing for adventure and understanding. From Kor came a sturdy traveler named Turok, whose kind was renowned for their strength and resilience. His people, the Korans, were masters of crafting and engineering, revered for their ability to shape the very rocks of their land into majestic structures. Turok's eyes were like polished onyx, forever reflecting the blazing sun of his home, his spirit a testament to his world's fiery heart. Their paths crossed in the most unexpected of ways, aboard a small exploration vessel named the Starbound Wanderer. The ship, a marvel of interstellar engineering, was an enclave for travelers and adventurers from all corners of the universe, each seeking knowledge and companionship among the stars. The journey began with a misunderstanding, as these things often do. Lyra, eager to share the beauty of her home, had filled the common room with vibrant flowers she had conjured from seeds she carried. Their sweet fragrance filled the air, creating a tapestry of colors and scents. Turok, unaccustomed to such lushness, found the pollen irritating and the colors too bright for his eyes, which were used to the stark hues of Kor. "This place feels like a jungle," Turok grumbled, brushing pollen off his sturdy shoulders. His voice, though deep and resonant, carried a hint of discomfort. Lyra, hearing this, felt a pang of embarrassment. She approached Turok, her eyes filled with the shimmer of contrition. "I didn't mean to overwhelm you," she said softly, her voice like a gentle breeze. "I only wanted to share a piece of my world with everyone." Turok paused, recognizing the sincerity in her voice, and offered a gentle smile. "Perhaps I should learn more about your world. It seems I have much to discover." And so began a friendship born of curiosity and respect. Over time, Lyra and Turok discovered that their differences were, in fact, strengths that complemented each other. Lyra taught Turok the beauty of patience and the serenity found in stillness, while Turok showed Lyra the power of resilience and the warmth of perseverance. Their journey was not without challenges. During one of their explorations, an unexpected solar flare threatened the ship's navigational systems. The crew found themselves adrift amidst a sea of stars, the vastness of space suddenly feeling all too isolating. Fear rippled through the vessel, like a cold wind chilling the bones of even the bravest souls. In this moment of uncertainty, it was Turok who stepped forward, his voice steady as the great mountains of his home. "We must work together. I can help reinforce the ship's hull against further flares." Lyra nodded, her determination shining like a beacon. "And I can communicate with the plants in our hydroponics bay to boost our oxygen supply, ensuring we remain safe until we regain control." Side by side, they worked tirelessly, their efforts blending the wisdom of Zerna with the ingenuity of Kor. As they labored, they spoke of their worlds, sharing stories and laughter that wove threads of trust and understanding between them. The crew, witnessing their unity, found courage and hope in their example. Eventually, with their combined efforts and the help of the crew, the Starbound Wanderer regained its course. Relief washed over everyone like a gentle rain after a long drought, and the stars once again seemed to twinkle with friendly warmth. As the journey continued, Lyra and Turok found themselves sitting together, gazing out at the endless expanse of space. The hum of the ship was a comforting lullaby, wrapping them in a cocoon of peace. "I never expected to find a friend like you among the stars," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody. Turok nodded, his gaze soft as he looked at the stars, then at Lyra. "You've shown me the beauty of your world, and I am grateful for it. Our differences have made us stronger, haven't they?" "They have," Lyra agreed, her heart swelling with a sense of belonging and gratitude. "And perhaps that's the true meaning of friendship, seeing the world through each other's eyes and finding strength in our diversity." The adventure aboard the Starbound Wanderer was just one of many to come, each bringing Lyra and Turok closer, their friendship a guiding light in the vast universe. Together they discovered that even the most unlikely companions could forge bonds as resilient as the strongest metal and as gentle as the softest breeze. And so, under the watchful eyes of distant galaxies, Lyra and Turok continued their journey, their hearts forever linked by the stars and the lessons they had learned from one another. The universe was vast, but with friendship, it felt a little smaller, a little warmer, and infinitely more wondrous. Thus ends the tale of two friends from worlds apart, who found the true meaning of friendship among the stars, teaching us all that even in the vastness of space, kindness and understanding can light the way home. Story 48. In a quaint village nestled amidst rolling hills and shimmering streams, there was an old stone bridge that led to the Whispering Woods. The villagers often spoke of the woods with a mix of reverence and curiosity, for it was said to be a place where the ordinary world and the realm of dreams intertwined. Little did the villagers know, a young girl named Lena, with her auburn hair and eyes like the morning sky, was about to discover its wonders. One golden afternoon, as the sun cast long shadows and the air was fragrant with the scent of blooming wildflowers, Lena felt a gentle tug at her heart. She had heard the stories of the Whispering Woods since she was a child, tales of its enchanting beauty and the secrets it held. With a sense of adventure twinkling in her eyes, she set off towards the old stone bridge, her steps as light as the breeze. As Lena crossed the bridge, she felt a tingling sensation, as if the air was alive with whispers and laughter. The woods welcomed her with a symphony of rustling leaves and the melodic calls of unseen creatures. The path before her was dappled with sunlight, leading her deeper into a world that seemed to shimmer with magic. The trees of the Whispering Woods were unlike any Lena had ever seen. Their trunks twisted and turned in graceful spirals, their bark glistening like silver in the soft light. High above, the canopy was a kaleidoscope of green and gold, creating a mosaic that danced with the sun's rays. As she walked, the gentle crunch of leaves underfoot was accompanied by the distant sound of a babbling brook. Lena's heart raced with excitement as she ventured further. The air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and fresh pine, and she marveled at the vibrant colors of the flowers that lined the path. Each blossom seemed to hum with its own melody, creating a harmonious chorus that filled the woods with an air of tranquility. It wasn't long before Lena encountered her first whimsical creature. A family of flitterfluffs, small round beings with fur as soft as dandelion fluff and eyes twinkling like stars, floated gracefully around her. Their gentle giggles sounded like wind chimes, and they playfully tugged at her sleeves, inviting her to join their dance. "Where are you going, young adventurer?" chirped the largest of the flitterfluffs, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I'm exploring the woods," Lena replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've always wanted to see what lies beyond the village." The flitterfluffs nodded in understanding, their laughter ringing through the trees. "Follow the path to the heart of the woods," they chimed in unison. "There you will find what you seek." With a grateful nod, Lena continued her journey, the flitterfluffs hovering around her like a cloud of joy. As she walked, she encountered more of the forest's inhabitants. A gentle breeze carried the songs of the songbirds, whose feathers glinted like rainbows in the sunlight. They perched on branches, serenading her with melodies that spoke of distant lands and untold stories. The deeper Lena ventured, the more the woods revealed their secrets. She crossed a bridge made of woven vines, its surface cushioned by soft moss. Below, the stream babbled happily, its waters as clear as crystal. Lena paused to dip her fingers into the cool water, feeling its refreshing touch invigorate her spirit. As she journeyed on, Lena came upon a clearing where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. In the center stood a grand tree, its trunk wide and ancient, its branches stretching towards the heavens like a cathedral made of wood and light. This, she knew, was the heart of the woods. Gathered around the tree were creatures of every kind, from the smallest firefly sprites whose lights danced like stars, to the wise old owlbear whose eyes held the wisdom of ages. They greeted Lena with warm smiles and nods, as if they had been expecting her. "Welcome, brave traveler," rumbled the owlbear, its voice deep and soothing. "You have journeyed far to reach this place." Lena felt a warmth spread through her chest, a sense of belonging that filled her with joy. "I've always wanted to see the magic of the Whispering Woods," she said, her voice a whisper of awe. The owlbear nodded, its feathers rustling like autumn leaves. "The woods have seen your courage, Lena. You have shown the heart of an explorer, unafraid to journey into the unknown. In return, the woods offer you their friendship and wisdom. As Lena stood beneath the grand tree, the creatures of the woods gathered around her in a circle of warmth and light. She felt a connection to them, to the woods, to the very essence of the world around her. It was as if she had found a piece of herself that she never knew was missing. With a gentle smile, the flitterfluffs settled on her shoulders, their presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Lena," they whispered, "the magic of the woods is within you, wherever you go." As the sun began to set, casting the woods in a golden glow, Lena knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of gratitude and wonder, she bid farewell to her new friends, promising to return one day. As she retraced her steps, the path back seemed to glow with a gentle light, as if guiding her safely home. The journey had changed her, filling her with a courage she hadn't known before, a courage that came from embracing the unknown and finding beauty in unexpected places. When Lena emerged from the woods and crossed the old stone bridge, the village was aglow with the warm light of evening lamps. She carried the magic of the whispering woods with her, a reminder of the wonders that awaited those who dared to explore. And as she lay in bed that night, a gentle breeze whispered through her window, carrying with it the soft laughter of the flitterfluffs and the sweet melodies of the songbirds. Lena drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the enchanting world she had discovered, knowing that the courage to explore would always guide her heart. Story 49. In a quaint village nestled within the lush, rolling hills of the Whispering Woods, where the air always carried the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft murmur of the nearby brook, there lay an enchanting mystery waiting to be unraveled. The village was known as Willowbrook, a place where time seemed to slow down, and every moment felt like a warm embrace. Cobblestone paths wound between cottages with thatched roofs, their gardens overflowing with vibrant blooms and the gentle hum of bees. Willowbrook was a place where magic was as much a part of the fabric of life as the sunshine filtering through the emerald canopy above. But this magic was subtle, weaving through the everyday in the form of whispered secrets from the trees and the playful dances of light that flickered like fireflies at dusk. Life in Willowbrook was usually peaceful, with villagers tending to their day-to-day tasks with cheerful spirits. Yet a peculiar string of events had recently stirred the calm waters of their lives. It began with the baker, Mrs. Pumpernickel, discovering that her freshly baked loaves of bread had vanished from the windowsill where they had been left to cool. Not a single crumb remained, only a trail of glistening golden dust leading towards the forest edge. Soon after, Mr. Thistledown, the village greengrocer, found his baskets of ripe, juicy apples mysteriously emptied overnight. Again, the only clue was the same sparkling dust twinkling faintly on the path. The villagers, though bemused, were not alarmed. Such occurrences were not entirely out of character for a place where magic lingered in every shadow. However, the mystery deepened when similar happenings spread throughout Willowbrook, each one accompanied by the telltale shimmer of golden dust. Concerned yet intrigued, the villagers turned to the wisest among them, the gentle and learned Elder Mistral. Known for her deep understanding of both magic and the natural world, Elder Mistral lived in a quaint cottage at the heart of the village, surrounded by towering oaks that whispered ancient stories to those who would listen. Elder Mistral welcomed all who sought her guidance with a kind smile and a steaming cup of chamomile tea. Her living room was a cozy sanctuary, filled with the soft glow of candlelight and the comforting smell of lavender. On this particular morning, as villagers gathered, Elder Mistral sat in her favorite armchair, a well-loved tome resting in her lap. "My dear friends," she began, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "it seems we have a delightful puzzle to solve. Fear not, for I believe the answer lies within the heart of our beloved Whispering Woods." The villagers listened intently, their curiosity piqued. Elder Mistral continued, "This golden dust is not ordinary. It is the essence of the Fae, the magical folk who dwell within the woods. They are known to be mischievous, but also wise and kind. I suspect they have a reason for their antics." With a plan forming in her mind, Elder Mistral suggested they venture into the forest to seek the Fae and understand the purpose behind their playful thefts. A small party was formed, including the inquisitive young Aidan, known for his sharp eyes and keen sense of adventure, and the gentle-hearted Clara, who possessed a gift for understanding the language of nature. As the sun cast its golden morning light upon the village, the group set off, following the trail of golden dust that sparkled like tiny stars upon the earth. The whispering woods welcomed them with open arms, the trees bowing gently in the breeze, their leaves rustling a melody only those with open hearts could hear. Deeper into the woods they wandered, past babbling brooks and sun-dappled clearings, until they reached a place where the air shimmered with an ethereal glow. Here, among the ancient oaks and the soft carpet of moss, they found the Fae. Tiny and delicate, with translucent wings that caught the light in a dazzling display of colors, the Fae were a sight to behold. They flitted about, their laughter like the tinkling of silver bells, as they gathered around the newcomers. Aidan, with his natural curiosity, stepped forward. "We mean you no harm, dear Fae. We come seeking answers to the mystery that has touched our village. Why have you taken our bread and fruit?" The Fae Queen, a radiant being with eyes like sparkling emeralds, fluttered closer. Her voice was a melody, soothing and full of warmth. "Ah, dear children of the earth, we did not mean to cause distress. We borrowed your offerings as a gesture of friendship, for a great celebration approaches, and we wish to share the bounty of your world with ours." Clara, feeling a connection with the Fae, spoke gently. "We understand now. We would have gladly shared with you if only we had known." The Fae Queen smiled, her wings casting a rainbow of colors across the forest floor. "And now you do. Our worlds are intertwined, and together we can celebrate the beauty of both." With the mystery unraveled, the villagers and the Fae spent the afternoon in joyful preparation. Together, they gathered more fruits and baked fresh bread, each loaf infused with a touch of magic that made it taste like a sweet summer's day. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden glow over the land, a grand feast unfolded beneath the boughs of the whispering woods. Villagers and Fae alike shared stories and laughter, their hearts filled with the joy of newfound friendship and understanding. When the stars finally twinkled above, each one a tiny beacon of light in the velvet sky, the villagers returned to Willowbrook with hearts full of warmth and wonder. The mystery that had once puzzled them now served as a reminder of the bonds that could be formed through kindness and open-heartedness. And so, in the cozy cottages of Willowbrook, as the villagers tucked themselves into bed, the gentle whisper of the woods lulled them into peaceful dreams. The mystery had been solved, but the magic of the night lingered, a comforting presence that promised many more enchanting adventures to come. And as the last candle flickered out, casting a soft glow over the sleeping village, all was well in Willowbrook, where the world of magic and the world of men danced together beneath the stars. Story 50. In the realm of the starry cosmos, where the night sky was a tapestry of twinkling diamonds, there existed a small, serene planet known as Luminara. It was a world bathed in gentle silver light, where the air carried the faint scent of moonflowers and the ground was soft and springy underfoot, like the plushest of carpets. Luminara was home to the lumens, ethereal beings with skin that shimmered like liquid starlight and eyes that glowed with an inner peace. Among the lumens was a particularly gentle soul named Lyra. Lyra had always been curious about the universe beyond Luminara, her mind filled with dreams of distant worlds and the creatures that inhabited them. She spent her evenings on a hilltop, gazing at the celestial ballet above, her heart yearning for adventure and friendship. One fateful night, as the moon hung low and full in the sky, Lyra noticed something peculiar, a streak of bright orange cutting through the midnight blue, spiraling down toward the nearby starwood forest. Her heart thudded with excitement and a touch of apprehension. She felt in her bones that this was no ordinary celestial event. Meanwhile, on the neighboring planet of Emberia, where the landscapes were painted in fiery hues and the air was warm and vibrant, lived a creature known as a flare fox. His name was Zephyr, and unlike Lyra, he was a creature of action and energy, his fur a cascade of flames that flickered with every movement. Zephyr had embarked on an interplanetary journey, his spirit driven by a restlessness that sought the unknown. Zephyr's vessel, a small craft made from the fiery elements of Emberia itself, had encountered a meteor shower. With a deftness born of experience, Zephyr navigated through the storm, but not without damage. His ship spiraled down onto the tranquil world of Luminara, coming to rest in the heart of Starwood Forest. Lyra, with her heart full of wonder and trepidation, ventured into the forest, guided by the glow of her own curiosity. The forest was a realm of soft shadows and gentle sounds, where every leaf seemed to hum with a quiet, secretive song. As she neared the crash site, she saw Zephyr, his fiery form like a beacon in the cool, luminous night. Zephyr, bruised but undeterred, was inspecting his damaged craft when he sensed a presence. He turned, his golden eyes meeting Lyra's glowing gaze. There was a moment of silence, the air thick with the potential of misunderstanding. To Lyra, Zephyr was a being of flame and fervor, so unlike the gentle serenity of her own kind. To Zephyr, Lyra was a creature of calm and light, her presence soothing yet unfamiliar. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice as soft as the moonlit breeze. "Are you hurt?" Zephyr hesitated, his pride pricked by the notion of appearing vulnerable. But something in Lyra's eyes, a kindness that transcended their differences, urged him to respond truthfully. "Just a few scratches," he admitted, his voice a warm ember in the cool air. "My ship, however, is another matter." Lyra nodded, understanding blooming between them like a flower opening to the dawn. "Perhaps I can help," she offered, her hands glowing with a gentle luminescence. Together, they worked on the vessel, their differences blending into a harmonious rhythm. Lyra's gentle touch and soothing light complemented Zephyr's fiery determination and resourcefulness. As they toiled side by side, they shared stories of their worlds, Zephyr speaking of Emberia's blazing skies and Lyra of Luminara's tranquil nights. Yet, as the hours slipped by like sand through fingers, they encountered their first challenge. The components needed to repair the vessel required a rare mineral found only in the deep heart of Starwood Forest, a place that even the lumens approached with reverence and caution. "Are you sure it's safe?" Zephyr asked, his fiery brow furrowed with concern. Lyra smiled, a gentle reassurance in her eyes. "Together, I think we can manage," she replied softly. "The forest can be unpredictable, but it responds well to respect and kindness." And so they ventured deeper into the forest, the path beneath their feet softly aglow with bioluminescent moss. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming starflowers, and the forest seemed to watch over them with a benevolent gaze. However, as they ventured further, the trees grew denser, their branches weaving a tapestry of shadows. It was here that the forest tested their newfound friendship. A sudden gust of wind, carrying with it the whispers of the ancient trees, extinguished Zephyr's fiery light, leaving him vulnerable in the shadowed world. Panic clawed at him, a creature of flame lost in the dark. But Lyra, with her heart as steady as the moon's glow, took Zephyr's hand. Her touch was a beacon, a promise that they would find their way together. "Close your eyes," she whispered, her voice like a lullaby. "Feel the light within you." Zephyr, guided by her calm, let go of his fear. He felt the warmth of his inner flame, not as a force of destruction, but as a source of light and life. Slowly his glow returned, a soft, steady ember that illuminated the path before them. Their journey continued, the bond between them strengthening with each step. They spoke of their hopes and dreams, their voices weaving a tapestry of shared understanding. Lyra's gentle wisdom balanced Zephyr's fiery spirit, creating a harmony that neither had known possible. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, where the rare mineral shimmered like stardust beneath a veil of ancient leaves. Together, they carefully gathered what they needed, their movements in sync, their hearts aligned. With the mineral in hand, they returned to Zephyr's vessel. The repairs were completed in a flurry of shared effort, their teamwork a testament to the friendship that had blossomed between them. As they stood back to admire their work, the first light of dawn painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, a gentle reminder of the new beginnings their friendship had forged. Zephyr turned to Lyra, gratitude and warmth shining in his eyes. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with the kind of sincerity that could only come from the heart. "I couldn't have done this without you." Lyra smiled, her luminescent presence a balm to his fiery soul. "Nor I without you," she replied, her voice gentle as the morning light. "You've taught me that even the most different of beings can find common ground." As the sun rose, casting its golden glow over Luminara, Zephyr prepared to depart. But he promised to return, to visit the friend who had shown him the true meaning of companionship. And Lyra, her heart full of newfound warmth, waved him off with the knowledge that their friendship would endure across the stars. And so, in the tapestry of the universe, a new thread of friendship was woven, a reminder that even in the vastness of space, where differences could be as vast as the stars themselves, the bonds of kindness and understanding could bridge any divide. As the morning unfolded, the gentle light of Luminara embraced its newest revelation, that friendship, like the stars, could illuminate even the darkest of skies. Story 51. In the quiet, sleepy village of Whimsy Wood, nestled between rolling green hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lay a quaint little cottage with ivy creeping up its stone walls. Smoke curled lazily from the chimney, and the scent of freshly baked bread often wafted through the air, inviting passers-by to linger and breathe in the comfort it promised. In this cozy cottage lived a gentle soul named Timothy, a young man with a heart as open and welcoming as the sky at dawn. Timothy was known throughout the village for his kindness and his knack for fixing things, be they broken teapots or tangled kites. But what few knew was Timothy's secret joy, the small, unassuming book he had found nestled in an old trunk in the attic. The book was bound in worn leather, its pages whispering with a faint golden glow. Each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Timothy would sit by the fireplace, its flames casting a warm, flickering glow across the room, and read from its pages. The book had no title, but within it lay stories of magical creatures and enchanted lands, and most intriguingly, a mysterious map that seemed to shift and change each time he looked at it. One chilly autumn evening, as the wind sang a gentle lullaby through the trees, Timothy noticed something new on the map, a tiny, twinkling star that hadn't been there before. Intrigued, he traced his finger over its outline, and to his astonishment, the star pulsed with a soft, inviting light. Timothy felt a tug at his heart, an unspoken invitation to embark on a journey. With a deep breath, he decided to follow where the map led, feeling in his heart that this was where he was meant to go. The next morning, with a modest satchel packed with essentials and the book tucked safely inside, Timothy set off down the winding path leading from the village. The air was crisp and filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, and the sun peeked through the canopy, casting playful patterns on the ground. As he walked, Timothy met a peculiar little squirrel named Nutmeg, whose fur was the color of autumn itself. Nutmeg was chattering animatedly about the finest acorns that had ever graced the forest floor, and upon noticing Timothy, paused with curiosity. "Why, hello there," Nutmeg chirped, her eyes bright with mischief and wisdom. "Where might you be heading on such a fine day?" Timothy, delighted by the company, shared his discovery of the magical map and the star that beckoned him. Nutmeg listened intently, nodding her tiny head with understanding. "Ah, the star on the map," Nutmeg mused, her voice thoughtful. "It is said to lead to the Heartstone, a gem of great wonder that grants the wisdom of the ancients to those pure of heart." Timothy's eyes widened in awe, and he asked if Nutmeg would accompany him. With a delighted flick of her bushy tail, Nutmeg agreed, eager for an adventure beyond her usual forest escapades. As they journeyed deeper into the forest, the path grew more mysterious, with shadows dancing among the trees and the rustle of hidden creatures whispering secrets. Along the way, they encountered a wise old owl named Oliver, perched high in the branches of an ancient oak. His feathers were like silvery moonlight, and his eyes gleamed with the knowledge of countless years. Oliver greeted them with a gentle hoot, and upon hearing of their quest, offered his guidance. "The Heartstone is a treasure of the forest," he said, his voice deep and soothing, "but it is guarded by riddles and illusions. You must look beyond what is seen to find the truth." With Oliver's wisdom echoing in their minds, Timothy and Nutmeg continued onward. The forest seemed alive with magic, each step bringing them closer to the source of the star's light. They passed through meadows carpeted with wildflowers, streams that sang with the voices of the wind, and groves where the trees whispered tales of old. At last, they arrived at a clearing where the light of the star shone down upon a glistening stone set in the earth. It was the Heartstone, shimmering with a serene inner light. But as they approached, a soft mist enveloped them, and a gentle voice filled the air. "To claim the Heartstone, you must answer this riddle," the voice intoned. "What is gentle enough to soothe the soul, yet strong enough to break a heart?" Timothy pondered the riddle, feeling the weight of its truth. He closed his eyes, thinking of the love he felt for his village, his friends, and the adventures that had brought him here. And then he knew. "Love," Timothy said softly, opening his eyes. "The answer is love." The mist cleared, and the Heartstone pulsed with a warm, welcoming light. Timothy reached out, and as his fingers brushed the stone, he felt a profound sense of peace and understanding fill his heart. With the Heartstone's wisdom, Timothy and Nutmeg made their way back to the village, their spirits light and their hearts full. The journey had changed them both, teaching them the power of love and friendship, and the quiet strength found in gentle hearts. As Timothy returned to his cottage, the villagers gathered to hear tales of his adventure, their eyes wide with wonder. And though the magical book remained a cherished secret, Timothy knew that the true magic lay not in the pages, but in the journey itself and the love that surrounded him. And so, under the starlit sky, Timothy sat by the crackling fire, Nutmeg nestled beside him, content in the knowledge that the greatest treasures were those that could not be seen, but felt in the heart. The village of Whimsy Wood slept soundly, wrapped in the warmth of a story that would live on in the gentle hearts of all who heard it. Story 52. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst rolling emerald hills, there lived a young boy named Finn. Finn was known for his curiosity, and his eyes sparkled like the sunlit dew on morning grass. The village was surrounded by a dense, mysterious forest, and though the villagers often whispered tales of enchantment about it, few dared to venture far beyond the familiar paths. One crisp autumn morning, Finn found himself drawn to the forest's edge, where the golden leaves danced down from the trees like tiny, glowing lanterns. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of adventure. Feeling a gentle pull in his heart, Finn decided to explore the forest, his sense of wonder urging him forward. As he stepped into the forest, the world around him transformed into a tapestry of colors and sounds. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting shimmering patterns on the forest floor. The soft rustle of the leaves underfoot was accompanied by the melodic chirping of birds and the distant babble of a brook. Finn's heart beat with excitement as he ventured deeper into this enchanting realm. It wasn't long before Finn stumbled upon a clearing where the trees stood in a perfect circle, as if guarding a secret. In the center was a shimmering pond, its surface as smooth as glass. As Finn approached, he noticed tiny lights flickering above the water, like stars fallen from the sky. They were will-o-wisps, gentle spirits of the forest, their glow illuminating the clearing with a soft, ethereal light. "Hello, little wanderer," chimed a voice, as clear as a bell. Finn turned to find a small creature perched on a stone by the pond. It was a pixie, with wings as delicate as gossamer and eyes that twinkled with mischief and kindness. "Hello," Finn replied, his voice filled with awe. "I've never seen a place so beautiful." The pixie giggled, the sound like the tinkling of wind chimes. "This is the heart of the forest, where the magic of nature gathers. What brings you here, young one?" "I'm not sure," Finn confessed, "but I feel I must explore and learn all the wonders hidden here." The pixie nodded, understanding lighting up her eyes. "Very well, but remember the forest is both a friend and a teacher. Listen carefully, and you will learn much." With that, the pixie took flight, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in her wake. Finn watched as she disappeared among the trees, a sense of awe and anticipation filling his heart. As Finn continued his journey, he encountered many wonders. He walked through groves where the trees sang softly to each other, their branches swaying in harmony. He discovered a meadow where flowers opened only at the touch of moonlight, their petals glowing like opals. He marveled at the gentle creatures that inhabited the forest, from the playful squirrels that chattered in the treetops to the wise old owl that watched over all with knowing eyes. But not all was easy. At one point, Finn came across a tangled thicket that blocked his path. The thorns were sharp, and the way seemed impassable. Finn paused, remembering the pixie's words. He sat quietly, listening to the forest around him, and it was then he noticed a small stream trickling nearby. its water wound gently around the thicket, offering a path forward. With newfound insight, Finn followed the stream, its cool water guiding him safely through the forest's challenges. Each step taught him patience and the value of observing the world with an open heart. As the sun began to set, casting the forest in hues of amber and rose, Finn arrived back at the clearing by the pond. The will-o-wisps danced more brightly now, their light mirrored in the calm water. The Pixie reappeared, alighting beside Finn with a warm smile. "You have traveled well, young explorer," she said. "What have you learned?" Finn smiled, his heart full of the forest's wisdom. "I've learned that courage is not just about facing the unknown, but about listening and understanding the world around you. And that exploration is not simply about reaching a destination, but about the journey itself." The Pixie nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, the forest rewards those who tread lightly and listen deeply. Remember this lesson, for it will serve you well in all your adventures." With a gentle wave, the Pixie bid Finn farewell. Finn turned to leave, his heart light and his spirit enriched by the day's discoveries. As he made his way back to the village, he knew the forest would always be a part of him, its magic a guiding light in his heart. And so, under the starlit sky, Finn returned home, his dreams filled with the wonders of the forest and the gentle lessons of courage and exploration. And in the warmth of his bed, he slept soundly, knowing that the world was a place of endless beauty and mystery, waiting to be discovered. Story 53. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whisper of the wind wove tales of long-forgotten times, there existed a realm unseen by human eyes. This was a place where the natural and the magical danced in harmony, where creatures both ordinary and extraordinary thrived under the canopy of towering oaks and whispering pines. Here, every leaf and blade of grass sang a song of unity with the earth. As the first light of dawn filtered through the emerald tapestry of leaves, the forest awoke with a gentle rustle. The air was sweet with the scent of dew-kissed moss and the faint earthy aroma of damp soil. A brook babbled softly, its waters weaving a silvery path through the woodland, reflecting the kaleidoscope of colors that the forest donned for the morning. In this enchanted haven lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle's shell was a mosaic of browns and greens, mirroring the forest that had been his home for over a century. His eyes, like polished amber, held within them the wisdom of countless seasons. Thistle was a guardian of sorts, a keeper of stories and secrets passed down through generations. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves began their graceful descent, painting the forest floor in shades of gold and crimson, a young squirrel named Pip scampered through the underbrush. Pip was a sprightly creature, with fur as soft as the down of a thistle seed and eyes bright with curiosity. He was on a quest to find the perfect acorn, a task that seemed deceptively simple but was, in truth, a rite of passage in the squirrel community. Pip's journey led him to a part of the forest he had never ventured to before, a grove where the air was filled with a mysterious, shimmering light. Here, the trees stood taller, their trunks adorned with vines that glowed faintly in the shade. It was as if the forest itself was breathing magic, each pulse timed with the rhythm of nature's heart. It was in this magical grove that Pip first met Thistle. The old tortoise was perched on a sunlit rock, his eyes closed as he basked in the warmth. Pip approached hesitantly, his little heart pounding with a mix of fear and fascination. "Good morning," piped Pip, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. Thistle opened one eye, then the other, and regarded the young squirrel with an amused glint. "Good morning, young one. What brings you to this ancient glade?" Pip hesitated for a moment, then spilled his tale in a rush of words, explaining his quest for the perfect acorn. Thistle listened patiently, nodding slowly as if weighing each word. "Ah, the search for the perfect acorn," Thistle mused, his voice deep and soothing like the murmur of distant thunder. "A worthy endeavor indeed. But remember, young Pip, perfection is often found in the most unexpected places." Encouraged by Thistle's gentle wisdom, Pip felt a newfound confidence. He continued his search, guided by the subtle hints and stories Thistle shared. As the days passed, Pip learned to see the forest through different eyes. He noticed the intricate patterns on the acorns, the subtle play of light and shadow, the music of the wind through the branches. One day, as the sun dipped low in the sky, casting long, golden shadows, Pip stumbled upon an acorn unlike any he had seen before. It was nestled in a bed of moss, its surface smooth and flawless, gleaming with an inner light that seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the forest itself. Pip knew, with a certainty that resonated deep within his soul, that this was the acorn he had been searching for. With his prize in hand, Pip returned to Thistle, who greeted him with a knowing smile. "You have found it, I see," Thistle said, his voice carrying the weight of ages. "But what have you learned?" Pip thought for a moment, his mind reflecting on the journey. "I've learned that the forest is full of wonders, and that patience and curiosity can lead to the most incredible discoveries. And sometimes, the journey itself is just as important as the destination." Thistle nodded, satisfied with Pip's answer. "You have gained wisdom beyond your years, young Pip. Remember to share it with others, for knowledge, like the forest, thrives when it is nurtured and passed down." As the seasons turned, the forest continued its eternal cycle of growth and renewal. The magical phenomena of the grove, tied to the changing seasons, remained a testament to the harmony and balance that governed this hidden world. And Pip, now a bearer of wisdom, shared his stories and lessons with the younger squirrels, ensuring that the legacy of understanding and respect for nature endured. And so, under the watchful eyes of Thistle and the countless spirits of the forest, the enchanted realm thrived, a sanctuary of peace and harmony where the lines between reality and magic danced in the gentle breeze. As night fell and the stars emerged, a sense of comfort settled over the woodland, wrapping it in a soft, silken embrace, as if the forest itself whispered a lullaby to all who called it home. Story 54. In the heart of the Andromeda Galaxy, where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds against the velvet canvas of the cosmos, there orbited a quaint little planet named Etheria. Etheria was a place of rolling lavender meadows and crystalline lakes that glimmered under the gentle embrace of its twin suns. It was here that beings from across the galaxy often gathered, drawn by the planet's reputation for fostering peace and harmony. From the shimmering skies above, a small spacecraft descended, its hull gleaming with the iridescent hues of its home planet, Zenthra. From within emerged Kylan, a Zenthrian explorer known for his shimmering silver skin, which seemed to reflect the emotions he felt. Kylan's people were renowned for their ability to communicate through empathic vibrations, a language of the heart rather than words. His mission was to explore the great wonders of the galaxy, and perhaps to understand more about the creatures that inhabited it. Meanwhile, nestled in the lush forests of Etheria, a creature known as Lyra wandered. Lyra was a Verdalian, a species known for their serene and gentle nature. Her skin bore patterns of delicate, luminescent vines that glowed softly in the dark, and her eyes reflected the deep green of the forest canopy. Verdalians communicated through harmonious melodies, each note imbued with meaning and emotion. One fateful day, as the golden light of the suns filtered through the trees like streams of liquid warmth, Kylan and Lyra's paths crossed. Kylan, curious and eager, approached with a friendly wave, his empathic vibrations radiating a sense of welcome. However, Lyra, unfamiliar with this manner of communication, interpreted the vibrations as a potential threat. She responded with a melody of caution, her song echoing through the quiet woods. This misunderstanding marked the beginning of their journey together. At first, their interactions were fraught with confusion. Kylan's empathic intentions were often misread by Lyra, whose musical expressions seemed foreign and perplexing to him. Yet, beneath the initial miscommunications, both sensed an underlying kindness in the other, a glimmer of something that urged them to try and understand. As days turned into weeks, Etheria revealed its many wonders and challenges. One evening, as the twin suns dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, a sudden storm swept through the forest. The winds howled like a chorus of ancient voices, and rain fell in a torrential dance. Lyra, caught unprepared by the storm, found herself shivering beneath the broad leaves of a giant fern. Kylan, sensing her distress through the storm's chaos, hurried to her side. He wrapped his cloak around her, the fabric shimmering with a warmth that seemed to flow from his very being. In that moment, their differences began to fade. Lyra, touched by Kylan's gesture, responded with a soft melody of gratitude, her song intertwining with the rhythmic patter of the rain. From that day forth, their companionship blossomed. They ventured together through Etheria's emerald valleys and sapphire lakes, each day bringing new adventures and shared discoveries. Kylan learned to interpret the nuances of Lyra's melodious language, while Lyra began to feel the subtleties of Kylan's empathic expressions. Their bond was tested further when they stumbled upon a hidden grove, where a rare and delicate flower known as the starlight bloom grew. This flower held the key to preserving Etheria's natural balance, but it was wilting, its glow dimming with each passing day. The two companions realized that only by working together could they save it. Guided by their newfound understanding, Kylan and Lyra combined their gifts. Kylan's empathic energy nurtured the flower's spirit, while Lyra's song encouraged it to bloom once more. As they worked in harmony, the starlight bloom began to glow, its light spreading warmth and vitality across the grove. In saving the flower, Kylan and Lyra discovered the true essence of friendship, a connection that transcended words and differences, one forged in the fires of shared challenges and mutual support. Their hearts, once separated by misunderstanding, now beat in unison, a testament to the power of empathy and understanding. As the seasons changed and Etheria continued its eternal dance among the stars, Kylan and Lyra remained steadfast companions. They knew that, no matter where their journeys might take them, their friendship would be a guiding light, a beacon of hope in the vast, wondrous tapestry of the universe. And so, beneath the gentle glow of Etheria's twin suns, with the starlight bloom flourishing once more, Kylan and Lyra sat together, their hearts filled with a serene joy, knowing they had found in each other a friendship that would endure beyond the stars. Story 55, The Whispering Lantern. Once upon a time, nestled between the lush, rolling hills and the whispering woods of the peaceful village of Glen, there lay a secret known only to a few. The village was cradled by the embrace of the tranquil Greenvale forest, where the leaves rustled a gentle serenade, and ancient trees stood like silent sentinels beneath the ever-changing sky. Paths of dappled sunlight wound through this woodland, leading to places both familiar and hidden, where nature held her secrets close. In the heart of Glen, where cobblestone lanes wound like gentle streams, stood a quaint little cottage with ivy climbing its walls. It was here that young Thomas lived with his grandmother, a wise woman known for her tales of old and her gentle, knowing smile. Thomas was a curious boy, with eyes as bright as the morning sky and a heart as hopeful as the dawn. He was always eager for adventure, yearning to explore the mysteries whispered about in the tales his grandmother would spin beside the fireplace's warm glow. One such evening, as the wind carried the scent of pine and earth through the open window, Thomas sat by the crackling fire, listening intently to his grandmother's latest story. She spoke of a magical lantern, hidden deep within the Greenvale forest, a lantern that was said to grant the heart's deepest wish to those pure of spirit. The lantern, she said, was guarded by the forest itself, and only the truly deserving could find it. Thomas's imagination ignited like the flames before him, painting a world of endless possibilities. The thought of discovering such a wondrous object filled him with an insatiable curiosity. As the fire died down to glowing embers, Thomas made up his mind. He would venture into the heart of the forest and seek out the lantern, not for himself, but to bring joy to his beloved grandmother, who had spent her life in quiet service to others. The next morning dawned bright and clear, with sunlight spilling over the village like liquid gold. Thomas packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and a compass his grandfather had once given him. He kissed his grandmother goodbye, promising to return soon, and headed towards the forest, his heart a fluttering mix of excitement and trepidation. As Thomas entered the Greenvale forest, the world transformed around him. The air was cool and fragrant, filled with the songs of birds and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight broke through the canopy, casting dancing patterns on the forest floor. Thomas followed a narrow, winding path, guided by intuition and the tales he had heard of the lantern's resting place. For hours he walked deeper into the forest, stopping now and then to marvel at the wonders he found. A brook babbling over smooth stones, a family of deer grazing in a sun-dappled glade, and ancient trees whose trunks were wide enough to hide secrets of their own. The path eventually led him to an ancient oak, its branches reaching skyward like arms in prayer. Here he paused to rest, savoring the serene beauty surrounding him. As he sat beneath the oak, he noticed something peculiar, a faint melodic hum, barely audible but undeniably there. It seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, resonating through the air like a song carried on the breeze. Intrigued, Thomas rose and followed the sound, his steps light and careful over the forest floor. The humming grew stronger as he walked, leading him to a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center stood an old lantern, its glass panes glowing with a warm, inviting light that seemed to pulse with life. Thomas's heart swelled with awe and wonder as he approached, feeling as though he were stepping into a dream. The lantern was unlike any he had ever seen. Its frame was intricately wrought with patterns of leaves and vines, as if the very forest had shaped it. The light within was soft and inviting, casting gentle shadows that danced like whispers in the air. Thomas reached out a tentative hand, his fingers brushing against the cool metal, and in that moment, the lantern's light flared, enveloping him in its glow. Thomas felt a warmth spread through him, a comforting presence that seemed to understand his hopes and dreams. He closed his eyes, thinking of his grandmother and her gentle, loving spirit, wishing with all his heart for her happiness and health. The lantern pulsed in response, as if acknowledging his wish, and then the light dimmed to its usual glow. Feeling a sense of peace and fulfillment, Thomas turned to leave, but his path was suddenly blocked by a small creature. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant russet against the green backdrop, eyes bright and intelligent. The fox regarded him with a curious tilt of its head, as if appraising his intentions. Thomas smiled, sensing no danger, only a shared understanding. "Hello there," he said softly, crouching down to meet its gaze. "I'm Thomas. I didn't mean to intrude, just wanted to see if the stories were true." The fox blinked slowly, then turned and trotted towards the edge of the clearing, pausing to look back at him. Understanding the unspoken invitation, Thomas followed, trusting in this unexpected guide. Together, they navigated the forest, the fox leading him along hidden paths and secret trails that only a creature of the forest could know. As they walked, Thomas felt a bond forming between them, a silent companionship that warmed his heart. He spoke softly to the fox, sharing his dreams and hopes, and though it did not speak in return, its presence was a comfort. They traveled until the sun hung low in the sky, painting the forest in hues of amber and rose. Finally, they emerged from the woods, not far from the village, where the path home was clear. The fox paused at the forest's edge, sitting back on its haunches, with a gentle, almost knowing gaze. Thomas knelt, reaching out to stroke the fox's soft fur. "Thank you, my friend. I don't think I could have found my way without you." The fox nuzzled his hand, then turned and disappeared into the shadows of the trees, leaving Thomas with a heart full of gratitude and wonder. As he walked back to his grandmother's cottage, the village greeted him with open arms, the comforting sights and sounds of home wrapping around him like a familiar blanket. He found his grandmother in the garden, tending to her beloved flowers with a serene expression. "Thomas," she exclaimed, joy lighting up her eyes as she embraced him. "I was starting to worry. Did you find what you were looking for?" Thomas smiled, the memory of the lantern's warm glow lingering in his heart. "I did, Grandma, and I think I've found something even more precious." He spent the evening recounting his adventure, the lantern, and his encounter with the wise fox, while his grandmother listened with rapt attention. As the fire crackled in the hearth and the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Thomas realized he had indeed found something magical, a deeper appreciation for the love and life he shared with his grandmother, and the wisdom that sometimes the journey itself was as important as the destination. With a heart full of peace and contentment, Thomas drifted to sleep that night, knowing that the lantern's magic had worked in ways he had never imagined. The forest, with its secrets and wonders, had taught him the true meaning of his wish, a gift not just for his grandmother, but for them both, wrapped in the bonds of love and the quiet magic of friendship. And so, the gentle whisper of the forest, the warmth of the lantern's glow, and the presence of a wise guiding fox became a cherished memory that Thomas would carry with him always. A reminder that even the simplest of wishes can light the way to a heart's deepest treasures. Story 56. In the heart of the verdant vale of Asterlin, where the skies painted themselves anew each dawn with hues of lavender and gold, there lay a hidden world whispered of only in legends. This story, dear listener, begins with the soft rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of a brook that wound its way through the lush embrace of the forest. It was here, under the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines, that a peculiar tale of friendship and transformation unfolded in a world that thrummed with magic just beneath the surface. In a quaint cottage nestled on the edge of the forest lived a young girl named Leora. Her hair, the color of autumn leaves, shimmered with a life of its own, and her eyes sparkled like dew-kissed morning glories. She was known throughout the small village for her kindness and an insatiable curiosity that often led her deep into the woods, where stories of old told of creatures unseen and wonders untold. One crisp morning, as a gentle mist clung to the earth like a silken veil, Leora set out on her daily wanderings, her heart alight with the promise of discovery. The forest, with its symphony of birdsong and the soft crunch of leaves underfoot, greeted her like an old friend. Today, however, felt different. There was a stirring in the air, a sense of anticipation that tingled along her skin like the breath of a secret waiting to be shared. As she wandered deeper into the emerald embrace, her attention was caught by a glimmering light flickering between the trunks of the trees. Drawn to it as if by an invisible thread, Leora followed, her heart thrumming with excitement. She soon found herself standing before a small clearing, at the center of which stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward as though trying to touch the heavens themselves. Suspended from one of the lower branches was a small crystalline orb. It radiated a soft, ethereal glow, bathing the clearing in a warm, inviting light. Entranced, Leora reached out, her fingers brushing against the cool surface of the orb. The moment her skin made contact, a gentle hum resonated through her, and she gasped as the world around her shifted and changed. The forest, once familiar, now pulsed with a vibrant energy. Colors seemed to dance in the air, and the very trees whispered greetings in voices that tickled the edge of her consciousness. Leora realized she had stepped into a world that lay hidden beneath the mundane, a world where magic was as natural as the air she breathed. It was in this enchanted world that she first met Finian, a fox with a coat of silvery moonlight and eyes that glowed with the wisdom of 1,000 stars. He emerged from the shadows, his movements graceful and deliberate, and regarded Leora with a curious tilt of his head. "Welcome, traveler," he said, his voice smooth as the brook's lullaby. "Few are those who find their way here." Leora, though surprised by the talking fox, felt a warmth spread through her chest, as if she had found something she hadn't known she was searching for. "Hello," she replied softly. "I'm Leora. I didn't mean to intrude." Finian chuckled, a sound like the tinkling of distant bells. "There are no intrusions here, only journeys that await their travelers." He paused, his gaze thoughtful. "The orb has chosen you, Leora. It is a gift and a challenge." "What do you mean?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. "The orb holds the power to reveal the hidden worlds within and around us, but it also tests the heart of the one it chooses," Finian explained. "Will you join me on a journey, Leora? Together, we can uncover the mysteries of this land and perhaps find what you seek." The invitation was irresistible, and with a nod, Leora agreed. Thus began their adventure, a journey through a world where the ordinary and extraordinary entwined like the roots of the ancient trees. As they traveled, Finian and Leora encountered wonders that both enchanted and challenged them. They walked through meadows where flowers sang in harmony with the wind, crossed rivers that sparkled with the laughter of water sprites, and climbed hills that revealed vistas stretching beyond imagination. With each step, Leora felt herself growing, her heart expanding with the beauty and magic that surrounded her. One evening, as the day surrendered to the gentle embrace of twilight, they came upon a village nestled in a valley. The village was unlike any Leora had seen before. Its houses were crafted from the trunks of living trees, their branches forming roofs that swayed gently in the breeze. Lanterns hung from the boughs, casting a warm golden glow that illuminated the cobblestone paths below. The villagers, kind-hearted folk with eyes that sparkled with the same magic that infused their world, welcomed Leora and Finian with open arms. They spoke of a mystery that had settled over their home, a sadness that lingered like a shadow despite the beauty of their surroundings. "There is a song," an elder explained, her voice tinged with wistfulness. "A song that has been lost to us. Without it, our village cannot truly thrive. We hope that you, with the orb's guidance, might help us find it once more." Leora felt a tug at her heart, a call to help these gentle souls find their joy again. She turned to Finian, her determination mirrored in his wise gaze. "We'll do our best," she promised the villagers, her voice steady and filled with hope. Together, Leora and Finian set out to unravel the mystery of the lost song. They followed whispers carried on the wind and sought guidance from the creatures of the forest, each clue bringing them closer to the heart of the enigma. As they journeyed, Leora discovered a strength within herself, a resilience she hadn't known she possessed. One night, as the moon cast its silvery glow across the land, they arrived at a glade where the air shimmered with an otherworldly light. At its center stood a grand, ancient tree, its roots entwined with the earth in a loving embrace. From its branches, a melody drifted, faint yet hauntingly beautiful. "This is it," Finian murmured, his voice reverent, the heart of the song. But the tree was silent, its music trapped within the confines of memory. Leora approached, her heart open, and her spirit attuned to the magic that thrummed in the air. She placed her hand upon the trunk, feeling the pulse of life beneath the bark. Closing her eyes, she listened, not with her ears, but with her heart. In that moment, she understood. The song was not lost. It was waiting to be remembered, to be sung by those who truly listened. With Finian by her side, she began to hum, her voice weaving with the melody that resonated from the tree. The notes danced on the breeze, growing in strength and clarity, until the air itself sang with the joy of rediscovery. The village awoke to a dawn filled with music, a chorus of voices that rose in harmony with the natural world. The lost song had been found, its power to heal and unite rekindled. Leora and Finian returned to the village, where they were greeted with gratitude and celebration. As the villagers rejoiced, Leora felt a deep sense of fulfillment, a transformation that had taken root within her heart. She had come seeking adventure, but what she found was a connection to a world that was more wondrous and profound than she had ever imagined. Their journey had come to an end, but the bonds forged through friendship and discovery would remain. Leora returned to her village, her heart forever touched by the magic she had encountered. She carried the orb with her, a reminder of the hidden worlds that awaited those willing to see with their hearts. And so, dear listener, as the fire crackles softly and the night wraps you in its gentle embrace, remember that the world is full of unseen wonders and hidden songs. All it takes is the courage to listen, the willingness to journey, and the heart to transform. Sleep well and dream of magic. Story 57. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there lay a small village called Willow Grove. The village was known for its serene beauty, with cottages scattered amidst emerald trees that seemed to touch the sky. Each home was adorned with vibrant flowers, their sweet fragrance dancing in the air, mingling with the soft hum of bees and the gentle rustle of leaves. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting a warm, dappled light that painted the forest floor in shades of gold and green. In this tranquil setting, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. He was a young lad, known throughout the village for his kindness and curiosity. Finn had a mop of tousled brown hair, eyes as blue as the summer sky, and a smile that could brighten even the gloomiest day. He lived with his grandmother, Ethel, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the forest, where the trees whispered secrets of the past and the brook sang a lullaby as it meandered by. Finn's most cherished possession was a small, intricately carved wooden box that his grandmother had given him. Ethel had told him it was a family heirloom, passed down through generations, and it held a secret that could only be unlocked by the pure of heart. The box was adorned with swirling patterns and mysterious symbols that seemed to shimmer in the light, as if holding a magic of their own. Finn often found himself lost in the details of the carvings, wondering what mysteries the box might hold. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blazed in fiery hues of red and orange, Finn set out on one of his daily adventures. The forest was alive with the sounds of nature, the crunch of leaves underfoot, the chirping of birds flitting from branch to branch, and the distant call of a fox hidden among the trees. Finn loved these walks, for the forest was full of wonders waiting to be discovered. As he strolled along a familiar path, something extraordinary caught his eye. There, nestled among the roots of an ancient oak, was a doorway, small and round, with a handle shaped like a delicate vine. It was as if the forest itself had decided to reveal one of its deepest secrets. Finn's heart skipped a beat with excitement and a tinge of apprehension. He gently tugged on the vine handle, and to his amazement, the door swung open silently, revealing a staircase spiraling down into the earth. With a mix of curiosity and courage, Finn stepped through the doorway, the air cool and earthy around him. He descended the staircase, each step taking him deeper into the unknown. The walls were lined with glowing moss that cast a soft, ethereal light, illuminating his path. As he reached the bottom, he found himself in a vast cavern, its ceiling adorned with stalactites that sparkled like stars in the night sky. In the center of the cavern stood a magnificent tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching out like welcoming arms. The tree seemed to pulse with an inner light, its leaves shimmering with hues of silver and gold. And there, nestled among the roots, was a shimmering pool, its surface as smooth as glass. Finn approached the pool, mesmerized by its beauty. As he gazed into its depths, he saw a vision unfold. It was a scene of Willow Grove, but different, as if seen through a dream. The village was thriving, its people joyful and at peace. The vision shifted, showing Finn himself, standing at the heart of this happiness, his wooden box open, its secret revealed. The vision faded, leaving Finn filled with wonder and a newfound sense of purpose. He knew that the secret of the wooden box was somehow connected to the prosperity of his village. His heart swelled with determination to unlock its mystery, not just for himself, but for everyone he loved. With a gentle touch, Finn dipped his fingers into the pool. The water was cool and soothing, and as he withdrew his hand, he felt a tingling sensation, as if the magic of the cavern had seeped into his very being. He turned to the tree, its presence comforting and wise, and whispered a vow to protect and cherish the village and its hidden wonders. Leaving the cavern, Finn felt a change within him, as if he carried a piece of its magic in his heart. The forest seemed more alive, its colors more vivid, its sounds more harmonious. He knew that he had embarked on a journey of discovery, one that would change him in ways he could not yet comprehend. Over the following days, Finn pondered the vision and the secret of the wooden box. He spent hours studying its carvings, tracing the patterns with his fingers, hoping for a spark of insight. He also began to notice small changes in the village. The air seemed fresher, the flowers more vibrant, and the people more joyful. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with the colors of dusk, Finn sat with his grandmother by the fireplace. The flames crackled softly, casting a warm glow that wrapped around them like a comforting embrace. He shared his adventure with Ethel, describing the hidden cavern and the magical tree. Ethel listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a mix of surprise and understanding. "The forest has chosen you, my dear," she said, her voice gentle and wise. "The wooden box is a key, but its secret lies in your journey. You must look beyond the surface, to the heart of things. Trust in yourself and in the magic that surrounds us." Her words resonated with Finn, filling him with a sense of peace and clarity. He realized that the secret of the box was not just about unlocking a mystery, but about understanding the deeper connections between himself, the village, and the natural world. As the days turned into weeks, Finn continued to explore the forest, guided by a newfound sense of purpose. He forged deeper connections with the villagers, helping them with their tasks, sharing stories, and spreading joy wherever he went. In return, they shared their wisdom and kindness, teaching him the value of community and friendship. One crisp winter's day, as snowflakes danced gently from the sky, Finn sat by the brook, the wooden box in his lap. He closed his eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wash over him, the babbling water, the whispering wind, the distant call of an owl. In this moment of stillness, he felt a profound sense of belonging, as if he were a part of the forest itself. With a deep breath, Finn opened his eyes and looked at the box anew. The carvings seemed to shimmer with a vibrant energy, the patterns revealing themselves as threads in a tapestry, a story woven through time. And in that moment of clarity, he understood. The secret of the box was not a tangible object or a hidden message, but a journey of growth and transformation. It was about seeing the magic in everyday life, embracing the beauty of the world, and nurturing the bonds between people and nature. With this realization, Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a comforting glow that filled his heart. He knew that he had found the key to the box's secret, not through unlocking a mystery, but by opening his heart to the wonders of the world. As winter melted into spring, Willow Grove blossomed with new life. The villagers, inspired by Finn's journey, came together to celebrate the beauty of their home and the magic that lay within it. They planted gardens, sang songs, and danced under the stars, their hearts filled with joy and gratitude. Finn, now a young man, stood at the heart of the village, surrounded by friends and family. He felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing that he had played a part in bringing happiness and harmony to his beloved home. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the village, Finn looked at the wooden box in his hands. It was no longer a mystery to be solved, but a symbol of the journey he had taken and the lessons he had learned. With a grateful heart, Finn placed the box on a shelf in his cottage, a reminder of the magic that lay within him and the world around him. And as the stars twinkled in the night sky, he knew that his journey was far from over, for the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the shimmering stars, Finn drifted off to sleep, his dreams filled with the magic of possibility and the promise of new adventures to come. The crackling fire cast a warm glow in the room, and the whispered lullaby of the forest sang him gently into the night. The end. Story 58. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She was a curious child, always eager to explore the wonders around her. One crisp autumn day, Lily was out picking wildflowers in the meadow when she noticed something peculiar, an old weathered book lying half-buried beneath a fallen log. Intrigued, Lily brushed away the leaves and gently lifted the book. Its cover was tattered, but she could make out the faded title, The Whispers of Nature. As Lily opened the book, a warm breeze seemed to rustle its pages, carrying the sweet scent of wild berries. To her amazement, the words on the first page began to glow with a soft golden light. Lily gasped as the glowing letters rearranged themselves, forming a message. Welcome, dear child. Within these pages lie the secrets of understanding the language of the natural world. From that moment on, Lily's life changed forever. She discovered that the book held an ancient magic, allowing her to communicate with plants, animals, and even the elements themselves. The trees would whisper their stories to her, the birds would sing their joyful melodies, and the wind would carry the secrets of distant lands. Lily's newfound ability filled her with wonder, but she also felt a deep sense of responsibility. She knew that she must use this gift wisely and learn from the wisdom of the natural world. One day, as Lily sat beneath a grand old oak tree, she heard a faint cry for help. Following the sound, she discovered a tiny field mouse trapped under a fallen branch. With a gentle word, Lily asked the tree to lift its bough, and the mouse scampered free, offering a grateful squeak. From that day on, Lily's journey took her further into the world beyond her village. She made new friends along the way, each with their own unique talents and stories to share. There was Willow, a wise old oak tree whose branches creaked with ancient knowledge. Lily would spend hours listening to Willow's tales of seasons past and the cycles of nature. Then there was Swift, a mischievous hummingbird who darted through the air, always eager to share the latest gossip from the forest. And who could forget Pebble, a small but determined river rock who dreamed of one day becoming a great mountain? Pebble's unwavering determination inspired Lily to never give up on her dreams. Together, this unlikely band of friends faced many challenges, but they always approached them with wisdom and compassion rather than force. When a drought threatened the crops in Lily's village, she asked the clouds to share their rain, and the fields were replenished. When a fierce storm raged, Lily spoke to the winds, calming their fury and guiding them to a gentler path. Through it all, Lily learned the true meaning of harmony, that all living things, from the tallest tree to the smallest pebble, are connected in a delicate balance. She understood that every creature, no matter how small or seemingly insignificant, played an important role in the grand tapestry of life. As the years passed, Lily's journey took her far and wide, but her heart always remained rooted in the lessons she learned from the whispers of nature. She shared her knowledge with others, teaching them to listen to the world around them with open hearts and minds. And whenever she felt lost or uncertain, Lily would open the old book, letting its magic fill her with the comforting reminder that the natural world was full of wonder, wisdom, and the gentle whispers of life's eternal song. Story 59. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled at the edge of a vast, mysterious forest, lived a curious young soul named Finn. Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless imagination and the twinkle in his eye that hinted at adventures just waiting to unfold. The villagers often found him perched on the old stone wall by his cottage, peering into the woods as if he could hear the whispers of secrets carried by the wind. One crisp autumn morning, as the sun cast a golden hue over the land and the air was filled with the earthy scent of falling leaves, Finn decided it was the perfect day to explore the forest that had beckoned to him for so long. With a small satchel packed with his favorite apple tart and a bottle of cool, clear spring water, he set off, his heart as light as the breeze that rustled through the trees. The forest was a world of its own, a tapestry of vibrant colors and sounds that seemed to dance around Finn as he ventured deeper. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful shadows on the forest floor and illuminating the path that wound through the trees. The ground was soft beneath his feet, carpeted with moss and a myriad of fallen leaves in shades of amber and crimson. As Finn wandered, he marveled at the wonders around him. He came upon a bubbling brook that sang a merry tune as it tumbled over smooth stones, and he paused to listen, feeling as if the water was sharing its own tales of distant lands. Nearby, a family of bright blue butterflies flitted about, their wings shimmering like tiny stained glass windows in the sunlight. It wasn't long before Finn encountered his first gentle challenge. A large fallen tree blocked his path, its gnarled branches reaching out like ancient fingers. Finn paused, considering his options. He could turn back, but the forest had awakened a spark of adventure within him, urging him to continue. With a determined nod, he set about finding a way over the obstacle. He noticed a sturdy vine hanging from a nearby tree, and with a little ingenuity and a lot of courage, he fashioned it into a rope to help him climb over the log. As he swung himself over, a feeling of triumph washed over him, and he realized the joy that came from tackling the unknown with a brave heart. On the other side of the log, Finn stumbled upon a glade bathed in a gentle, otherworldly light. The air was filled with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the soft hum of bees gathering nectar. In the center of the glade stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. Beneath its shade, Finn noticed a gathering of the most whimsical creatures he had ever seen. There were small, brightly colored foxes with tails that glowed like lanterns, and tiny, fluffy creatures with ears as long as their bodies, who giggled and played among the roots of the oak. A graceful deer with silver antlers watched over the scene, its eyes wise and kind. Finn approached cautiously, his heart filled with wonder but also a touch of nervousness. Sensing his presence, the creatures turned their attention to him, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. The deer stepped forward, nodding gently as if to say welcome. Finn felt a warmth spread through him, a feeling of belonging in this enchanted corner of the world. The creatures seemed to understand his journey, acknowledging his courage with soft, approving murmurs. With newfound friends at his side, Finn spent the afternoon exploring the glade, discovering hidden nooks where mushrooms glowed softly in the shade and patches of wildflowers bloomed in vibrant colors. The creatures shared their secrets with him, showing him how to listen to the forest's songs and understand the language of the wind. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Finn knew it was time to return to his village. The creatures accompanied him to the edge of the glade, their presence a comforting reminder of the day's adventures. Finn bid them farewell, promising to return and share more stories of his world with them. As he made his way back through the forest, Finn's heart was full of gratitude and joy. He had ventured into the unknown and discovered not only a magical place, but also the courage and strength within himself to embrace new experiences. The forest had taught him that the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that true magic lies in the friendships we make along the way. When Finn finally emerged from the woods, the village was aglow with the soft light of evening lanterns. He returned home, his spirit lighter and his heart brimming with tales to tell. As he nestled into his comfortable bed that night, he felt a profound sense of peace, knowing that the forest would always be there, a place of magic and mystery, welcoming him back whenever he yearned for adventure. And so, with the sounds of the forest still echoing in his mind and the warmth of new friendships in his heart, Finn drifted off to sleep, dreaming of the wonders that awaited him in the days to come. Story 60. In a quaint village, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a gentle-hearted young woman named Clara. She had a knack for finding beauty in the simplest of things, from the dew-kissed petals of daisies to the soft murmur of the babbling brook that ran behind her cottage. Clara lived a simple life, tending to her garden by day and curling up with a good book by the light of her fireplace at night. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in hues of amber and gold, Clara decided to explore the attic of her home. It was a place she seldom ventured, filled with the dust of forgotten memories and the scent of aged wood. As she rummaged through old boxes and faded photographs, her hand brushed against something cool and metallic. Pulling it into the light, she discovered an ornate silver key, its surface etched with intricate patterns that shimmered even in the dim attic light. Intrigued, Clara slipped the key into her pocket and returned to her daily routine, though her mind often wandered back to her discovery. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and lavender, Clara decided to take a walk through the village, hoping to find the lock that matched her curious key. As she strolled down the cobblestone paths, she greeted familiar faces. Cheerful baker Mrs. Tibbs with her flour-dusted apron, and old Mr. Grimsby, who always had a tale to tell about the good old days. But none had seen a lock that might fit Clara's key. Just as she was about to turn back, she met a sprightly young boy named Finn, with hair as unruly as the autumn winds and eyes that sparkled with mischief and curiosity. "What are you looking for, Miss Clara?" he asked, noticing the pensive expression on her face. Clara showed him the key, its silver glinting under the light of the lanterns. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "I know where that might lead," he exclaimed, motioning her to follow. They wound through narrow alleyways and past the village's edge, where the path was less worn and the shadows of the woods loomed closer. Soon, they arrived at a small, forgotten gate woven with vines and brambles. In the center of the gate was a lock that seemed to be waiting for just such a key. With a gentle click, the key turned, and the gate swung open, revealing a hidden garden, untouched by time. The air was filled with the scent of blooming flowers that shouldn't have been in season, and the gentle hum of bees and birds that seemed to harmonize with the rustling leaves. In the center of the garden stood an ancient tree, its branches stretching toward the heavens. Beneath it, a stone bench beckoned them to sit. Clara felt an overwhelming sense of peace wash over her, as if the garden was welcoming her home. As she and Finn explored this secret haven, they discovered that the garden held more than just beauty. It seemed to possess a magic of its own, a quiet enchantment that whispered secrets of the world and offered solace to those who sought it. The flowers glowed softly in the moonlight, and the tree's leaves rustled with an ancient, comforting voice. Over the following days, Clara visited the garden often, sometimes alone, sometimes with Finn. Each visit was a new discovery, a new lesson learned from the wise old tree that stood watch over the garden. It taught her the value of patience, the power of listening, and the strength found in kindness and understanding. One day, as Clara sat beneath the tree, she confided in it her worries about the future and the changes she felt stirring within her heart. The tree seemed to understand, its leaves whispering words of encouragement and wisdom. Change is the wind that guides the seeds to new lands. It seemed to say, embrace it, and you will blossom. Clara realized that the true magic of the garden was not in its hidden charm or its secret location, but in the way it helped her see the world with new eyes. The garden had opened her heart to the beauty of change and the endless possibilities it brought. With a newfound sense of purpose, Clara decided to share the garden's magic with others. She invited the villagers, one by one, to experience the tranquility and wisdom it offered. Slowly, the garden became a cherished retreat for everyone, a place where dreams took root and friendships blossomed. Mrs. Tibbs found inspiration for her baking among the fragrant herbs, and Mr. Grimsby discovered a quiet corner perfect for spinning his tales. Finn, ever the explorer, delighted in finding new nooks and crannies to hide and play. And Clara, with her gentle heart and newfound wisdom, became a guiding light for the village. She learned that the greatest magic of all was the ability to see the extraordinary in the ordinary, to find wonder in the everyday, and to share that wonder with those around her. As the seasons turned, the garden flourished, a living testament to the power of kindness, understanding, and the quiet magic of the world. And each evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in strokes of pink and lavender, Clara would sit beneath the old tree, grateful for the journey that had brought her there, and for the joy of sharing its magic with those she loved. And so, in the heart of the village, the garden remained, a sanctuary of peace and wisdom, where the gentle whisper of leaves told stories of hope and wonder to all who listened. Story 61. In a quaint village nestled between gentle hills and emerald forests, there lived a curious young soul named Avery. Avery was known for their twinkling eyes that seemed forever searching for the magic in everyday moments. One crisp morning, as the dawn painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Avery set off on a journey that began with the whisperings of the wind. The villagers spoke of a mysterious glade hidden beyond the towering pines, a place where the ordinary world melted away into one of wonder and whimsy. Armed with nothing more than a small satchel filled with a few provisions and a heart full of curiosity, Avery ventured forth, the morning dew brushing gently against their boots. As Avery wandered deeper into the woods, the air around them began to shimmer with an otherworldly light. The trees, tall and ancient, whispered secrets to the wind, their leaves a symphony of rustling melodies. The path, though well-trodden, soon gave way to a carpet of soft moss that cushioned each step like a welcome embrace. Overhead, the canopy filtered the sunlight into a gentle dappled glow, painting the world in shades of serene green. Avery's journey took them to the edge of a small babbling brook, its waters clear and welcoming. The brook sang a soft, tinkling song, and as Avery knelt to drink, they noticed the water was not just clear, but filled with tiny, dancing lights. These were the brook spirits, playful and mischievous, flitting about like liquid stars. They flickered in and out of sight, giggling in a language that was felt rather than heard. Avery smiled, feeling a warmth spread through their heart, as if these tiny lights were lighting a flame of courage within. Continuing on, Avery soon found themselves in a meadow bathed in sunlight. Here, the grass was dotted with flowers of every hue, some of which Avery had never seen before. There were blossoms that hummed with the low thrum of a gentle breeze, and others that changed color as clouds passed by. It was in this enchanting meadow that Avery encountered the first of many whimsical creatures, the moonlit moths. These creatures were as large as a hand, their wings shimmering with the colors of twilight. They flitted around Avery, drawn to the gentle aura of curiosity and kindness. One particularly bold moth landed softly on Avery's shoulder, its wings beating slowly, like a lullaby whispered on a cool evening breeze. Avery felt a connection, a silent understanding that they were not alone in this world of wonders. Guided by the moths, Avery soon came upon a curious sight, a circle of mushrooms, larger and more colorful than any they had seen before. As Avery stepped closer, they felt a tingling sensation, a gentle pull that invited them to step inside. With a deep breath, Avery accepted the invitation, crossing the threshold into the circle. Instantly, the world around Avery transformed. The air was filled with the sound of tinkling bells, and soft lights danced in the air like fireflies on a summer night. It was a realm of gentle magic, where time seemed to slow, and each moment stretched into eternity. Here, Avery met the watchful eyes, creatures with bodies like wisps of fog and eyes that glowed softly in the dim light. They nodded in acknowledgement, their presence a testament to the power of quiet observation and understanding. The watchful eyes led Avery to the heart of the circle, where a small, ancient tree stood. Its bark was silver, and its leaves glistened like stardust. In its branches, nestled among the leaves, was a tiny, luminescent nest. Avery felt drawn to it, sensing that it held the key to their journey. As they reached out, a gentle voice filled the air, resonating with wisdom and warmth. "Brave traveler," it said, "you have ventured far and found your way to us. You have shown courage, not only in seeking the unknown, but in embracing it with an open heart. This nest, a symbol of new beginnings, is a gift for your journey. May it remind you of the wonders that await those who dare to explore." With a heart full of gratitude, Avery accepted the gift, feeling its warmth seep into their being. The nest was small and delicate, yet filled with an energy that promised endless possibilities. As Avery stepped back from the tree, the watchful eyes nodded once more, their gaze filled with encouragement and pride. Carrying the nest carefully, Avery retraced their steps, the creatures they had met along the way accompanying them in spirit. The moonlit moths guided their path with flickers of twilight, while the brook spirits sang their lilting tunes, celebrating the journey and its discoveries. As Avery emerged from the woods, the sun was setting, casting a golden glow over the village. The journey had been one of discovery, friendship, and courage. Avery returned home with a heart brimming with stories and a newfound understanding of the world and themselves. They knew that the nest was not just a gift, but a reminder that each day was an opportunity to explore, to learn, and to find magic in the everyday. With the gentle hush of night settling in, Avery placed the nest by their window. It glowed softly in the moonlight, a beacon of hope and adventure. As Avery drifted into a peaceful sleep, they dreamed of the wonders they had seen and the adventures yet to come. And in the quiet of the night, the whispering winds carried a promise that the world was full of enchantment, just waiting to be discovered by those brave enough to seek it. Story 62. Once upon a time, in the heart of an ancient forest where the air was always tinged with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves played a perpetual lullaby, there existed a hidden world brimming with life and magic. This forest, untouched by the harsh hands of time, was a sanctuary where the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin as the mist that often curled around the roots of towering trees, whispering secrets to those who lingered long enough to listen. In this enchanted woodland, nestled beneath the canopy of verdant leaves that danced with each breath of wind, lived a small, unassuming squirrel named Bramble. Bramble's fur was a soft, tawny brown that blended seamlessly with the dappled shadows of the forest floor. His eyes sparkled like dew-kissed acorns, always alight with curiosity and kindness. Bramble was known throughout the forest for his gentle nature and wise heart, traits that endeared him to creatures great and small. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest donned its golden cloak, and the air was filled with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves, Bramble awoke to the soft patter of rain against his cozy nest. The rain was a familiar friend, a gentle reminder of the changing seasons, and Bramble welcomed it as he stretched and yawned, feeling the cool, damp air invigorate his senses. As the rain drummed a soothing melody on the leaves above, Bramble set off on his morning rounds. The forest was alive with the chatter of birds and the soft rustle of creatures going about their day, each note a harmonious part of the grand symphony of life. Bramble paused to admire the way the raindrops clung to spiderwebs, transforming them into glistening tapestries of silver, and how the vibrant hues of autumn leaves seemed to glow with an inner light, painting the forest floor in shades of amber and crimson. His journey soon brought him to the base of an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching heavenward as if in eternal supplication. Here, Bramble found his dear friend, a wise old turtle named Mossback, who was slowly making his way to a sun-dappled patch of grass. Mossback's shell was a mosaic of greens and browns, worn smooth by time and the gentle caress of the forest's many seasons. "Good morning, Mossback," Bramble chirped, his voice as warm as the morning sun breaking through the clouds. "Ah, good morning, young Bramble," Mossback replied, his voice deep and resonant like the distant roll of thunder. "Have you heard the news about the Great Gathering?" Bramble's ears perked up with interest. The Great Gathering was a rare and wondrous event, occurring only when the forest's balance was in jeopardy. It was a time when creatures from every corner of the forest came together to share wisdom and find harmony once more. "No, I hadn't heard," Bramble said, his eyes wide with curiosity. "What seems to be the trouble?" Mossback sighed, a sound like the wind through the reeds. "It is said that the balance between the elements has shifted. The autumn rains have lingered longer than they should, and the forest fears that winter may not come at all." The thought of an endless autumn without the cleansing sleep of winter sent a shiver down Bramble's spine. He knew that each season held its purpose, and without winter, the cycle would be broken, leaving the forest vulnerable and unprepared for the renewal of spring. "We must go to the heart of the forest and find the source of this imbalance," Mossback continued, his eyes reflecting a wisdom that transcended the ages. With a nod of agreement, Bramble and Mossback set off, their path winding deeper into the forest, where the light grew dim and the air was thick with the scent of moss and aged wood. As they traveled, the rain began to ease, leaving behind a world refreshed and glistening in the soft light that filtered through the canopy. Their journey took them past babbling brooks that sang of times long past, and through groves where ancient trees stood like sentinels, their branches entwined in a silent vigil. Along the way, they were joined by other creatures who had heard of the Great Gathering and felt the call to action. A pair of foxes with eyes as bright as the autumn sun, a family of deer with coats the color of twilight, and a wise old owl whose feathers were as soft and silent as the night. Together they formed a procession, each step a testament to the forest's enduring spirit and the unity that bound them all. At last they arrived at the heart of the forest, a sacred clearing where the oldest and most revered tree, known as the elder oak, stood. Its trunk was thick and twisted with age, and its leaves whispered in a language only the forest understood. Gathered beneath its boughs, the creatures of the forest waited in hushed anticipation. The ground was soft beneath their feet, and the air was filled with the rich, loamy scent of the earth. It was here, in this hallowed place, that the forest's wisdom was shared, passed down through generations like a cherished heirloom. As the creatures settled, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it the voice of the elder oak. Its words were soft and resonant, echoing in the hearts of all who listened. "The balance has shifted," the elder oak began, its voice as ancient as the stars. "The rains have lingered, for the spirit of winter has lost its way. We must remind it of its place in our cycle and restore the harmony that sustains us all." A murmur of understanding rippled through the gathering, and Bramble felt a spark of determination ignite within him. He stepped forward, his tiny form dwarfed by the majesty of the elder oak, yet his spirit shone with a light all its own. "How can we help, Elder?" Bramble asked, his voice steady and filled with resolve. The elder oak's branches swayed gently, as if nodding in approval. "Seek out the crystal spring, where the waters of the seasons converge. There, you will find the spirit of winter, and remind it of the path it must take." Bramble nodded, understanding the weight of the task before him. He looked to his friends, who stood beside him with unwavering support, their eyes filled with the same determination that fueled his heart. With the elder oak's blessing and the guidance of Mossback, Bramble and his companions set off once more, their path illuminated by the soft glow of the setting sun. The journey to the crystal spring would not be easy, but Bramble knew that together they could overcome any obstacle that lay in their path. As they traveled deeper into the forest, the air grew colder, and the shadows lengthened, casting an ethereal light over the world. The ground beneath their feet was carpeted with fallen leaves, each step a gentle rustle that echoed in the stillness. The night descended slowly, wrapping the forest in a blanket of stars, and the creatures paused to rest beneath the watchful gaze of the moon. The air was crisp and clear, carrying with it the faint scent of snow, a promise of the winter yet to come. As Bramble lay nestled in the warmth of his friends, He listened to the gentle whispers of the forest, feeling the pulse of life that thrummed beneath the surface. It was a reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, a lesson passed down through generations and one that resonated deeply within him. When dawn broke, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Bramble and his companions continued their journey, their spirits buoyed by the promise of a new day. The path was steep and winding, leading them through thickets of brambles and across streams that sparkled like liquid silver. At last, they arrived at the crystal spring, a place of breathtaking beauty where the waters glowed with an otherworldly light. The air was filled with the sweet scent of evergreens and the gentle sound of water cascading over smooth stones, a symphony of nature that resonated in the heart. In the center of the spring stood the spirit of winter, a shimmering figure cloaked in robes of frost and snow. Its presence was both comforting and awe-inspiring, a reminder of the power and beauty of the natural world. Bramble approached the spirit with a heart full of hope and respect. "Oh, spirit of winter," he began, his voice clear and unwavering, "we seek your guidance to restore the balance and bring the cycle of seasons back to harmony." The spirit of winter turned its gaze upon Bramble, its eyes as deep and endless as the night sky. "I have wandered far from my path," it said, its voice a gentle caress like snowflakes falling on a quiet night. "The call of the forest has awakened me, and I am grateful for your courage and wisdom." With a wave of its hand, the spirit of winter touched the waters of the crystal spring, sending ripples of light cascading across the surface. The air grew colder, and the first snowflakes began to fall, each one a delicate promise of the change to come. Bramble watched in awe as the forest transformed before his eyes, the world blanketed in a soft, white embrace. The air was filled with the crisp scent of snow and the gentle sound of ice forming on the branches, a symphony of nature that spoke of renewal and hope. The spirit of winter smiled, a gentle warmth in its icy gaze. "Together we have restored the balance. May the forest continue to thrive, and may your hearts always be guided by the wisdom of the seasons." With those words, the spirit of winter faded into the mist, leaving behind a world transformed and a promise fulfilled. Bramble and his friends returned to the heart of the forest, their journey complete and their spirits uplifted by the knowledge that they had played a part in restoring the harmony of their world. As they gathered beneath the boughs of the elder oak once more, the forest sang with the joy of renewal, each note a testament to the enduring spirit of nature and the power of friendship. And so, with hearts full of gratitude and peace, Bramble and his companions settled into the gentle rhythm of the seasons, their lives forever intertwined with the ancient magic of the forest. In the heart of the ancient woodland, where the boundaries between reality and magic still danced like the mist in the morning light, the creatures found solace and strength, knowing that as long as they stood together, the forest would remain a place of wonder and harmony for generations to come. And so the story of Bramble and the Great Gathering became a cherished tale, passed down through the ages as a reminder of the wisdom that resides within us all, and the timeless bond that unites us with the world around us. Story 63. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang soft lullabies with the breeze and the streams chuckled gently over pebbles, there existed a quaint little village called Willowbrook. This village was nestled between rolling hills that wore crowns of starry flowers, and it was home to folks with the warmest of hearts and the kindest of souls. One mellow evening, just as the sun was dipping below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar thing occurred. The village bell, which usually rang only on special occasions or to signal important news, began to toll of its own accord. Its deep, resonant clang echoed through the village, drawing curious villagers out of their cozy homes. In the midst of the gathering crowd stood young Oliver, a bright-eyed boy with an insatiable curiosity and an uncanny knack for puzzles. Oliver was well known in Willowbrook for his keen observations and gentle nature. Beside him was his best friend, Lila, a clever girl with a quick mind and a heart full of compassion. Together they formed a duo that was as inseparable as the moon and stars. As the bell continued its mysterious tolling, Oliver and Lila exchanged a look of determination. they decided to uncover the mystery behind the bell's sudden clamor. With the approval of their parents and the encouragement of the village elders, they set off on their quest, guided by the golden twilight that bathed the forest paths in a soft, dreamy glow. Their first stop was the bell tower itself, an ancient structure wrapped in vines and surrounded by fragrant jasmine bushes. Climbing the spiral staircase, they noticed that the air was filled with a sweet, warm scent of honey and clover, which seemed to whisper secrets of the olden days. As they reached the top, they found the bell swinging gently, touched by neither wind nor hand. Oliver and Lila examined the bell closely. It was then that they noticed a tiny, luminescent figure flitting about like a mischievous firefly. It was a sprite, a small magical creature known for its playful nature and ability to blend into its surroundings. The sprite paused, catching sight of the children, and landed gracefully on Oliver's shoulder. "Greetings, young ones," the sprite chimed, its voice as tinkling as the bell itself. "My name is Twinkle, and I believe I owe you an explanation." Lila, intrigued, asked, "Why is the bell ringing, Twinkle? Is there something wrong?" Twinkle giggled, a sound like chimes in the wind. "Oh, not at all, dear Lila. You see, the bell was enchanted long ago to ring when the village is in need of a gentle reminder. It seems the balance of kindness and care has tilted slightly, and it was time to bring everyone together." Oliver pondered this revelation. But what caused the imbalance, and how do we set it right? Twinkle fluttered into the air, sprinkling a trail of sparkling dust as it spoke. "There is a wise old owl named Eldwin who lives at the edge of the forest. He might have the answers you seek. Follow the path of moonflowers, and you shall find his abode." With gratitude, Oliver and Lila thanked Twinkle and descended the tower. As they ventured deeper into the woods, the path lit by the gentle glow of moonflowers, the forest seemed to hum a soothing melody, wrapping them in a cocoon of tranquility. Before long, they reached a grand oak tree, its branches sprawling wide like a benevolent guardian. Nestled within its boughs was a cozy hollow, and inside perched Eldwin, his eyes a wise amber that seemed to see into the very essence of the world. "Ah, young adventurers," Eldwin greeted, his voice a deep, velvety hoot. "I have been expecting you." Lila explained their quest, and Eldwin listened intently, his feathers ruffling slightly in the gentle breeze. "The imbalance you seek to correct is one of the heart. The villagers have become so accustomed to their everyday comforts that they have forgotten the simple joys of kindness and togetherness." Oliver nodded thoughtfully. "How can we remind them, Eldwin?" The wise owl closed his eyes briefly, as if drawing wisdom from the earth itself. "Create a day of shared stories and laughter. Invite everyone to bring something, a tale, a song, or a dish to share. Let it be a day of community, where the warmth of friendship rekindles the balance." Thanking Eldwin for his sage advice, Oliver and Lila returned to the village, hearts light with purpose. They shared Eldwin's idea with the villagers, who embraced it with excitement and joy. Preparations began immediately, with garlands of wildflowers and lanterns strung across the village square. On the day of the gathering, Willowbrook was filled with laughter and music. The aroma of freshly baked bread and sweet berry pies wafted through the air, mingling with the sound of children playing and elders sharing tales of yore. The village bell rang once more, not as a call to mystery, but as a celebration of unity and love. As the moon rose high, casting a silver glow over the joyful faces, Oliver and Lila sat together, content in the knowledge that the heart of Willowbrook beat strong and true once more. The balance was restored, and the village thrived in the gentle embrace of friendship and kindness. And so, lulled by the harmony of the woods and the warmth of cherished bonds, the villagers of Willowbrook drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams cradled by the whispering trees and the tender glow of the stars above. Story 64. In a galaxy not so far away, where stars sparkled like scattered jewels across the vast canvas of space, there was a particular sector known as the Nebula of Whispers. Within this sector floated a small, iridescent planet named Luminara, renowned for its ethereal glow and the harmonious songs of its native species, the lumens. These creatures were translucent beings, as delicate as moonbeams, with the ability to communicate through melodious harmonics, their voices weaving into the very fabric of their shimmering atmosphere. On an adjacent planet, amid the endless dunes of the arid world known as Pyros, lived the formidable Pyrrhites. These robust beings were covered in scales that gleamed like polished copper under the twin suns. The Pyrrhites were known for their strength and resilience, thriving in the harshest of conditions with a culture steeped in tradition and pride. One fateful day, a young lumen named Lyra decided to venture beyond her shimmering world, driven by an insatiable curiosity and the tales of the great cosmos sung by her elders. Her luminous form navigated the sea of stars aboard a small craft made of woven light, its sails capturing the solar winds. In the same quadrant, a young Pyrrhite named Corin embarked on his own journey, a rite of passage among his people to prove one's mettle and wisdom. His vessel, a sturdy craft of metal and sand, cut through the vastness of space with a steady, determined course. It was amidst an unexpected meteor shower that the paths of Lyra and Corin collided. Their crafts, battered by cosmic debris, were forced to make an emergency landing on an uncharted moon. The surface was a curious blend of crystal lakes and fields of whispering grasses, a serene yet unfamiliar landscape where neither felt at home. As Lyra emerged from her ship, her luminescence casting soft halos in the dusky light, she was met with the sight of Corin, his copper scales glinting in the fading sun. At first there was confusion and a hint of fear. Neither had ever encountered a being so different from themselves. Lyra's attempt to communicate through her harmonics was met with a puzzled look from Corin, whose ears were attuned to the deep, resonant tones of his own kind. Similarly, Corin's guttural, rhythmic speech was incomprehensible to Lyra, whose world was one of melody and light. But the moon, with its gentle winds and soothing ambiance, encouraged patience and kindness. As the twin moons rose, casting a soft glow over the landscape, Lyra and Corin found themselves seated by a crystal lake. Their initial misunderstanding slowly gave way to gestures and expressions, a rudimentary language of the heart. Lyra pointed to the sky, tracing the path of constellations with her fingers of light. Corin nodded, using a stick to draw in the soft earth, illustrating his own star maps. Through these simple acts, they began to share their worlds, their stories painted in the night sky and etched in the ground. As days turned into a week, the challenges of survival bonded them closer. They discovered the moon's fruits, glowing spheres that tasted of starlight and quenched their thirst. Together, they built a shelter from the crystalline branches that hummed in the wind, each lending their strengths, Corin's sturdy hands and Lyra's delicate grace. One evening, as they sat by the now familiar lake, a storm swept across the horizon. The winds howled through the grasses, and the sky crackled with energy. In the midst of the tempest, Lyra's craft, still damaged from the meteor shower, was at risk of being swept away. Without hesitation, Corin braved the storm, his strong form shielding Lyra as they worked together to secure the craft. After the storm passed, they found themselves exhausted but unharmed, the danger having forged an unspoken bond between them. Under the calm, star-studded sky, Corin placed a hand on his heart, then gently touched Lyra's light, a gesture of gratitude and respect. Lyra responded with a soft hum, a melody that resonated with warmth and friendship. Their time on the moon was drawing to a close as both their crafts were repaired, ready to sail the cosmic winds once more. As they prepared to part ways, there was a sense of melancholy mingled with joy, for they had discovered something profound in their shared silence and laughter. On the day of departure, Lyra gifted Corin a small orb of light, a piece of her home encapsulated in crystal. Corin, in turn, presented Lyra with a polished stone, its surface carved with the symbols of his people. These tokens were more than mere objects. They were symbols of the bond that had formed between them, a reminder that even the vastness of space could not separate true friends. As their crafts lifted off, one shimmering with light, the other solid and steadfast, they exchanged one final gesture, a wave, a nod, an understanding that transcended words. And as they sailed towards their respective homes, they carried with them the melody of friendship, a song that would echo across the stars, reminding them always of the moon, where two unlikely companions had discovered the true meaning of friendship. And thus, under the watchful eyes of the universe, Lyra and Corin found solace in the knowledge that the cosmos, vast and mysterious, could also be a place of warmth and connection, where the light of friendship could guide them wherever their journeys might lead. Story 65 title, The Whispering Willow. In a quaint village nestled between gentle hills and woven with meandering brooks, there lay a secret that only a few knew of, a hidden world within the heart of the willow woods. This forest, rich with the fragrance of pine and the murmur of leaves, cradled a magical charm that escaped the notice of most who passed through. It was here that the story of a young girl named Mira began, under the watchful gaze of the moon. Mira, with her tufted auburn hair and eyes like polished jade, was known for her insatiable curiosity. Her small cottage, a cozy abode with walls lined with stories of old, sat at the edge of the village. Each evening, she would wander into the woods, her lantern casting a warm glow, seeking the wonders that lay beyond the familiar. One crisp autumn night, as the leaves danced in the cool breeze, Mira found herself deeper in the woods than ever before. The air was filled with the musky scent of earth and the soft rustle of wildlife settling for the night. It was then she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a willow tree, grand and ancient, its trunk twisted and gnarled, standing solitary in a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. The willow's branches swayed like the arms of a gentle giant, whispering secrets to the stars above. Mira felt an inexplicable pull towards it. She approached cautiously, her heart thumping with a mix of fear and excitement. As she reached out to touch the tree's bark, a soft voice, like a breeze through reeds, spoke. "Ah, a seeker of wonders," the willow whispered, its voice kind and inviting. "I am the Whispering Willow, guardian of hidden worlds. You have a heart that listens, Mira." Startled yet intrigued, Mira took a step back. "How do you know my name?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, as if afraid to break the spell of the moment. "I know many things, child," the willow replied. "I have watched over this land for centuries. Within me lies a portal to a place where magic breathes and dreams take flight, but only those with true curiosity and kindness of heart may enter." Mira's eyes widened with wonder. "A hidden world? Can I see it?" The willow's branches swayed, as if nodding. "If you wish to enter, you must first prove your intentions are pure. Solve the riddle I present, and the way shall be opened." Mira, her mind eager and sharp, nodded in agreement. "I accept your challenge, Whispering Willow." "Listen closely," the tree began, its voice now a gentle hum that resonated through the clearing. "I am not alive, yet I grow. I do not have lungs, yet I need air. I am not a mouth, but I can consume. What am I?" Mira pondered the riddle, her thoughts weaving through possibilities like threads in a tapestry. The night air grew cooler, and a chorus of crickets began their serenade. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds of the forest wrap around her like a comforting blanket. Then, with a spark of realization, she whispered, "Fire. The answer is fire." The willow's branches quivered with delight. "Indeed, you are wise beyond your years. Step forward, Mira, and let the magic reveal itself." With a sense of awe and anticipation, Mira stepped closer. As she did, the air shimmered like the surface of a sunlit pond, and the tree's trunk parted to reveal a swirling vortex of colors, a portal to the hidden world. Taking a deep breath, Mira stepped through the portal, her senses enveloped by a kaleidoscope of sensations. The world she entered was like nothing she had imagined. The sky was a deep, velvety indigo, speckled with stars that twinkled like hearth fires. The land was lush and vibrant, with flowers that glowed softly in the dim light and trees that sang in hushed tones. Mira felt a warmth spread through her, a feeling of belonging and wonder. It was a place where magic danced like fireflies and time seemed to slow, allowing each moment to be savored like a sweet melody. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, she encountered creatures both wondrous and whimsical. A fox with fur like autumn leaves, a rabbit with ears as long as dreams, and a host of others who greeted her with friendly curiosity. Yet amidst the beauty and tranquility, Mira sensed an undercurrent of longing, a quiet yearning that whispered through the air. As if heeding an unspoken call, she followed a path that led her to the heart of this magical land, where a crystalline lake lay cradled by ancient oaks. There, by the lake's edge, stood a figure cloaked in shadows, whose presence seemed both familiar and mysterious. As Mira approached, the figure turned, revealing a face that mirrored her own, yet older and wiser. "Welcome, Mira," the figure said, her voice a harmonious blend of echoes and whispers. I am your reflection, the part of you that dreams and believes. This world is a creation of your heart and soul, a testament to your courage and curiosity. Mira was filled with a sense of awe and connection. Why am I here? She asked, her voice a gentle ripple across the lake's serene surface. To discover your true self, her reflection replied. To understand that within you lies the power to create and transform. This journey is a reflection of your inner growth, a testament to the friendships you cherish and the mysteries you unravel. Mira pondered these words, feeling a deep sense of peace and understanding. She realized that the hidden world was not just a place of magic, but a reflection of her own heart, a reminder of the beauty and strength that dwelled within her. As the night wore on, Mira and her reflection shared stories and dreams, weaving a tapestry of hope and wonder that would guide her in the days to come. And as the first light of dawn broke through the indigo sky, Mira knew it was time to return home. With a heart full of gratitude and wisdom, she bid farewell to her reflection and the enchanting realm. Stepping back through the portal, she found herself once again in the clearing, the whispering willow standing silent and watchful. Thank you, Mira whispered, her voice filled with warmth and kindness. The willow's branches rustled gently, as if acknowledging her gratitude. Remember, Mira, the magic you seek is within you. Let it guide your journey and nurture your dreams. With a final glance at the ancient tree, Mira turned and made her way back through the woods, the lantern's glow leading her home. The village lay quiet and serene, wrapped in the soft embrace of dawn. As she entered her cottage, she carried with her a newfound sense of purpose and wonder. And so, each night as the stars adorned the sky, Mira would return to the willow, her heart open to the mysteries and marvels of the world around her. For she had learned that the true magic of life lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself, a journey of growth, friendship, and the boundless wonders of the heart. Story 66. In a quaint village, nestled between the rolling hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young girl named Mira. Her home was a small, stone cottage with a thatched roof, surrounded by fields of lavender and wildflowers that swayed gently in the breeze. The village was a tapestry of vibrant gardens and cobblestone paths, where the air was always filled with the sweet scent of blooming flora and the distant melody of birdsong. Mira was a curious soul, her heart as wide as the sky above her. She spent her days exploring the meadows and forests, always accompanied by her faithful companion, a fluffy golden retriever named Finn. Though she loved her home dearly, Mira often felt a whisper of something more, a yearning to understand the stories her grandmother would tell her by the fireside. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, would speak of the ancestors who once walked these lands, weaving tales of courage and magic that echoed in Mira's dreams. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of pink and orange, Mira sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire, listening intently to a story she had never heard before. Long ago, her grandmother began, her voice soft and melodic, our family was entrusted with a great legacy, a tradition that has been passed down through generations, tied to an ancient artifact known as the Heartstone. Her eyes twinkled with mystery. It is said that the Heartstone holds the wisdom of our ancestors and the power to connect us with the essence of who we truly are. Mira's eyes widened with wonder. Where is the Heartstone now? She asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. Her grandmother smiled, a secretive yet warm expression. It lies within the old oak tree at the edge of the whispering woods, waiting for the one who seeks it with a sincere heart. That night, Mira lay in bed with her mind full of possibilities. The idea of discovering the Heartstone and learning more about her heritage filled her with a sense of purpose. She drifted off to sleep, the gentle crackle of the fire lulling her into dreams of ancient forests and twinkling stars. The following morning, with the first light of dawn peeking over the hills, Mira set out on her journey. Finn trotted happily beside her, his tail wagging in excitement. The path to the whispering woods was lined with dew-kissed flowers and the gentle hum of bees, creating a symphony of nature that accompanied their steps. As they entered the woods, the air grew cooler and a serene silence enveloped them. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. The scent of pine and earth was rich and comforting, like a warm embrace from nature itself. After a while, Mira spotted the ancient oak tree her grandmother had described. Its massive trunk was gnarled and twisted, its branches stretching towards the heavens like wise old arms. She approached it with reverence, her heart beating with anticipation. There, nestled within the roots of the tree, lay a small, intricately carved box. Mira knelt down, brushing away leaves and dirt to reveal its beauty. With gentle hands, she opened the box to find the Heartstone, a smooth, iridescent stone that glimmered with every color of the rainbow. It was as if the heart of the earth itself had been captured within its depths. Holding the Heartstone, Mira felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to something much greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors were speaking to her, their wisdom and love flowing through the stone. She closed her eyes and listened, truly listened, to the lessons from the past. She saw visions of her ancestors, their lives filled with unity, kindness, and a deep respect for nature. She understood that their strength came not from power, but from their ability to cherish and nurture the world around them. They taught her that true belonging came from understanding and honoring one's roots, while also embracing the present with an open heart. When Mira opened her eyes, she felt a newfound sense of peace and clarity. She knew that the legacy of her ancestors was not just a story from the past, but a living tradition she could carry forward. With Finn by her side, she walked back through the forest, the Heartstone safely tucked in her pocket, its gentle glow a reminder of the journey she had undertaken. As she emerged from the woods, the village greeted her like an old friend. The sun was setting once more, casting a golden glow over the fields and cottages. Mira felt a deep sense of belonging as she returned home, where her grandmother awaited her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the fireside, the Heartstone resting between them like a bridge between past and present. Mira shared her experiences, her voice filled with gratitude and wonder. Her grandmother listened with pride, knowing that the legacy of their family was in good hands. That night, as Mira lay in bed, the Heartstone by her side, she felt the gentle embrace of her ancestors wrapping around her like a warm, cozy blanket. She understood now that she was never truly alone, for the strength and love of her heritage flowed within her, guiding her with every step she took. And so, in the quiet of the night, with the stars twinkling above and the soft lullaby of the countryside in her ears, Mira drifted off to sleep, her heart full of peace and a deeper understanding of who she was. The legacy of her ancestors had become her own, a cherished part of her journey that would continue to unfold with each new day. Story 67. In a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and a winding silver river, there stood a cobblestone cottage where the scent of freshly baked bread and blooming lilacs mingled in the air. The cottage belonged to a kind-hearted woman named Annabelle, known throughout the village for her warm smile and gentle ways. Annabelle lived a simple life, tending to her garden and taking care of her cat, Whiskers, whose fur was as soft as a cloud and eyes were as bright as the stars. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees and the sun painted golden patterns on the ground, Annabelle noticed something peculiar. While gathering apples in the orchard, her fingers brushed against an old weathered key hidden beneath a pile of fallen leaves. It was not just any key. It was ornate, with intricate patterns swirling around its handle, glistening with a mysterious light that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Curious and intrigued, Annabelle tucked the key into her apron pocket, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. Little did she know, this key was the beginning of an adventure that would take her far beyond the familiar comforts of her village. As twilight descended, casting a serene lavender hue over the landscape, Annabelle sat by the fireplace, the key resting in her palm. Whiskers purred in her lap, and the crackling of the fire filled the cozy room. Annabelle pondered the key's purpose, tracing its patterns with her thumb. Just then, a gentle voice, as soft as a whispering breeze, broke the silence. "Good evening, dear Annabelle," said the voice. Startled, Annabelle looked around, only to find the voice emanating from the key itself. "I am the keeper of hidden doors," the voice continued. "This key unlocks a path to wonders unseen and secrets untold. But beware, for the journey requires a heart as pure as yours." Annabelle's eyes widened with wonder. "What must I do?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "Follow the path to the enchanted forest," the key replied, its glow intensifying. "There, you will find the ancient door, but remember, wisdom, not force, will be your guide." The next morning, Annabelle set off with Whiskers perched on her shoulder, his tail swaying like a gentle pendulum. The path to the enchanted forest was shrouded in mist, with trees standing like sentinels, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. As Annabelle ventured deeper, she came upon a small brook babbling cheerfully over smooth stones. The water sparkled under the dappled sunlight, and as Annabelle knelt to drink, a playful otter appeared. "Hello, traveler," chirped the otter, his eyes twinkling. "I am Oliver, the guardian of this brook. What brings you to these parts?" Annabelle shared her story, and Oliver nodded sagely. "Ah, the keeper of hidden doors. You are on a grand adventure indeed. But beware, the forest is full of riddles that only a wise heart can solve." Thanking Oliver for his advice, Annabelle continued her journey. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature, the rustling leaves, the distant call of a nightingale, and the soft murmur of the wind. Soon she arrived at a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches stretching wide like welcoming arms. At its base was a door made of the same intricate patterns as the key. As Annabelle approached, a gentle breeze swirled around her, carrying a riddle with its breath. "In a field of green, I stand alone. When I am plucked, I am never thrown. What am I?" Annabelle pondered the riddle, her mind sifting through possibilities. She remembered the fields of her village, where dandelions swayed in the breeze, their seeds drifting like tiny wishes. Smiling, she whispered, "A flower." The door creaked open, revealing a realm bathed in ethereal light. Annabelle stepped through, Whiskers purring contentedly. Inside she found a garden unlike any other, where the flowers hummed a gentle melody and the air was perfumed with the scent of dreams. In the center of the garden stood a wise old turtle named Theodore, his shell adorned with jewels that sparkled like captured rainbows. "Welcome, Annabelle," he said in a voice as deep as the earth. "You have shown wisdom and courage. The keeper of hidden doors chose well." As they talked, Annabelle learned that the garden was a place of healing and reflection, where those who entered left with hearts lighter and minds clearer. She spent what felt like hours there, though time seemed to stand still, basking in the tranquility and learning from Theodore's gentle wisdom. When it was time to leave, Theodore gifted Annabelle a single seed, a token of the garden's magic. "Plant this in your village," he advised. "Let it remind you of the journey you've taken and the wisdom you've gained." With a heart full of gratitude, Annabelle returned to her village, the magical seed cradled in her hands. She planted it beside her cottage, and as the days turned to weeks, a magnificent tree blossomed, its leaves shimmering with the colors of 1,000 sunsets. Under its shade, Annabelle often sat with Whiskers, sharing stories with the villagers who came to admire the tree's beauty. And though she never forgot the wonders of the enchanted forest, Annabelle knew that the true magic lay in the wisdom she had found within her own heart. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle night wrapped the village in its embrace, Annabelle's story came to a peaceful close, leaving behind a tapestry of dreams woven with kindness, wisdom, and the enduring bonds of friendship. Story 68. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a young woman named Lily. Her home, a cozy cottage with ivy-clad walls and a thatched roof, sat at the edge of a sprawling forest known for its enchanting beauty and mysterious whispers. Lily was a gentle soul who found joy in tending to her garden, where sunflowers brushed the sky and lavender filled the air with its calming scent. Yet, beneath her serene exterior, Lily grappled with a deep-rooted fear of change. She preferred the familiar rhythm of her days, the predictable pattern of seasons, and the comforting routine of her life. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Lily discovered something unusual in her garden. Amidst the fallen leaves lay a small, iridescent seed, glistening with hues of violet and silver. Its presence was both curious and comforting, as if it had fallen from the stars just for her. Intrigued, Lily planted the seed in a corner of her garden, not knowing that it held the key to her own transformation. She tended to it with care, watering it with the dew of dawn and whispering to it under the silver glow of the moon. As days turned into weeks, a sapling emerged, its leaves shimmering with a light not of this world. But with its growth came whispers in the wind that reached Lily's ears. Change is the breath of life, they seemed to say, carrying the rustle of the forest and the distant song of the river. Despite her apprehensions, Lily felt drawn to these whispers, and she found herself spending more time by the sapling, feeling its growth mirror something stirring within her. It was as if the magic of the seed was gently coaxing her to embrace the unknown, to step beyond the boundaries she had set for herself. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, casting a warm glow over the village, Lily's dear friend Rowan visited her. Rowan was a traveler, a kind-hearted soul who had wandered through lands far and wide, collecting stories and wisdom like treasures. His eyes, a deep shade of forest green, sparkled with the knowledge of distant horizons. "Lily," he said, settling beside her in the garden, "I see something new in you, something quietly beautiful. It's as if you're on the brink of a journey." Lily sighed, tracing the lines of the sapling's leaves with her fingers. "I fear change, Rowan. It feels like a storm waiting on the horizon, unpredictable and unsettling." Rowan smiled gently, his voice as soothing as the murmur of the brook. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the essence of growth. Imagine the caterpillar that becomes a butterfly. It must embrace transformation to discover its wings." Encouraged by Rowan's words, Lily felt a flicker of courage ignite within her. She realized that perhaps, like the sapling, she too was meant to grow, to stretch beyond her comfort and into the light of new experiences. As the days grew shorter and the nights colder, the sapling blossomed into a majestic tree, its branches weaving a canopy of twinkling lights that danced like stars. Under its boughs, Lily found solace and inspiration, each leaf a reminder of her own potential for transformation. One night, as a gentle snow began to fall, Lily sat beneath the tree, feeling the world around her whisper with magic. She closed her eyes and let the whispers guide her heart, teaching her to listen to the inner voice that spoke of dreams and possibilities. With the arrival of spring, Lily decided to take a step beyond her garden. She packed a small bag, filled with memories of her home and the courage she had found within herself. Rowan, ever the supportive friend, joined her on this new journey. Together, they explored the forest, discovering hidden glades where wildflowers bloomed in riotous colors and streams sang songs of joy. With each step, Lily felt the weight of her fears lifting, replaced by a sense of wonder and discovery. In the heart of the forest, they met a wise old owl named Sage, whose feathers glistened like moonlight. Sage shared stories of the forest's ancient magic, tales of creatures who had embraced change and thrived. Lily listened intently, her heart swelling with the realization that change was not something to fear, but to embrace. It was the force that allowed life to flourish, to evolve into something beautiful and new. With this newfound understanding, Lily returned to her village, her spirit renewed, and her heart open to the possibilities of the unknown. She tended to her garden with a joy that was brighter, her days filled with the warmth of friendship and the wisdom she had gained. The magical tree, now a towering presence in her garden, stood as a symbol of her journey, its leaves whispering songs of courage and transformation. Under its branches, Lily found peace, knowing that change was not an end, but a beginning, a gateway to a world waiting to be discovered. And so, in the gentle embrace of her garden, surrounded by the love of friends and the magic of the world, Lily lived with an open heart, ready to grow and change with the seasons, forever transformed by the seed that had fallen from the stars. Story 69. In the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled among rolling hills and bordered by a whispering forest, there was a cobblestone street lined with cottages that seemed to lean in close to exchange secrets. It was here, in a cottage with a red door and a garden bursting with wildflowers, that young Maeve lived with her grandmother. Maeve loved the stories her grandmother told, stories that seemed to weave magic into the very air. But little did Maeve know, she was about to embark on a story of her own. One crisp morning, with the scent of dew and honeysuckle drifting through the open window, Maeve awoke to find a peculiar object on her bedside table, a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was unlike anything she'd ever seen, with tiny symbols and swirls etched into its surface, almost as if they were dancing in the morning light. Intrigued, Maeve carefully opened the box, and inside she found a shimmering, feather-light piece of parchment. As she touched it, the parchment glowed softly, and a warm, gentle breeze filled the room, carrying with it the faint sound of distant laughter. Maeve's heart quickened with excitement and a touch of trepidation. She had heard of the enchanted items that sometimes appeared to those with a curious heart and a kind spirit. Her grandmother had always said that these objects were not to be feared, but to be understood. Determined to uncover the mystery, Maeve decided to seek the wisdom of those who might know more. She set out on a journey to the heart of the Whispering Forest, a place known for its ancient magic and wise inhabitants. As she ventured along the winding path, sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet melody of birdsong, creating a symphony that accompanied Maeve's footsteps. Before long, Maeve encountered a peculiar creature known as Finn, a fox with fur the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief and kindness. Finn had a reputation for being a bit of a trickster, but also for his boundless knowledge of the forest's secrets. "Ah, Maeve," Finn greeted with a sly grin, "I see you have found something quite special." Maeve showed Finn the parchment, and the fox's eyes widened with recognition. "This," he said, "is a map of whispers. It reveals what is hidden, but only to those who listen with their hearts." Intrigued, Maeve asked how she might use it. Finn, with a twinkle in his eye, advised her to follow the map's guidance, trusting in her intuition and the friends she would meet along the way. With Finn's encouragement, Maeve continued deeper into the forest. The path led her to a clearing bathed in golden light, where she met a gentle giant of a bear named Bramble. Bramble had a deep, rumbling voice and a heart as vast as the forest itself. Bramble was tending to a patch of wild strawberries, his large paws surprisingly delicate as he worked. When Maeve approached, he paused and offered her a handful of the ripe, sweet berries. "Welcome, little one," Bramble rumbled kindly. "The forest tells me you're seeking answers." Maeve nodded and shared her story. Bramble listened intently, his eyes thoughtful. "The map of whispers is a guide," he explained, "but it is your heart that will lead you to the truth. Remember, strength lies in understanding and kindness." With Bramble's wise words in mind, Maeve thanked him and continued on her journey. The map seemed to pulse with warmth, guiding her to a hidden glen where a gentle stream sang over smooth stones. There she encountered Luna, a wise old owl perched in an ancient oak tree. Luna's feathers were a tapestry of silver and gray, and her eyes, deep and knowing, held the wisdom of ages. Luna looked at Maeve with a soft gaze. "You've come far, child," she hooted gently. "The answers you seek are within you. The map is but a mirror of your heart's desires." Maeve pondered Luna's words, realizing that her journey was not just about discovering the map's secrets, but also about understanding herself. She felt a growing sense of peace and clarity, as if the forest itself was guiding her to something she had always known but never truly understood. With the sun beginning to set, casting a warm glow over the forest, Maeve retraced her steps, returning to her village with a heart full of newfound wisdom and gratitude. The journey had taught her that magic was not just in the enchanted objects, but also in the friendships and wisdom she had gained. Back in her cozy cottage, Maeve placed the wooden box on a shelf, knowing that its mystery had been a catalyst for her own transformation. As she settled into bed, the gentle crackling of the fireplace accompanied her into a peaceful slumber, and she dreamed of whispering forests, kind-hearted friends, and the magic that lies within all who dare to listen. And so Maeve's story became another of her grandmother's tales, one that would be told to the children of Willowbrook for generations, reminding them that the greatest adventures often begin with a simple act of curiosity and a heart open to the wonders of the world. Story 70. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering sapphire lake, there existed a world where magic was as gentle as the morning mist. The village was called Willowbrook. named after the willowy trees that swayed gracefully along the brook winding through the center of town. The villagers lived in charming stone cottages with thatched roofs, and every home had a garden blooming with vibrant flowers and herbs. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced through the air like golden confetti, a peculiar event set the village abuzz. The sun had just begun to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and lavender, when a strange melody filled the air. It was a sound unlike any other, a soft, lilting tune that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere all at once. The villagers gathered in the town square, bundled in cozy scarves and woolen hats, their breath visible in the cool morning air. There was Fern, the wise and gentle herbalist, known for her soothing teas and healing potions. Next to her stood Tobias, the village blacksmith, strong and kind-hearted, with hands capable of crafting both sturdy ironwork and delicate jewelry. And there was little Pippa, a curious child with eyes as bright as stars, who never missed an adventure. As they listened to the enchanting music, a gentle voice broke through the whispers. It was Elder Merrill, the village's storyteller and keeper of ancient wisdom, her eyes twinkling beneath the wide brim of her hat. "This melody," she said, "is a song of longing. It comes from the heart of the Whispering Woods." The Whispering Woods bordered the village, a place of mystery and wonder where the trees were said to hum with secrets. It was a place where the villagers seldom ventured, except for the brave or the curious. The woods were home to many magical creatures, some of whom were known to be quite mischievous. The villagers exchanged glances, and it was Fern who spoke first. "Perhaps there is someone or something in the woods that needs our help," Tobias nodded thoughtfully, "and it seems the melody is a call for us to listen and understand." Pippa, her eyes wide with excitement, tugged at Fern's sleeve. "Can we go and see? I want to help too." With Elder Merrill's gentle blessing, Fern, Tobias, and Pippa set off towards the Whispering Woods, the melody guiding their steps like an invisible thread. As they entered the woods, the air grew cooler, and the world around them softened into a magical tapestry of rustling leaves and dappled sunlight. The trio walked deeper into the woods, following the sound of the mysterious melody. Along the way, they paused to admire the beauty around them. Mushrooms that glowed like lanterns, flowers that whispered secrets to anyone who cared to listen, and trees whose leaves shimmered with the colors of the rainbow. As they journeyed further, they met a small group of creatures known as the Luminalas, tiny beings with wings like dragonflies and bodies that glimmered like moonlight on water. The Luminalas flitted around the trio, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. "Are you here because of the song?" asked one of the Luminalas, her voice as light as the breeze. Fern nodded, her eyes warm and kind. "Yes, we heard it in the village. Do you know where it's coming from?" The Luminalas exchanged glances and led the trio deeper into the heart of the woods. There, nestled beneath the roots of a great oak tree, lay a small, shimmering pool. The water rippled with an inner light, and at its edge sat a creature the villagers had only heard of in legends, a melodious sprite. The melodious sprite was a delicate being with skin that glowed softly and hair that flowed like liquid silver. Her eyes were closed, and her hands moved gracefully, weaving the melody that filled the air. Fern knelt beside the pool, her voice gentle. "Dear sprite, we have come to listen. What is it that you wish to share?" The sprite opened her eyes, and they sparkled like stars in the night sky. "I am bound to this pool," she explained, her voice a soft harmony. "For many years I have sung of the beauty and magic of these woods, but recently my song has changed. I sense an imbalance, a sadness that I cannot mend alone." Tobias, with his kind heart, spoke up. "How can we help restore the balance?" The sprite smiled, a hopeful light in her eyes. "There is a stone, a heart stone, hidden within the woods. It holds the power to heal and bring harmony, but it has been lost for many years." Pippa, ever eager and bright, clapped her hands. "We'll find it. We can look together." With the Luminale's guidance, the trio followed the sprite's gentle instructions, searching through the woods for the heartstone. They looked for clues in the patterns of fallen leaves, listened to the whispers of the wind, and observed the subtle signs of nature. As they searched, they came upon a wise old owl perched on a branch, his feathers a tapestry of browns and grays. The owl blinked slowly, his eyes deep with knowledge. "Seek the place where the sun kisses the earth," he hooted softly. "There, beneath the golden leaves, you will find what you seek." Guided by the owl's words, the trio made their way to a sunlit clearing where the ground was carpeted with leaves that glowed like spun gold. There, beneath a particularly radiant patch, they uncovered the Heartstone, a gem that pulsed with a gentle, soothing light. With the Heartstone in hand, they returned to the melodious sprite. As they placed the stone by the shimmering pool, a warm glow enveloped the clearing. The sprite's melody changed, becoming a joyous symphony that filled every corner of the woods with peace and harmony. The villagers back in Willowbrook felt the change as well. The air seemed lighter, the colors more vibrant, and the melody, now a song of joy, reached their hearts with a sense of comfort and belonging. Fern, Tobias, and Pippa returned to the village, their hearts full of warmth and friendship. Elder Merrill welcomed them back with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with pride. And so the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, its people bound by the gentle magic of the whispering woods and the joy of helping one another. The melody of the melodious sprite became a cherished part of their lives, a reminder that even the smallest acts of kindness and understanding could create the most beautiful harmonies. As the villagers settled into their cozy cottages that evening, a sense of peace and contentment filled the air. The moon cast a silvery glow over the village, and the stars twinkled like 1,000 watchful eyes. And in the hearts of all who heard it, the music of the woods played on, a gentle lullaby that promised sweet dreams and restful nights. Story 71. In a forest where the whispers of the wind seemed to carry secrets and the sunlight danced whimsically through leaves, lived a myriad of creatures whose lives intertwined in a tapestry of harmony and wonder. This ancient woodland, known only to a few, was tucked away beyond the hills where the mist clung to the ground like a soft, silvery veil. Here, the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle murmur of the nearby brook played a soothing lullaby to all who dwelt within its bounds. At the heart of this woodland, beneath the canopy of towering oaks and birches, there lay an open glade where the grass grew lush and emerald. It was here that the creatures of the forest gathered, particularly at the cusp of the changing seasons. Among them were the soft-footed deer, their eyes large and gentle, the clever foxes whose fur glinted like copper in the sun, and the myriad birds that filled the air with their melodious songs. But perhaps most enchanting were the fey-like sprites, wisps of light that flitted among the flowers and danced through the air like tiny stars brought to life. These sprites were special, for they held the secrets of the forest's magic, a magic intricately linked to the cycles of nature. Each sprite was a guardian of a particular aspect of the environment. Some watched over the blooming flowers, others the flowing streams, and still others the mighty trees that stood as silent sentinels through the ages. Through their gentle stewardship, they ensured that balance was maintained, that each season flowed into the next with grace and purpose. As the forest prepared to bid farewell to winter and welcome the tender embrace of spring, the creatures sensed a stirring in the air. It was during this time that an ancient ceremony took place, one that had been passed down through countless generations. The Ceremony of Awakening, it was called, and it was a time for the forest to renew its vow of harmony between all living things. On the eve of the ceremony, the air was crisp with the lingering chill of winter, yet tinged with the promise of warmth. The sprites, their glow a comforting halo against the deepening twilight, gathered in the glade. Each sprite carried within it a fragment of wisdom, a story of the past that served as a guide for the future. It was their role to pass these fragments to the younger creatures, ensuring that the lessons of history would not be forgotten. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches spreading wide like a great umbrella. Its bark, gnarled and wise, was woven with the stories of the forest. Beneath its boughs the deer gathered, their breath visible in the cool night air. The foxes curled around its roots, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and understanding. Above, the birds perched quietly, their feathers puffed against the chill as they listened intently. Among the sprites was one particularly radiant, known for her gentle heart and the wisdom that belied her youthful appearance. Her light was soft and golden, and wherever it touched, it left a warmth that lingered like a tender embrace. As the whispers of the forest quieted, she floated to the center of the gathering, a hush falling over the creatures as she began to speak. "Once," she began, her voice a melodic echo through the trees, "there was a time when the forest was young, when the seasons did not flow as they do now. Back then, the winter would linger too long, or the summer would scorch the earth, leaving the creatures in disarray and despair." The creatures leaned closer, drawn into the tale as if it were a gentle current pulling them along. "It was during such a time," she continued, "that a wise old owl, the eldest of the forest, gathered the creatures together. He spoke of balance, of the importance of each season's role, and how together they could remind the world of its natural rhythm. Through unity and understanding, they could guide the seasons back into their harmonious dance." Her words painted vivid pictures in the minds of her listeners, the imagery settling like a quilt of comfort over their hearts. The foxes nodded, recalling tales from their elders, while the birds chirped softly in agreement. "And so," the sprite continued, "the creatures worked together, each lending their strengths to the cause. The birds sang songs of summer, encouraging the warmth to return. The deer, with their gentle touch, coaxed the earth to awaken and bloom. The foxes, clever and agile, ensured that the balance was maintained, keeping watch over the changes with keen eyes." As the sprite spoke, the glade seemed to pulse with a gentle energy, a reminder of the power that lay in unity and understanding. "Through their efforts," she said, her voice growing softer, "the seasons found their rhythm once more. Spring returned to the forest, bringing life and renewal, and with it, a promise was made. That each creature, great or small, had a role to play in maintaining the balance, and that through friendship and wisdom, they could overcome any challenge." The creatures in the glade sat in reflective silence, the lesson resonating within them. The sprite's light shimmered warmly, as if to emphasize the truth of her words. The forest, in turn, seemed to sigh with contentment, the trees rustling gently as if in agreement. As the ceremony drew to a close, the sprite offered one final thought, a gentle reminder that echoed through the night. "Remember," she said, "that the magic of the forest lies not only in its beauty, but in the bonds we share and the wisdom we pass on. Together, we are the guardians of this world, its keepers and its friends." With that, the creatures began to disperse, their hearts light and their spirits renewed. The deer returned to their meadows, the foxes to their dens, and the birds to their nests. The sprites lingered a while longer, their lights dimming as they settled into the earth, content in the knowledge that their message had been heard. As the first light of dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, the forest awoke to a new day. The air was filled with the scent of fresh blooms, the songs of birds, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was a day like any other, yet imbued with the timeless magic that only the forest could hold. And so, the ancient woodland continued its dance of seasons, a symphony of life and light, forever guided by the wisdom and kindness of those who called it home. Here, in this place where reality and magic met, the balance was maintained, and the promise of harmony endured, as gentle and unyielding as the forest itself. In the shimmering twilight of the nebulae cluster, where stars danced like fireflies in an eternal gala, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. It was a place where the sky wore hues of lavender and silver, and the air hummed with the sweet scent of star blossoms. On this planet lived a gentle creature named Orin, a being with skin that glowed softly like the moon, and eyes that mirrored the deepest oceans. Orin was a luminarian, known for their wisdom and serene nature, living harmoniously among the floating gardens of Luminara. Orin spent his days tending to the crystal orchards where fruit sparkled like gemstones, and each evening he would sit by the luminescent river, listening to the whispering stories of the breeze. Though content, Orin often felt a quiet longing for something more, a connection that resonated beyond the familiar songs of his home. Across the galaxy, on a planet of shimmering sands and endless horizons known as Eridara, lived a spirited creature named Zira. Zira belonged to the Etherians, a nomadic tribe of desert dwellers with shimmering scales that reflected the colors of the sun. Zira was adventurous and curious, her heart beat with the rhythm of the windstorms that swept across her vast world. She was always searching, always yearning to uncover the mysteries beyond her sandy realm. One fateful day, as the universe conspired to weave their destinies together, Orin discovered a peculiar object washed ashore by the river, a small golden sphere pulsating with warmth and energy. Intrigued, he picked it up, feeling its gentle thrum in his hands. At that very moment, across the stars, Zira stumbled upon a similar sphere, half buried in the sands near her caravan. As she held it, she felt a strange pull, an invitation to explore beyond the dunes. Guided by the sphere's mysterious glow, Orin and Zira embarked on a journey through the celestial tapestry. They traveled through shimmering stardust and cosmic winds until they found themselves on a lush, uncharted moon that seemed to cradle the dreams of 1,000 galaxies. It was here, amidst the soft, glowing flora and the soothing symphony of night creatures, that they finally met. At first, Orin and Zira were wary of each other's differences. Orin's calm, deliberate manner seemed strange to Zira, who was used to the brisk pace of her desert life. Meanwhile, Zira's exuberance and spontaneity bewildered Orin, who cherished tranquility and reflection. Yet, beneath their initial misunderstandings, there was a spark of something profound, a curiosity, a shared wonder that transcended their dissimilarities. Their first challenge came in the form of a dense, enchanted fog that enveloped the moon, obscuring paths and creating illusions. Orin, relying on his patience and keen sense of observation, suggested they listen closely to the whispers of the wind to find their way. Zira, with her boundless energy and determination, encouraged Orin to trust in their instincts and move boldly through the haze. Together, they navigated the labyrinthine mists, each drawing strength from the other's unique perspective. As they journeyed further, they encountered a grove of ancient trees whose fruit held memories of the cosmos. Orin, fascinated by the stories each fruit contained, lingered, wanting to absorb every tale. Zira, on the other hand, saw the fruit as a fleeting delight, something to savor in the moment before moving on. It was here that they learned the value of balance, of honoring the past while embracing the present. Through gentle conversation and mutual respect, they found a way to share the fruits, each appreciating the other's approach. In time, Orin and Zira discovered that their spheres were keys to an ancient portal, a gateway that held the promise of new adventures and deeper understanding. Standing before the portal, they knew they could choose to return to their worlds or step into the unknown together. Without hesitation, they chose the latter, their bond having grown into a steadfast friendship. As they stepped through the portal, the universe unfolded before them in a tapestry of colors and sensations they had never imagined. They visited planets where the skies sang with the voices of the stars, and others where the ground shimmered like liquid glass. Through each adventure, their friendship deepened, rooted in the trust and understanding they had cultivated. In the quiet moments between their travels, Orin and Zira would often gaze up at the stars, reflecting on the journey that had brought them together. They had learned that true friendship was not about erasing differences, but about celebrating them, about seeing the world through each other's eyes and weaving their stories into a shared tapestry. One evening, as they rested on a hillside under the soft glow of twin moons, Orin turned to Zira, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Thank you," he said softly, "for showing me the beauty of the world beyond my own." Zira smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. "And thank you, Orin, for teaching me the value of stillness and reflection. Together, we found more than we ever could alone." As they lay back, the warmth of their friendship enveloping them like a cozy blanket, the universe seemed to hum in harmony with their hearts. They knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them side by side, their unlikely companionship a beacon of hope and understanding in the vastness of the cosmos. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Orin and Zira drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams entwined like the constellations above, forever bound by the luminous thread of friendship. Story 73. Once upon a time, deep in the heart of an ancient forest, a realm existed where the boundaries between the natural world and the realm of magic intertwined like the roots of a mighty oak. The forest was a living tapestry, each thread woven with the stories of its inhabitants, stories that had been passed down through generations, whispered on the gentle breeze and etched into the bark of ancient trees. As the first rays of dawn filtered through the canopy, the forest stirred to life. Dewdrops glistened like diamonds on emerald leaves, and the melodic trills of songbirds filled the air. It was in these quiet moments that the hidden lives of the forest's creatures unfolded, each playing their part in the delicate balance of nature. One such creature was a wise old owl named Gaia, whose piercing amber eyes had witnessed countless seasons come and go. Perched atop a gnarled oak, she kept a watchful eye over the forest, her wings rustling softly as she preened her feathers. Nearby, a family of rabbits emerged from their burrow, their noses twitching as they sampled the morning dew. The smallest of the litter, a curious little fellow named Thistle, couldn't help but be drawn to the whispers of magic that seemed to emanate from the forest itself. As Thistle hopped along, he stumbled upon a clearing where the air shimmered with a faint, ethereal glow. Mesmerized, he watched as tiny specks of light danced and swirled, weaving intricate patterns in the air. These were the forest sprites, guardians of the natural world, and their dance was a celebration of the changing seasons. Thistle's eyes grew wide with wonder as he witnessed their graceful movements, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of connection to the magic that permeated every corner of the forest. It was then that he heard the soft, familiar hoot of Gaia, and he scampered over to her, his heart filled with questions. "Wise Gaia," Thistle began, "what is this magic I've witnessed? Why do the sprites dance so?" Gaia smiled knowingly and beckoned Thistle closer with her wing. "Little one," she said, her voice rich with the wisdom of ages past, "the sprites are the guardians of balance and harmony in our forest. Their dance is a celebration of the changing seasons, a reminder that all things in nature are connected, and that each creature has a role to play in maintaining this delicate balance." Thistle listened intently, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Gaia continued, "You see, the magic of our forest is tied to the rhythms of nature. As the seasons change, so too does the energy that flows through these ancient trees and streams. The sprite's dance honors this cycle, ensuring that the magic remains strong and the forest remains healthy." As if on cue, a gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, carrying with it the scent of pine and the whispers of ancient tales. The sprite's dance grew more intricate, their movements mirroring the ebb and flow of the wind. Thistle marveled at the sight, his heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the wonders of the forest. He knew then that he had been granted a glimpse into a world few others had seen, a world where magic and nature coexisted in perfect harmony. From that day on, Thistle carried the lessons of Gaia and the sprites with him, sharing their wisdom with his family and friends. He understood that each creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in maintaining the balance of the forest, and that the magic they witnessed was a reflection of the respect and reverence they held for the natural world. As the seasons continued to cycle, the dance of the sprites remained a constant reminder of the interconnectedness of all things, and the forest thrived under their watchful care. For in this realm where reality and magic converged, the hidden lives of nature's creatures unfolded in a symphony of wonder, harmony, and eternal wisdom.